Chapter 935. Ouyang almost went crazy. One was the elder brother and the other was the younger brother. They were not blood brothers but they shared the same blood. They had lived together for nearly 10,000 years, and had supported the family for a long time. The three of them had a very good relationship. However, never had they imagined that they, who'd become top figures in the Central Territory, would one day fall at the hands of a junior. Moreover, they'd lost two of their brothers in succession. How could Ouyang accept this? His black hair had turned white overnight after he returned to the family. He looked like he had aged a few hundred years. His aura was so violent that no one dared to get close to him. Ouyang closed his door for 3 days. After he came out, he announced that he would fight the proud Smiling Palace to the death. The Ouyang family was shaken. Later, people in the family learned that a few of their elders had died in the hands of the proud Smiling Palace. They also learned that 2 of their ancestors had fallen. Everyone in the Ouyang family felt sad. They hated Ling Xiao to the extreme. They swore to kill Ling Xiao and destroy the proud Smiling Palace. Most of the people in the Ouyang family had lost their minds. However, many of them knew that they couldn't be too hasty. They had to plan before they acted. This was the only way to deal a fatal blow to the proud Smiling Palace. Therefore, the Ouyang family decided to ally with the Gu family in the north, the Sha Tian family in the west, and the Black Demon sect in the middle. They planned to wipe out the proud Smiling Palace in one fell swoop. The Ouyang family did this because the proud Smiling Palace was not weak. They also had the support of the Dongfang family and the Feng family. The Ouyang family was afraid that the Ouyang family wouldn't be able to deal with them alone. The Ouyang family sent people to contact the people of the proud Smiling Palace, and they responded. The Gu family and Ling Xiao had been enemies for a long time. They had reluctantly put down their pride to make peace with the proud Smiling Palace. This had eased the tension between the two families. However, the people of the Gu family couldn't put down their hatred. They knew that they could only hurt the proud Smiling Palace with their own strength. They didn't want to see that happen. Therefore, they had to endure it. Now that the Ouyang family had come to persuade them, they had become active again. In the end, the Ouyang family promised that as long as the Gu family encouraged them, the main force would still be the Ouyang family. After the Gu clan heard the Ouyang clan's conditions, they unanimously agreed to this decision. In any case, with the Ouyang clan taking the lead, the Gu clan had nothing to fear. As for the Sha Tian organization, there was no need to say anything. They could just use a large amount of money to get them to join the battle. Sha Tian's organization only cared about profits. They didn't care who their opponents were. Moreover, Ling Xiao was also a stain on their failure to carry out missions all these years. He had even caused them to lose a lot of manpower. Moreover, the Laughing Palace spread the news that they had killed the people of the Corpse sect. With all these factors added together, it was necessary for Sha Tian's organization to accept this mission. There was no need to mention the Black Demon sect. They had been in constant friction with the proud Smiling Palace for many years. In fact, the Black Demon sect would have already engaged in a life-and-death war if it weren't for the fact that the two sects had some scruples about each other. Several forces quickly responded. The Ouyang clan didn't hesitate. They immediately gathered all the top forces of the clan and set out for the Laughing Palace. They wanted to wipe out all the forces of the Laughing Palace. The Ouyang clan came in a threatening manner. They mobilized all the resources of the clan. Including Ouyang, there were a total of 3 saints, and one of them was a high-level saint. He was the oldest ancestor of the Ouyang clan. He had 1 foot in the coffin and few people knew of his existence. There were 40 to 50 people who had reached the mystic sovereign level, more than 10,000 celestial venerables, and countless earthly sovereigns. These included all the elite forces under the jurisdiction of the Ouyang clan. Naturally, it would cause a great sensation when all the resources of the major forces were mobilized. It had been many years since such a large-scale battle had taken place in the central region. Everyone in the palace of the proud Smiling sect looked solemn when they heard the news. In these years, the forces gathered by the Laughing Palace had become stronger and stronger. Especially the few mystic sovereigns and hundreds of celestial venerables that Ling Xiao had recruited not long ago, their strength had improved by leaps and bounds. However, compared with the old forces, they were still far from being able to compete with the old forces. Although the Ouyang clan had recruited many subsidiary forces over the years, the gap between them was very large. Moreover, not all of them were loyal. Many of them were the most unreliable at this time. They were also worried that they would be the first target of the Ouyang clan's eradication, and all of them were in danger. As expected, the Ouyang clan approached with great fanfare. They claimed that as long as the forces left the Laughing Palace, they would not pursue them. As the news spread, some fence-sitters immediately began to waver and announced that they would leave the Laughing Palace. After all, many people thought that although the Laughing Palace had become stronger compared with the old forces, it was still far from being able to compete with the old forces. Because of this, many forces in the Laughing Palace received a strict test. In the central region, the wind howled and there was a feeling that a storm was coming. In the Laughing Palace, Feng Xianyun sat in the main seat of the palace. She was the princess of the Gu clan, and her strength had reached the mystic sovereign level long ago. Her solemn expression was somewhat frightening. Below the hall, all the supreme elders had gathered together. Even Elder Han and Mad Tooth, who rarely attended, had come out to hold the fort. Everyone in the hall had a solemn look on their faces. "Advisor, what is the situation now?" Feng Xianyun asked in a low voice. In the past, when Ling Xiao was not here, Feng Xianyun would attend the meeting. However, most of the time she would let Xian Yao handle it and let him make the arrangements. Now that such a big thing had happened, she had to think carefully about how to deal with it. The Ouyang clan's army is approaching the Liangguan city. The Liang clan that surrendered to us has been wiped out. In less than half a month they will reach the Wind Cloud City. Xian Yao replied, waving his white paper fan. "What do you have to say about this? Is the Laughing Palace strong enough to resist the enemy's army?" Feng Xianyun asked again. "According to the current situation, we have the strength to fight, but it is not optimistic." Xian Yao put away his calm expression and said with a slight frown. He paused for a moment and said, "If it is just the Ouyang clan, we are naturally not afraid. However, the other forces will take the opportunity to send people to take advantage of the situation and come to us. When that time comes, they will become the biggest threat." "Then should we seal the city now?" Feng Xianyun thought for a moment and said, "It has begun, but we must move the battlefield. We must not let the Wind Cloud City be attacked." Xian Yao said. At this time, Cruel Leopard revealed a strong killing intent and said, "They have already reached the Liangguan city. We will stop their army one step ahead and fight them to the death. Why should the Laughing Palace be afraid of the Ouyang clan?" Cruel Leopard's murderous nature had decreased a lot over the years, but it did not mean that he had forgotten his killing nature. Now that he had reached the peak of the middle stage Mystic Emperor, it would not be long before he could return to the high stage Mystic Emperor realm. "That's right. No matter how many they send, we will kill them all," Mad Tooth said with a sinister smile. His strength had advanced a step further a year ago, and he'd attained the mid-rank Saint realm. It was all thanks to the demonification effects of the frenzied devil art that he was able to advance so quickly. "Even if that's the case, I'm afraid that the foundation of the proud smiling palace will be shaken. This will give others a chance to take advantage of us. I wonder where the boss is now. It would be great if he came back. With his strength he would definitely be able to kill all of them." Yi Yunfeng had reached the high stage Heavenly Venerable realm. When he spoke, he was full of fighting spirit and no fear. "Now is not the time to talk about this. We should discuss the best way to resist the enemy," Feng Xianyun said. "The only thing we can do now is to send most of our people out to meet the enemy and stop the Ouyang clan's army. However, there must be people in the palace just in case." Xian Yao said, "We will follow the military advisor's plan, but we still need you to allocate the people. The premise is that our group of sisters must go to the front lines." Feng Xianyun emphasized, This can't be done. Madam, you should stay at the palace gates." Xian Yao immediately replied. Lu Kun immediately said, "That's right. Madam, you can stay here. Charging and breaking through the enemy lines is the job of us subordinates." Yang Xianfeng said, "That's right. There must be someone with prestige in the palace. I believe that the palace master will definitely get the news and rush back as soon as possible." At the mention of Ling Xiao, everyone immediately became spirited and nodded in agreement. Their respect for Ling Xiao had reached the point of blindness. They believed that as long as Ling Xiao returned, everything would be fine. "No, my husband is not here. I must personally take charge. It's settled. I will leave some of her sisters to guard the palace gates. The rest will be arranged by the military advisor." Feng Xianyun immediately rejected. As Ling Xiao's official wife, she was responsible for the palace gates. Since Ling Xiao was not in the palace, she should fight for her husband. Xian Yao was in a difficult position, but seeing Feng Xianyun's resolute attitude, he did not say anything else. Following that, Xian Yao distributed most of the elite troops according to the situation. Feng Xianyun, Elder Han, Mad Tooth, Granny Netherwind, Ancestral Cultivator, Gung Hong, Cruel Leopard, and a series of powerful people went out to meet the enemy. Wu Fu, the High Priestess, Mu Huai Ling Tsang, and the others who were slightly weaker stayed behind to guard the palace. At the same time, the various halls had already contacted the various subordinate forces and asked them to send people to fight against the enemy. In addition, Ji Beixin and Dongfang Jing had also sent people back to ask for help from their families, but it was difficult for distant water to save the nearby fire. In the end, the Laughing Palace had gathered a total of 2 saints, half of them, nearly 50 Emperor Xian, 4,005 sky sovereigns and many earth emperors. This strength was indeed quite a bit weaker than the Ouyang family. From the surface, the Laughing Palace was definitely losing more than winning. But now that the arrow was on the bow, it had to be released. This battle was a matter of life and death. These people were the most loyal people of the Laughing Palace. Each of them had a firm belief that they would rather die in battle than run away. They were also praying that their faction master could come back as soon as possible and turn the situation around. Chapter 936. A strong wind was blowing. All the major forces in the central region had received the news that the Ouyang clan and the proud Smiling Palace were going to fight to the death. Every force had sent people to keep an eye on the battle. They all wanted to know who was stronger between the veteran and the rising major forces. However, most people believed that the proud Smiling Palace would lose more than win. After all, the difference between the two forces was too great. If the proud Smiling Palace was given another 100 years to develop, they might not think so. The Martial Spirit Pavilion was the most powerful force in the central region. No one knew how powerful the Martial Spirit Pavilion was. They only knew that 10,000 years ago, there was an old force that challenged the authority of the Martial Spirit Pavilion. In the end, the Martial Spirit Pavilion only sent a dozen people to defeat that force. That force was even more terrifying than the Black Demon sect and the Medicine sect. Because of this, the Martial Spirit Pavilion reached its peak. Since then, no one dared to challenge the authority of the Martial Spirit Pavilion. The might of the Spiritual Martial Pavilion also made all the young geniuses of the central region want to squeeze into the Spiritual Martial Pavilion. They all wanted to become a disciple of the Spiritual Martial Pavilion. Even the outer disciples felt incomparably proud. The Martial Spirit Pavilion was very strict when it came to selecting disciples. Every disciple had to be the best in the Tenbin. They were trained with the best resources. This was the reason why the Martial Spirit Pavilion was so strong. Within the Martial Spirit Court, aside from the many old undyings of the Martial Spirit Court, there were also 3 great pillars of the court. Among them, the most famous and mysterious old pavilion master of the Martial Spirit Court was the strongest. It was said that he had fought against the demonic emperor and sword maniac of the 4 great legends without losing. Just from this point alone, one could see how powerful he was. However, it was said that he was no longer in the central region and had gone to the heaven region. Some people said that he was in seclusion to break through to a higher realm. As for his true whereabouts, only the higher-ups of the Martial Spirit Court knew. The other 2 pillars were the Spiritual Martial Pavilion Saint Alchemist Feng Zheng and Saint Tool Master Tai Shijun. Their martial strength might not be comparable to the old pavilion master, but their summoning power was the most terrifying. After all, these 2 professions were the most popular in the continent. Under the 2 of them, their disciples and grand disciples also distributed the leaves, bringing great benefits to the Martial Spirit Pavilion and the greatest reliance to increase their strength. Many people in the central region wanted to learn from them, but they had already announced 1,000 years ago that they would no longer accept disciples. This ended the hopes of many talented alchemists and blacksmiths. However, 12 years ago, the 2 Saint Masters made an exception and accepted disciples again. This shocked the disciples of the Martial Spirit Pavilion. The disciples of the 2 Saint Masters were of a very high status. Their status was similar to that of the true disciples of the Martial Spirit Pavilion, or even higher. The outside world did not know the real names of these 2 disciples. Only the disciples of the Spiritual Martial Hall knew the names of these 2 disciples who were so lucky. The Saint Alchemist Feng Zheng's last true disciple was called Hua Xiaogui, and the Saint Artifact Master Tai Shijun's last disciple was called Tang Guogua. They were the 2 brothers of the proud Smiling Palace's Ling Xiao. The last true disciple of the Saint Medicine Master Feng Zheng was called Hua Xiaogui, and the last disciple of the Saint Tool Master Tai Shijun was called Tang Guogua. They were the 2 brothers of Ling Xiao. In the beginning, they wanted to enter the Martial Spirit Pavilion as a disciple. However, they found that there were at least 80,000 people who came to the Martial Spirit Pavilion to become a disciple. Among these people, only 1,000 inner disciples and 4,000 outer disciples would be chosen. Under such fierce competition, it was extremely difficult to become a disciple of the Martial Spirit Pavilion. The 2 of them were already past the age of selection, which was the most depressing thing for them. With no other choice, the two of them wandered around the martial spirit city, trying to find a way to enter the martial spirit pavilion. However, after a few months they still could not come up with any good ideas. In the end, they had no choice but to open the pouch that Xianyao gave them before they left to see if there were any good ideas. After reading the instructions in the pouch, they were dumbfounded. They were told to go to an ordinary village outside of the martial spirit city and find an old man named Ji. The old man said that he would have a way to let them enter the martial spirit pavilion. What could an old man from a village do to help them? Although they were doubtful, they could only try to find the old man named Ji. When the two of them found the witty old man didn't say anything and agreed to help the two of them enter the spirit martial pavilion. Furthermore, when the two of them displayed their talents in their respective fields, the two saint masters within the pavilion took a liking to them. From then on, they leapt through the dragon's gate and enjoyed a status that no one else in the spirit martial pavilion could match. Later on, the two of them learned that the old man named Ji was one of the great elders of the martial spirit pavilion. He was in charge of all the latest information in the martial spirit pavilion and had a secret with Xianyao's sect, the Xuanji sect. The two of them suspected that the Xuanji sect only had one disciple per generation. Perhaps the old man named Ji was Xianyao's martial uncle or martial uncle. Of course, this was only a guess. The two of them did not reveal the actual relationship between the two. Hua Xiaogui and Tang Guida had been studying in the martial spirit pavilion for 12 years. The two of them were no longer the inexperienced youngsters of the past. Their strength and their professions had made considerable progress. When the two of them left Lingxiao, they were only at the high level of king level. Now, they were at the low level of heavenly sovereign level. To reach this level in a short dozen years was quite fast. It must be known that they had never taken any pills to increase their strength after coming to the martial spirit pavilion. The reason why they were able to cultivate so quickly was because the two saint masters had given them a rare holy elixir. It had cleansed their bodies and made their tenbin different from before. To be able to become the disciples of two saint masters, they could not be too shabby in terms of cultivation or profession. It was also under the guidance of the two saint masters that the two of them had reached their current strength. At the same time, Hua Xiaogui had become a 6th-rank alchemist and Tang Guida had become a 6th-rank tool refiner. The two of them were not even 50 years old. To reach this level was indeed a tenbin. Otherwise, the two old farts would not have made an exception and accepted them as disciples. As their cultivation increased in the future, becoming a 7th-rank alchemist or 7th-rank tool refiner would not be a problem. As for whether or not they could become saint masters, that would depend on their true potential. Just having a high tenbin was not enough. They also needed to increase their cultivation. However, since the two saint masters had made an exception and accepted them as disciples, they were naturally optimistic that they would be able to inherit their legacy. Although Hua Xiaogui and Tang Guida had been studying in the martial spirit pavilion, they had paid attention to Ling Xiao's various accomplishments. It was not that they had forgotten about their boss, Ling Xiao, after entering the martial spirit pavilion. Although the two of them had taken different masters as disciples, their masters were good friends. Reaching their level of cultivation was not something that could be achieved through hard work. Therefore, the two old men would often exchange insights. Occasionally they would lower their flags to relax their minds. Perhaps they would drink some 10,000-year spirit tea to pass the time. As a result, Hua Xiaogui and Tang Guida were able to meet often. As soon as they met, they would talk about news related to Lingxiao. Every time they talked about this topic, they would talk endlessly. On this day, the two old men were fighting at the pavilion again. Hua Xiaogui and Tang Guida were chatting again. After 12 years of not seeing each other, Hua Xiaogui still had a weak appearance. He looked simple and honest. However, when he wore an alchemist robe, he gave off an indescribably strong self-confidence. He still had the demeanor of a master. Tang Guida, on the other hand, appeared to be even more robust and dignified. His originally handsome face had become much darker, and his eyes were exceptionally sharp. His pair of rough palms were especially powerful. "Brother Tang, have you heard about boss?" When Hua Xiaogui saw Tang Guida, he immediately revealed an extremely anxious expression and asked. Tang Guida nodded his head lightly. With a suspicious expression he said, "I'm afraid boss is in big trouble this time. The four powers are moving out together. This is not a joke." "Then what should we do? Don't tell me we're just going to be anxious here and not be able to help at all?" Hua Xiaogui said worriedly. In Hua Xiaogui's heart, Ling Xiao was even closer to him than his own brother. Although they hadn't seen each other for 12 years, it still couldn't dilute his feelings for Ling Xiao. Now that his boss's power was in a huge crisis, how could he not be worried? But with our current strength, it's difficult to help boss. Tang Guoda sighed. It wasn't that he didn't want to go and support Ling Xiao, but he was only an Empyrean, it wasn't enough. Hua Xiaogui said with some dissatisfaction. Even if I have to die, I have to go and help boss. He thought that Tang Guoda didn't want to go and help and felt a little annoyed. He thought about who had brought them to the central region and who had created the opportunity for them to enter the spiritual martial hall. If Tang Guoda was that kind of ungrateful villain, Hua Xiaogui would definitely cut off all ties with him. The reason why Hua Xiaogui was able to become Ling Xiao's best brother was precisely because he looked weak, but he was extremely loyal. He was definitely not someone who would go back on his word. Tang Guoda replied, "What's there to fear about death? If my death can help boss avoid danger, I'm definitely willing to do it." After pausing for a moment, he said, "Do you know why the military advisor asked us to come to the pavilion to learn?" Hua Xiaogui replied, "Of course it's to make us stronger so that we can help boss in the future." Tang Guoda said, "That's right, it's to let us help boss, but there's a deeper meaning behind it, and that is to borrow the power of the pavilion to help boss." Hua Xiaogui was stunned for a moment, then said softly, "That's right, why didn't I think that the two old fellows would have such a wide network? Let them send people to help boss, they can definitely help boss through this crisis." After saying that, he was about to walk towards his master. However, Tang Guoda pulled him back and said, "If we rashly ask the two old fellows to help, I'm afraid they won't be willing. We still have to pay attention to the strategy, we'll talk to them after discussing." Chapter 937. Feng Zheng was a grade 8 alchemist, and he'd stepped into this realm a few thousand years ago. He was one of the few most respected people in the Central Territory. His junior brother Tai Shijun was the same. He'd forged a few dozen saint artifacts, and every single one of them was a saint artifact that was passed down through the ages. All of them enjoyed a great reputation, and if it wasn't for saint material being difficult to find, he would probably not have forged so few. Apart from the old pavilion master, these two were the most authoritative elders in the spiritual martial pavilion. Their orders were even more effective than the current pavilion masters. The two of them were old and knew that it was very difficult to advance further. The resources in the central region were only enough for them to reach this step, unless they could leave for the heaven region. They had lived for a long time and were no longer so eager to reach a higher level. Therefore they stayed in the spiritual martial pavilion and enjoyed the rest of their lives. The two's favorite hobby was to play a game of chess to pass the time. Right now, the two old men were fighting to their heart's content. Their concentrated appearance was no different from that of ordinary old men playing chess. The two of them were evenly matched and had played for almost an entire day. Every move required a long time to consider. It seemed to be a very time-consuming game. If it were a young man, he would have surrendered long ago. As the sun set, the game of chess finally came to an end. "Junior brother, your chess skills still need to be improved." Feng Zheng had obviously won. He stroked his white beard and smiled proudly. Tai Shijun was unconvinced. "Senior brother, you cheat every time. It's not fair to win. No, let's play another game." "Ah no. You say this every time you lose. You won't be able to win against me in this lifetime." Feng Zheng smiled proudly. After a pause he said, "If we play another game, those two bastards will be anxious. These two brats talk so sneakily. They must be plotting something." Tai Shijun glared at Hua Xiaogui and Tang Gang who had run over. "Master, have some tea." Hua Xiaogui and Tang Gang each poured tea for the two old men. Their faces were full of flattery. The two old men took the tea and Tai Shijun said bluntly, "Tell me, what are you plotting this time?" Usually Hua Xiaogui and Tang Guegua would conspire to ask for some good things from the two elders, so when they flattered them, the two elders guessed that they had other intentions. Hua Xiaogui and Tang Guoda looked at each other, then Tang Guoda said, "Master, uncle, to tell you the truth, Ling Xiao of the proud smiling palace is our sworn brother. Now that he's in trouble, we're going to help him." The two of them had just discussed it and decided to confess to the two elders. They believed that they would understand. Hua Xiaogui also revealed a resolute expression and said, "That's right. Master, please allow me and brother Tang to get married and help our boss." Suddenly Tai Shijun slammed the table and stood up. "How dare you? You two are spies from the proud smiling palace." Hua Xiaogui and Tang Guoda's expressions changed. Tang Guoda hurriedly explained, "Master, we are not spies. We did not sell any information from the proud smiling palace. We came from the northwest with our boss, and when we arrived in the central region, we went our separate ways. How could we be spies? Yes, Marshal Uncle, we're all sincere. When we joined the pavilion, Boss hadn't even established the Smiling Palace yet. We didn't expect Boss to develop so quickly, Hua Xiaogui also explained to the side. Humph, who knows if you two are spies that he set up first. Tai Shijun glared at the two of them and snorted. Master, if you don't believe me, you can kill us right now. Tang Guida kneeled down in front of Tai Shijun and said firmly. Hua Xiaogui followed suit and said, Yes, we have been improving rapidly under your guidance. This is all thanks to your teaching. As the saying goes, a teacher for a day, a father for a lifetime. We will never betray our master and the proud Smiling Palace. Please believe us, Master. If that's the case, then you two can stay here. You don't have to worry about the proud Smiling Palace. Feng Zheng said indifferently. Oh, Master, our boss treats me like his own brother. Without him, Xiaogui would not have been able to come to the central region and become your disciple. You can say that everything I have now is thanks to our boss. Now that he is in trouble, how can I not help him? Hua Xiaogui immediately replied. Sounds like you have guts. Do you really want to die? Feng Zheng squinted his eyes and said. Even if I die, I will not regret it. It's just that I have failed to live up to Master's expectations. Hua Xiaogui showed an unusually firm expression. Tang Guida also said firmly, Yes, Master, please punish us. Tai Shijun glanced at Feng Zheng and an inexplicable smile appeared on his old face as he said, You two bastards are really not afraid of death. Hua Xiaogui and Tang Guida's hearts went cold. They thought to themselves, Are we really going to be executed? You have been asking people to collect information about the demonic emperor's disciple, Ling Xiao, so we guess that there must be an abyss between you two. After all, you are both from the northwest. There has been no news from you all these years, so we thought that you were just friends with him. Now it seems that you have been bought over by that kid, Feng Zheng said. He paused for a moment before continuing, But that kid is really powerful. In just a short 10 years he has shocked the central region and even established a big sect. Even us two old men are a little surprised by him, not to mention that old man Han is supporting him. He is even more abnormal than the demonic emperor back then. Compared to him, you two are indeed much weaker. Alright, get up. I don't know if it is your fortune or your misfortune to have a brother like this. Master, you promised us? Hua Xiaogui and Tang Guida asked in disbelief. Just a moment ago they were about to fight and kill each other. Why did they suddenly get up? Could it be that they were just testing their minds? Tai Shijun gave a kick to Tang Gaij and said, Little brat, do you really think that we are two stubborn and unreasonable old men? Who doesn't have a few good friends in life? So what if you are brothers with that kid Ling Xiao? As long as you can inherit our legacy and carry it forward, it will be fine. Just now we were just testing what you were thinking. Fortunately, you are not traitors, otherwise I would have killed you two bastards with one palm. After listening to Tai Shijun's words, Hua Xiaogui and Tang Guida finally understood and heaved a heavy sigh of relief. They were really scared to death just now. Then Master, are we going to help boss just like that? Hua Xiaogui asked hesitantly. Then how do you want to go? Feng Zheng asked. Hua Xiaogui scratched the back of his head and smiled. Brother Tang and I are not strong enough to enter the hall. Master, aren't you afraid that we will be killed by others? Wouldn't that be a disgrace to you? That's right, other martial nephews have guardian elders, but we are your disciples. No matter what, you should at least send a dozen guardian elders to protect us. Tang Guida laughed dryly on the side. Good plan. Go help that kid Ling Xiao, don't expect us old men to send fighters for you. Tai Shijun angrily glared at his beard. Feng Zheng waved his hand and said, Alright, you two go find Elder Qian Tong. Just tell him that I asked you to go, he will know what to do. Thank you, Master. Hua Xiaogui and Tang Guida were overjoyed and quickly thanked him. The two didn't stay any longer and immediately left to find Elder Qian Tong. Senior brother, aren't you being too accommodating to them? You should have scared them a little more, but they dared to hide it from us. If the proud Smiling Palace wasn't in trouble, I'm afraid they wouldn't have told us about their relationship with that kid Ling Xiao, Tai Shijun said to Feng Zheng. Feng Zheng said, What's the use of scaring them? They found out that the old man entered the pavilion and became our disciple. I'm afraid someone already knew that we would need their help one day. I'm afraid that kid Ling Xiao has a lot of talented people by his side. Yes, if the proud Smiling Palace can really withstand the crazy attack of the Ouyang family, then the proud Smiling Palace will truly have a place in the central region. I really envy that evil emperor for finding such a disciple. We two bastards are still a level below him. Tai Shijun said. There's no lack of geniuses in this world. I originally thought that senior brother's disciple was already abnormal enough. Even the chaotic body, the strongest physique that's rarely seen in 10,000 years, was defeated by that kid Ling Xiao. It seems that senior brother has always been suppressed by the evil emperor, so there's nothing for us to be unhappy about. Let those two bastards be. I believe that their characters are still passable, and they won't betray us two old fellows. Feng Jing said. In a certain mountain range in the central region, there was a place that was completely occupied by monkeys. There were monkeys and apes all over the mountains, and no other spirit beasts could be seen living here. There was a waterfall that was several hundred meters tall, and it looked quite magnificent. It was a feast for the eyes and it made one's mood surge. In the middle of the waterfall, there was a cave that was isolated by the water. It was a completely different world. The cave should be the place where the Monkey King lived. However, the person sitting there was a tall figure that was half human and half ape. He held a golden rod in his hand, and he wore a feathered crown on his head. He wore a holy robe and he looked very majestic. He was the one who had fought with Ling Xiao before Yuan Zhantian. On his left and right were 4 tall ape kings. These 4 ape kings were like protectors, protecting his safety. Standing in front of Yuan Zhantian was a skinny and weak-looking human. He was actually a rank 8 Monkey King. Yuan Zhantian said, "Uncle Monkey, you said that Ling Xiao's proud smiling palace is under siege, and the situation is quite urgent?" The Monkey King scratched his face and smiled. "That's right. Those brats below heard some of the humans talking about it. I know that your highness still has a battle with Ling Xiao, and I believe that your highness is worried about it. That's why I'm here to tell you." Yuan Zhantian stood up, and his eyes were filled with battle intent. He slammed the golden rod on the ground and said, "Ling Xiao is my only opponent. Without my permission no one can kill him." He paused for a moment and then said, "Uncle Monkey, the 4 kings will accompany me out of the mountain." Chapter 938. In the Gu family's territory, Gu Ai, the great elder of the Gu family who had been defeated by Ling Xiao, bowed in front of a stone door. He looked very respectful. He was already a grand elder, and there were not many people who could make him so respectful. However, there was someone who was worthy of his respect behind the stone door. Boom! The stone door slowly opened, and a wave of damp air assailed their nostrils. It was obvious that this door had not been opened for a long time. The spiritual chi was not flowing and the air was muddy and heavy. An old voice came from inside. "Gu Ai, what business do you have here?" "Gu Ai is here to ask you to come out of seclusion and destroy the proud smiling palace, the enemy of our Gu family. Now the Ouyang family has mobilized all their forces to fight against them. The Ouyang family hopes that we can help them to destroy the proud smiling palace," Gu Ai said. "What kind of power is the proud smiling palace? How did they become the enemy of the Gu family? Why did the Ouyang family make such a big move? Did something big happen in the central territory while I was in seclusion for 100 years? The old voice came again. Gu Ai didn't dare to hesitate and immediately reported everything that had happened a few years ago to this old ancestor. Whoosh! A streak of purple light shot out from the cave like a rainbow. Before Gu Ai could react, a well-built old man was already standing in front of him. His eyes were flashing with purple light and they were so oppressive. His body was surrounded by electric currents, and the air around him was electrified into nothingness. Gu Ai bowed even lower. He thought to himself, "I'm afraid the old man's cultivation level has improved again. You said that our family lost more than 10 Shen sovereigns and even Lei Shi was killed by them?" The old man shouted angrily. Gu Ai's blood was boiling under the pressure of the old man's aura. He immediately replied in panic, "Yes. Yes, old man. I didn't want to disturb your cultivation, so I didn't dare to tell you. Now that the Ouyang family has mobilized, it is the best time for us to take revenge." I didn't expect that in just 100 years, the Gu family would be bullied to this extent. The old man gritted his teeth. Then he glared at Gu Ai and said, "Summon all the elders above the Shen sovereign level. Let's go and see how powerful the proud smiling palace is." Gu Ai was overjoyed and immediately replied, "Yes, ancestor." A middle-aged woman sat in the main hall of the Black Demon sect. She held a skeleton walking stick in her hand. This middle-aged woman's appearance was extraordinary, and her figure was even more alluring. She wore a black dress with a sleeveless chest, like a charming black rose. She gave off a prickly feeling and anyone who touched her would immediately get hurt. She was actually at the mid-rank of the Saint realm. Such a cultivation was truly terrifying. Moreover, she was sitting at the head of the door, but no one dared to make a sound or complain. Only the higher-ups in the sect knew her true identity. She was the sect leader's wife, Mei Sha. She had always been living in seclusion behind the scenes, giving advice and suggestions to the Black Devil. She rarely showed her face. The Black Devil had not returned for more than 100 years. Mei Sha rarely paid attention to the affairs of the sect, leaving them to the disciples of the Black Devil to handle. Now that the Ouyang family had come to join forces with the Black Demon sect to destroy the proud Smiling Palace, no one else dared to make a decision. They could only ask the sect leader's wife to come out and make the decision. "Madam, when will the sect leader return?" A stooped old man asked Mei Sha in the main hall. This question was obviously the answer that everyone present wanted to know. Everyone's expressions became expectant. Mei Sha glanced at the old man and said, "The sect leader is looking for an opportunity to break through, so it will be difficult for him to return in a short period of time. Don't expect him to rush back now. If there's anything, just tell me." As soon as she finished speaking, her mid-rank saint's strength burst forth, causing the atmosphere in the main hall to become suffocating. No one knew the true strength of this madam. Now that they truly felt the terror of this power, they were all surprised and happy. The old man's expression became respectful as he said, "Madam, please don't be angry. We've been in conflict with the Laughing Palace for the past few years, but we haven't destroyed them yet. People think that we're afraid of the Laughing Palace, and that we don't deserve our current status. We wanted to wait for the sect master to return, and then ask him to decide whether or not to destroy the Laughing Palace. But now we don't know why the Laughing Palace has offended the Ouyang family. The Ouyang family has sent their whole family here to take revenge. They've sent someone to tell us that they want us to join them in dealing with the Laughing Palace. Is it the proud Smiling Palace that killed 2 of my disciples and left 2 elders and the Black Demon Bull behind?" Mei Sha's eyes flashed with a cold, killing intent as she asked. "That's right," the old man replied. "Good. Since someone has come out first, why can't we add some fuel to the fire?" Mei Sha's eyes flashed with determination. She then said, "I will personally take command. I will immediately summon the supreme elders of the sect to destroy the proud Smiling Palace." The place where the Heaven-Slaying organization was located had already been moved from the underground to the open, openly setting up a killing base. The reason why they did this was because they had no other choice. All the branches that had been well hidden had been destroyed. They knew that it was the proud Smiling Palace's doing, but they couldn't do anything about it. They could only openly solicit business and change the locations of their branches. They also secretly attacked the proud Smiling Palace's subsidiary forces. Now that the Ouyang family had offered them a large sum of money to kill the proud Smiling Palace, they immediately accepted the deal. They even gave the Ouyang family a discount because they were enemies that the Shatian organization wanted to destroy. In the Heaven-Slaying organization's headquarters, the Heaven-Slaying Palace Lord, who was wearing a sinister mask, had already gathered all the Gold Slayer Great Assassins. There were more than 30 of them, and all of them were above the Mystic the Arch tier. "Everyone follow me. We swear to destroy the proud Smiling Palace," Shatian ordered. All the assassins shouted in unison, "We swear to destroy the proud Smiling Palace. We swear to destroy the proud Smiling Palace." The 3 great forces had sent out their strongest forces to attack the proud Smiling Palace from different directions. "Have you heard? The Ouyang family is going to fight the proud Smiling Palace. It's not just the Ouyang family. I heard that the Gu family, the Black Demon sect, and the Shatian organization have also sent out a large number of experts to attack the proud Smiling Palace. The situation is not looking good for the proud Smiling Palace." "That's true, but the proud Smiling Palace has the help of the Feng family and the Dongfang family. They might not be destroyed. It's possible that both sides will suffer. Let's kill the others. Let's go and have a look. Maybe we can get something out of it." "Do you want to die? Any one of them can kill us. Let's just wait for the result." The Ouyang family's attack on the proud Smiling Palace had caused a huge uproar in the central region. All the warriors were paying attention to this fierce battle. In the territory of the proud Smiling Palace, there was a 5th-grade force called the 3 Tribes Gang. The Ouyang family's army had already arrived. There were more than 30,000 people and 30,000 mounts. It was a mighty scene. "Chief, the Ouyang family's army is 10 miles away from our village. They will arrive in less than a quarter of an hour." A disciple of the 3 Tribes Gang hurriedly ran into the hall and reported. There were many celestial masters sitting in the hall. 3 of them were sitting in the center of the hall. These 3 people had the strength of a low-level Shen Emperor. All of them had the strength of a bear's waist and a tiger's back. They looked especially powerful. The third chief on the left panicked and said, "Chief, if we don't leave now, it won't be too late." The second chief on the right also said, "Yes, as long as there's life, there's hope. Let's find another place to camp." The people in the hall all agreed with what the two fort masters said. In the face of the Ouyang family's mighty power, they could not even think of resisting. If they stayed, they would die. The expression of the bandit chief who was sitting in the middle kept changing. He appeared to be hesitant. They had surrendered to the proud smiling palace because they were pressured by the power of the proud smiling palace. However, when the three chiefs paid tribute to the proud smiling palace, they received 3 supreme-grade Xian Emperor elixirs, which allowed them to break through from half-step emperors to Xian emperors. This made them very grateful to the proud smiling palace. At the same time, they were willing to be loyal to the proud smiling palace and would not betray it. However, with the power of the proud smiling palace in front of them, how could they fight against the enemy with their small number of people? The head bandit was originally a roving bandit, but all of them specialized in robbing the rich to help the poor. None of them had done too many atrocious things. They were very loyal and responsible people. Otherwise, they wouldn't have gathered so many brothers and established a 5th-rank sect. Moreover, they wouldn't have been recognized by the proud smiling palace. Making him run away at the last minute really made him feel very uncomfortable. He stood up and looked around at the people in the hall. These were all good brothers who had followed him for many years. They had all gone through countless trials of life and death in exchange for friendship. He sighed faintly and said, "Brothers, now that we are facing a great enemy, the 3 bandits' gang is outnumbered. This is a fact that cannot be changed. However, we have already surrendered to the proud smiling palace. As the leader, I cannot betray you. So, if any brother wants to leave now, I will not blame him. I, Yusho, would rather die in battle to protect this pass." As the chief spoke, he exuded a sense of righteousness. His whole aura was like a sword that had been unsheathed, becoming sharper and more pressing. The people in the hall were all affected by his righteous manner. They were all people who paid attention to loyalty. What they paid the most attention to was this kind of person who could throw away his life for the sake of loyalty. "I am willing to stay with the leader. Even if I die, I want to die with a bang." Someone took the lead and said, "I am also willing to stay with the leader. At worst, I will be a famous man in 18 years. *CK them. Why should I be afraid of death? I will stay too." Following the bandit chief's words, most of the people in the hall chose to stay. The chief said passionately, "Good? As expected of our good brothers. Today we will kill to our heart's content. If we kill 1, we will break even, and if we kill 2, we will gain." Just when the people from the 3 bandits' gang were about to go out to face the enemy, a subordinate ran in and said, "Report. The people from the headquarters have arrived." Chapter 939. The Smiling Palace had long since built a transmission formation between them and the 3 village gang. This was a channel that all the major forces of power and their affiliated forces had to have. When the Ouyang family destroyed Liangguan City, the proud Smiling Palace immediately gathered their men and came to intercept the Ouyang family's army. They wanted to fight to the death in the 3 village gangs' territory. When all the higher-ups of the 3 village gang heard that the proud Smiling Palace's army had come to their aid, all of them were shocked. At the very least, the proud Smiling Palace did not disregard their lives. The head bandit master led a group of people to welcome the people from the proud Smiling Palace. There were nearly 20,000 people from the proud Smiling Palace. 10,000 of them were from the proud Smiling Palace, and another 10,000 were from the other affiliated forces. Most of these people were at the Earth Sovereign Realm, and there were only 6,000 to 7,000 celestial venerables. The mystic the Arch had 40 to 50 people, and there were only 3 martial saints, Han Kai, Mad Tooth, and Granny Netherwind. "You are sect leader Yusho?" Yi Yunfeng held a golden spear in his hand and sat on a rank 6 dipper yellow lion, looking majestically at the leader of the bandits. "Yes, I am. Greetings, elders." Chief Yusho bowed to the group of powerful people in front of him. Everyone behind him also bowed and greeted him. Yi Yunfeng brought Yusho in front of Feng Xianyun and introduced him. "Madam, this is the leader of the 3 stockade clans, Yusho." Yusho revealed a surprised expression as he looked at the beautiful woman in front of him. He hurriedly saluted and said, "Yusho greets Madam. The 3 stockade gang is willing to listen to Madam's orders." Yusho did not understand why Palace Master Ling Xiao did not appear in such a huge battle. Why did he send his wife? Although he had doubts in his heart, he did not dare to ask. Good, since you guys can still defend here and not retreat after we destroy the Ouyang family's army, we will definitely ask the palace mistress for the merit. Now, gather everyone in the gang and prepare to face the enemy. Feng Xianyun did not waste any time and immediately ordered. Thank you very much, madam. We, the 3 Stockade Gang, pledge our lives to serve the main palace, Yusho replied in a sonorous voice. All right, prepare for battle immediately. As Feng Xianyun gave her order, a pair of mother and son swords appeared in her hands. She took the lead and dashed towards the Ouyang family. The protective spirit beasts of the 20,000 cultivators roared in unison, and their earth-shattering auras were particularly frightening. Milady, the dark wind old woman will stay by your side. You and the advisor will guard the rear, Mad Tooth said to Feng Xianyun. There's no need for that. If my husband was here, he would be the first to charge and break through the enemy lines. How could I weaken his reputation? Feng Xianyun refused. You can't say that. If anything happens to the madam, it'll affect the army's morale. It'll be extremely disadvantageous to us, so just leave the vanguard to us, Mad Tooth said. The savage leopard also said, That's right. Madam, you just need to hold the line at the back. We will definitely be able to kill the Ouyang family. Shen Yao said, Yes. Elder Han and Elder Feng will be the first to fight. You have to keep the saint-level cultivators busy. If you two can win, we will win. If you lose, it will be very bad for the Smiling Palace. Haha, don't worry, with my friends here, they can definitely hold off the Ouyang family's saint. Han Kai, who had not spoken until now, laughed. There were 5 people following Han Kai, all of whom were unfamiliar faces. No one knew where they came from, only that they claimed to be old friends of old Han who had come to help the Smiling Palace. These 5 people were all elderly, 4 men and 1 woman, and their attitude towards Han Kai was extremely respectful, but towards the others they were extremely indifferent. Only Mad Tooth could sense their strength. Surprisingly, there was a mid-level saint, a low-level saint, and 3 half-saints. With such a strong force of support, Han Kai was able to remain so calm. Han Kai had become an alchemist saint thousands of years ago. His status was not just for show. There were many people who wanted to pursue him, but he had always been dismissive of them. Of course, there was no lack of friends who had become friends with him. These people had all received his kindness. Now that the Smiling Palace was in trouble, Han Kai had formed a great relationship with the Smiling Palace. As the saying goes, they were bound together for good or ill, so he had no choice but to find some of his friends to help. Due to the lack of time, he could only find the strongest of his friends. He didn't have time to find the others. Thank you, seniors. Feng Xianyun didn't insist and cupped her fists to Han Kai's friends. They just nodded and didn't say anything. Alright, this is enough. Everyone get into formation and wait. Shen Yao stopped everyone when they arrived at the edge of a barren mountain. This was a barren mountain with no signs of human habitation. It was the most suitable place for a battle. Han Kai, his friends, and Mad Tooth stood at the forefront. The Shen Emperor stood in the second line. The Heavenly Venerables and Earth Sovereigns stood at the back. Han Kai had also summoned his protective spirit beast. It was an 8th order high-grade flaming cloud rock. Its huge flaming wings fluttered and released bursts of intense flames, preventing people from getting close. His friends had also summoned 3 8th order spirit beasts and 2 7th order peak spirit beasts. They were all attack-type spirit beasts and their auras were extremely strong. Mad Tooth's was a 8th order mid-grade 4-horned demon bull. Its body was surrounded by dark clouds and its body was as strong as a mountain. Presently, the proud Smile Palace had 4 saints and 4 half-saints on its side, so it was absolutely capable of resisting the saints of the Ouyang clan. However, it might not be enough. The Black Demon sect was very close to this place. They would definitely arrive first and that would be the most dangerous moment. Therefore, this battle had to be finished quickly and not give the saints of the Ouyang clan too many chances. The Ouyang clan's army was not far from the proud Smiling Palace's army. They could have rushed over to kill the enemy immediately. However, they suddenly stopped and didn't go over immediately. Master Shao, why don't we go over now? Ouyang Zhen looked at the old man beside him in confusion. This old man was an old monster of the Ouyang clan who had lived for nearly 20,000 years. He had 1 foot in the coffin and was a high-grade saint. His name was Ouyang Shao. They have more saints than we do. If we go over now, we will definitely lose. Ouyang Zhao's eyes shone brightly. The 2 teams were not far from each other. With Ouyang Zhao's senses, it was not difficult for him to sense the number of saints. How is this possible? Is the proud smiling palace really that strong? Oyangjin cried out. They had 3 saints and 4 half-saints. This was the strongest force in the Ouyang clan, but they couldn't compare to the number of saints of the proud smiling palace. This was unbelievable. Don't worry, they only have 1 more saint than us, but they have 2 mid-level saints and Han Kai, who's a peak saint. On the surface, we seem to be slightly inferior to them, but they won't dare to act rashly, Ouyang Xiao said. He paused for a moment before continuing, more saints are coming. I hope there are reinforcements so we can kill them faster. As expected, as soon as he finished speaking, 2 people rushed in their direction. These 2 people were extremely fast. In just a few blinks of an eye, they had arrived from tens of thousands of miles away. Ouyang Zheng, didn't you say you were going to fight to the death with the proud laughing palace? Why are you still standing here? Could it be that you want to escape? One of the 2 men spoke to Ouyang Zheng as soon as they stood still. When Ouyang Zheng saw who it was, he was overjoyed. Brother Gu, I haven't seen you for hundreds of years. Your strength has improved so much. Congratulations. The 2 people who had come were not from the Black Demon sect. They were 2 saints from the Gu clan. One was Gu Lei, a mid-grade saint, and the other was Gu Mo, a low-grade saint. The 2 left the Gu clan's team and came to help the Ouyang clan's saints. Cut the crap. I've only been in seclusion for 100 years. I didn't expect the central region to change so much. The new forces are so arrogant. The Gu clan has lost face. If I don't save the face of the proud smiling palace, it would be inexcusable. What kind of grudge does the Ouyang clan have against the proud smiling palace? Gu Lei said. Brother Gu, my brother and 3rd brother have been killed by that little bastard from the proud smiling palace, Ouyang Zhen said angrily. What? You said that brother Xing and brother Hua were both killed? Gu Lei was shocked. He knew the strength of Ouyang Xing and Ouyang Hua. 2 saints had been killed. How strong must one be to do that? That little bastard's strength isn't very strong, but he has a very terrifying drum. He forcefully killed my elder brother and 3rd brother. I suspect that it's a legendary divine weapon. Ouyang Zhen told the truth. Divine? Divine weapon? Gu Lei and Gu Mo exclaimed in shock. That's right. So if we want to destroy the proud smiling palace, we must first take that kid's divine weapon and stall that old bastard Han Kai. Then we will win. Ouyang Zhen said. Gu Lei glanced at Ouyang Xiao, who was standing next to Ouyang Zhen, and thought to himself, could this be the Ouyang family's old geezer? With him stalling Han Kai, it would be best if both sides suffered heavy losses. If that happens, I might be able to seize that divine artifact. Gu Lei immediately made up his mind and said with a smile, since you already have a plan, we will help you take down the proud smiling palace. But that little bastard took our golden dragon spear. We must return it to its rightful owner. Ouyang Zhen immediately nodded and said, Brother Lei is right. The golden dragon spear belongs to the Gu clan. That's good. Then let's go. I believe the people of the proud smiling palace can't wait any longer. Gu Lei said. Ouyang Zhen looked at Ouyang Xiao and saw him nodding. He immediately said, good. Today we will destroy the proud smiling palace. We will let them know that they can't provoke us, the old forces. As soon as he finished speaking, the saints immediately flew towards the army of the proud smiling palace. The other people of the Ouyang clan also flew over on all kinds of spirit beasts. A terrifying aura filled the air, and a great battle was about to break out in the next moment. Chapter 940. They're here. Everyone be on guard. Han Kai said faintly. As soon as his voice fell, everyone immediately entered a combat-ready state and stared in the same direction. The first to appear in front of the proud smiling palace's people were the 3 saints of the Ouyang family and the 2 saints of the Gu family. Saint Master Han, how have you been? Ouyang Xiao asked Han Kai with his hands behind his back. Han Kai looked at Ouyang Xiao and raised his eyebrows. Ouyang Xiao, you're not dead? Ouyang Xiao was rumored to have died long ago, but now he had appeared here, which surprised Han Kai. Haha, yes, this old man should have died, but I was worried about some juniors, so I barely managed to hold on until now. I thought I could pass away peacefully, but someone still disturbed my dreams. Someone actually dared to bully our Ouyang family, so I had no choice but to crawl out and take revenge for them, Ouyang Xiao said with a smile. He then continued, Saint Master Han, why aren't you staying in the medicine capital? Why are you messing around with juniors? Why don't you step down for now? The Ouyang family won't bother with you, lest we hurt our 10,000 years of friendship. What do you think? Han Kai was a peak saint and was one of the most powerful people in the central region. Without his help, the haughty laughing palace would collapse on its own. Han Kai smiled. I, Han Kai, have come here today. Do you think there's any reason for me to retreat? He paused for a moment before continuing. I don't know how my junior brother Ling Xiao offended the Ouyang family, but I can apologize on his behalf. If possible, I'm willing to give you 5 8th-grade pills to resolve the grievances between our two families. As the saying goes, it's better to squash enmity than keep it alive. What do you think? 5 8th-grade medicinal pills were extremely tempting, and the eyes of any saint would go red with envy at the sight of such pills. Before Ouyang Xiao could speak, Ouyang Zhen, who was next to him, shouted, Saint Master Chao, my 2 brothers' lives are not worth 5 8th-grade pills. Hurry up and tell that little bastard Ling Xiao to come out and die. Bastard. You dare insult our palace master? Don't think we're afraid of you. Mad Tooth shouted. The Ouyang clan is here to destroy the proud smiling palace. Saint Master Han, you'd better leave now. Otherwise, don't blame us for being impolite. Ouyang Zhen said with a murderous look. Han Kai did not answer. Instead, his gaze fell on Gu Lei and he asked, Your Gu family also wants to get involved in this mess? Gu Lei's body was shrouded in purple qi as he met Han Kai's gaze and said, I want to retrieve our lost golden dragon spear for our juniors. His words had already made his position clear. It seems that there is nothing more to say. Then let's fight. Han Kai's anger instantly burst forth as he shouted. Then let me experience the brilliance of sacred teacher Han's fire control technique. Just as Han Kai was about to make a move, Ouyang Xiao took the initiative to attack him. A ray of blue light pierced Han Kai's chest like the sharpest killing weapon. Han Kai waved his hand and directly shattered the blue light. Then he shouted, If you have the guts, go to outer space and fight me. After saying that, he flew up into the sky. Just what I wanted. Ouyang Xiao was still not afraid. He turned into a shadow and chased after him. The other saints and 8th-grade spirit beasts also flew up into the sky at the same time. Rumble. In an instant, a series of deafening battle cries began. Han Kai fought against Ouyang Xiao and a low-level saint from the Ouyang clan. Mad Tooth fought against Ouyang Zhen. Han Kai's mid-level saint friend Mo Lin fought against Gu Lei. The other low-level saints fought against the low-level saints, and the half-saints stayed behind to hold the line. Between the saints, the sky and the earth changed color, and the space energy kept collapsing. If it weren't for the fact that they were already tens of thousands of meters above the ground, everything in the vicinity would have been destroyed, and everyone would have been killed by the shockwaves. While the saints were fighting, the Ouyang clan army had already arrived in front of the proud smiling palace army. One of the half-saints from the Ouyang clan shouted, Everyone fight! Kill them all! Feng Xianyun, who was sitting at the back of the proud smiling palace army, shouted, Kill them! Don't let a single one of them go. As soon as the 2 orders were given, the 2 sides immediately started fighting. Waves of elemental attacks began to bombard the area, and colorful energy began to shine like fireworks. War was cruel and merciless. The first wave of attacks immediately killed many people. The half-saints and emperor stage cultivators rushed to the front line to kill the enemies. Feng Xianyun was quite anxious when she saw that there were 4 half-saints on the other side, but there were only 2 half-saints fighting on the other side. She immediately said to Granny Netherwind, Go help them. Granny Netherwind hesitated for a moment and replied, My mission is to protect Madam. Go when I tell you to. Don't worry about me. Feng Xianyun shouted. Granny Netherwind hesitated for a moment and nodded. She turned into a gust of wind and flew to the front of the battlefield. Damn it, I want to kill the enemies too. Feng Xianyun held the mother and son swords in her hands and immediately rushed to the battlefield. However, she now knew that she had to look at the overall situation and could not act rashly. Sister Yun, don't worry, we will definitely win. Luo Meng, who was beside Feng Xianyun, said. Other than Feng Xianyun, Ling Zhao's women, Luo Meng, Ji Beixin, Wei Dai, and Dongfang Jing had all come. The weaker ones were forced to stay in the palace by Feng Xianyun. Ji Beixin, Wei Dai, and Dongfang Jing all rushed to the front, while Luo Meng and Feng Xianyun stayed behind. After saying that, Luo Meng said to the man who was carrying a turtle shell on his back, Dragon Turtle, it's your turn to attack. Kill all those people. Just as the man was about to attack, Xianyao stopped him. No, he must stay behind to protect your safety, because the people from the Black Demon sect and Sha Tian's organization will definitely appear at any time. Then what should we do? The other side has another half-saint, our situation is not good. Luo Meng said anxiously. Don't you still have me? Xian Yao revealed a calm smile and said lightly, "You." Feng Xianyun and Luo Meng looked at Xian Yao with a puzzled expression. They were both at the Emperor Xian's strength, so they could tell at a glance that Xian Yao was only a high-level heavenly venerable. What could he do to stop a half-saint? Xian Yao did not explain. A scroll appeared in his hand, and he muttered something, as if he was chanting some kind of incantation. Then he bit his finger and a drop of blood fell on the scroll. "Soldiers, listen up, help me kill the enemy." The 100 heavenly venerables behind Xian Yao shouted in unison, "Yes, military advisor." Following the order, Xian Yao also threw the ancient scroll in his hand upwards. Swoosh! A white light bloomed in an instant like a dazzling light. No one dared to look directly at it. When the white light dimmed slightly, one could clearly see that it was a square diagram with mysterious patterns drawn on it. It was constantly floating and rotating in the air, looking extremely magical. "Give me strength." Xian Yao gave another order. He waved his finger at the diagram as if he was commanding it. Following the movement of Xian Yao's finger, the diagram flew forward at a rapid speed. At the same time, the 100 heavenly venerables behind Xian Yao quickly lined up in a straight line, one connected to the other, with the one behind pressing against the back of the person in front to transfer spirit energy. Xian Yao stood at the forefront, receiving the power of the 100 heavenly venerables behind him. Xian Yao was only a high-level heavenly venerable, so how could he receive the power of 100 heavenly venerables at once? He was merely using a special mysterious technique to temporarily guide the power of the 100 heavenly venerables for his own use. Boundless radiance. Xian Yao yelled and waved his arms continuously after receiving a huge boost in power. Suddenly, the diagram that was flying forward shot out beams of dazzling white light again, which turned into thousands of sharp blades that shot towards the people of the Ouyang family. Swoosh swoosh. Ah! As the white blades shot down, many people of the Ouyang family were caught off guard, and the white light pierced through their bodies, killing them on the spot. Looking at this scene, Feng Xianyun and Luo Meng revealed a look of disbelief. They did not expect that the military advisor, who had always been known for his wisdom, would be so unpredictable. They could clearly feel that the power from the diagram was definitely stronger than any of the mystic thearchs. Could it be that he claimed to be comparable to a half-sage? Damn it, what is that thing? Everyone destroy it first. One of the Ouyang family's mystic thearch looked at the diagram and shouted. He took the lead and slashed at the diagram. However, before he could get close to the diagram shot out another dazzling light, and most of the energy that shot out hit the mystic thearch. The Ouyang family's mystic thearch faced the white light, and his huge saber slashed out with the most terrifying attack, attempting to block the white light attack. However, when his saber force struck the white light, he realized that he had overestimated his own power and underestimated the diagram's power. The white light broke through his saber force and drowned him. He didn't even have the time to scream before he died, not even ashes were left of him. Although the people on the battlefield were fighting with all their might, many people saw this scene and were instantly dumbfounded. Damn it, that is a diagram. Everyone be careful not to get hit by it. One of the Ouyang family's martial artists shouted. On the proud smiling palace's side, Cruel Leopard cut his mystic thearch tier opponent in half with a murderous aura. At the same time he shouted, "Kill them. The proud smiling palace will win." As the diagram killed the enemy, Cruel Leopard shouted again. The people of the proud smiling palace shouted in unison, "The proud smiling palace will win. The proud smiling palace will win." Although the proud smiling palace's side did not have many people, their energy warriors were greatly shaken. On the other hand, the Ouyang family's people had been on a long journey, and their mental state was not at its best. In a short time, they were actually attacked by the proud smiling palace's people. They could not rely on their advantage in numbers to kill the proud smiling palace's people. One of the Ouyang family's half-sage knew how powerful the diagram was, so he gave up on killing the enemy and attacked the diagram. The diagram seemed to have eyes and it automatically dodged the attack. However, the half-sage's speed was too fast, and in a few leaps he had caught up with it. "No matter what you are, break for me." The half-sage was using a half-sage weapon and he smashed it at the diagram. Chapter 941. Since you didn't come, explode. Xian Yao's face was pale, but he had a smug look on his face as he shouted. When the spear smashed against the formation diagram was the first to explode. Boom. The formation had an 8th grade spirit pill attached to it, and Xian Yao's power was controlling the explosion. How could the half-step sage dodge it? He was blown to pieces by the formation. When the formation exploded, Xianyao couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of blood and immediately cut off the connection with the 100 heavenly venerables behind him. The 100 heavenly venerables fell to the ground as if they had lost all their strength. Military advisor. Feng Xianyun and Luo Meng cried out in concern. I'm fine. Xianyao responded and quickly took out a spirit pill to swallow. The other heavenly venerables also took out a spirit pill and swallowed it. Alright, now that the number of peerless experts is equal, let's see who can last until the end. Xianyao struggled to stand up and said. He then turned to the 100 people and said, get into formation and kill the enemy immediately. The 100 heavenly venerables had just regained their breath and immediately answered, yes, military advisor. Then they formed a strange formation and rushed forward. At the same time they launched elemental attacks into the distance. These attacks came wave after wave, continuous and powerful. Xianyao usually didn't forget to train a group of martial artists to practice formation attacks when he was in the palace. Some martial artists could achieve the effect of enhancing the lethality of their attacks by coordinating with the array formation. They could also effectively conserve spiritual energy and achieve the best attack mode. The 100 heavenly venerables that Xianyao trained might have different levels of strength, but when they got into formation together, their defense and attack were quite terrifying. Ordinary mystic thearchs would find it hard to block their attacks. They were like a sharp blade, mercilessly attacking the Ouyang family's hinterland. Although the Ouyang family had a lot of people, most of them fought for themselves and didn't have a unified fighting mode. It was difficult to compare to the formation of the 100 heavenly venerables. Wherever these 100 heavenly venerates passed, 300 martialists of the Ouyang family were killed. Blood splattered incessantly and broken limbs fell from time to time. The battle was unusually fierce and cruel. This was a war between great forces, a great battle that was rarely seen in 1,000 years. More than half a day had passed, but the saints in the sky had yet to decide the victor, while the two forces below had both suffered heavy losses. At this time a group of people rushed over from not far away. The leader was Gu Ai of the Gu clan, and there were hundreds of people following behind him. There were more than 20 mystic thearchs and the rest were heavenly venerables. Gu Ai looked at the intense scene and couldn't help but exclaim, looks like we're not too late. After pausing for a while he shouted, kill the people of the Laughing Palace. Help our friends from the Ouyang clan. Not good, the people of the Gu family are here, we must fight. Feng Xianyun frowned and shouted. Xianyao hesitated for a moment before saying, Madam, don't worry. I'm afraid we won't be able to help much if we go up now. I think we'll have reinforcements soon. How long do we have to wait? I'm afraid that the people of the Black Demon Sect or Sha Tian will arrive before our reinforcements arrive. Feng Xianyun didn't listen to his advice. So, she rushed forward with the mother-child swords in her hands. The people who had been protecting Feng Xianyun immediately followed. Sister, I'll go with you. Kill the dragon turtle. Luo Meng couldn't hold back anymore and shouted. Her mid-level mystic Thearch aura exploded as she met the people of the Gu family. Feng Xianyun had the strength of a low-level mystic Thearch, but her power was comparable to that of a mid-level mystic Thearch. The power of the Gu Emperor's world spread out, and countless Gu kings surged in all directions. This was the power of an emperor's world. Even a high-level mystic Thearch had to be careful when facing it. A mystic Thearch of the Gu family who had just approached her didn't last more than 5 rounds before he was killed by thousands of Gu kings. What a powerful world power. Let this old man fight you. Gu Ai frowned and shouted. Then he rushed towards Feng Xianyun. Don't you dare hurt my sister. Dragon Turtle, protect her. Luo Meng rushed over and shouted. At this moment, within 1,000 meters around her, waves started to swirl. Tornadoes started to blow and engulfed the people of the Gu family like a tsunami. The Dragon Turtle was Luo Meng's protective spirit beast. Most people would guess that it was a Tier 8 spirit beast. However, no one knew which stage of Tier 8 it was at. Only Luo Meng knew that it was already a Tier 8 high-grade spirit beast. Back then, it had boldly entered the dragons' world and obtained a lot of opportunities. That was why it could reach this stage so quickly. When the Dragon Turtle heard Luo Meng's words, it immediately skimmed towards Gu Ai. Its speed was like a light breeze, so fast that no one could react. The Dragon Turtle immediately barged into the 2 mystic Thearchs' world power. Those energies kept on attacking its body, but it didn't feel anything. It treated those energies as if they didn't exist. It raised its hand and punched at Gu Ai. It was a simple punch and nothing special could be seen. However, such a simple punch landed directly in front of Gu Ai's face. No. Gu Ai watched as the punch landed in front of him. However, his body didn't seem to listen to his commands and allowed the punch to land on his face. Bang. It wasn't that his body didn't listen to his commands. Instead, the punch was too fast and he only managed to catch the moment the punch force arrived. His head was like a watermelon falling onto the ground and instantly exploded. His brain and blood splattered everywhere. It was a disgusting and hideous sight. A peak stage mystic Thearch's head exploded in just one move. This shocked the surrounding Gu family members. Bastard. Buddy attack. A half-step saint from the Gu clan cried out and commanded his rank 8 tiger spirit beast to attack the dragon turtle. The dragon turtle turned to look at the tier 8 spirit beast. 2 threatening rays of light shot out from its eyes. With just one glance, the 8th rank spiritual tiger spirit beast instantly stopped in its tracks. Its fur stood on end and it looked extremely panicked, as if it had seen something even more terrifying. That's right. It was a spirit beast and could tell the dragon turtle's true identity with one look. It also sensed that the dragon turtle was much stronger than it was. The strong killing intent made it tremble. It felt as if it had seen an evil dragon pouncing on it, causing it to lose the courage to resist. The dragon turtle flashed again and threw a punch. The space was broken by it and it directly landed on the tier 8 spirit beast. The tier 8 spirit beast didn't have time to escape either. Its huge body was pierced through and a bloody hole appeared. The tiger body was sent flying and it even knocked over a dozen Gu clan's heavenly venerables to death. It was obvious how terrifying the dragon turtle's punch was. The Gu clan's half-sage was terrified. He didn't think twice and immediately turned to run. He didn't even care about the safety of his clansmen. What a joke. The dragon turtle was a monster that could kill an 8th rank spirit beast with one punch. His strength as a half-sage was nothing in the dragon turtle's eyes. How could the dragon turtle let him escape? A strong murderous intent surged in his heart as he caught up to the half-step saint and kicked him, breaking his waist. An ear-piercing "kacha" sound was heard as a pillar of blood splattered out. The half-sage was also stomped to death without being able to fight back. The dragon turtle couldn't help but let out a long roar. It didn't sound like a turtle's roar. Instead, it was as terrifying as a dragon's roar. The Gu clan's people in front of it immediately fell from the sky. The dragon turtle was extremely excited. It rushed into the Gu clan's people like a bloodthirsty demon and threw punches. The Gu clan's people didn't even have the chance to react before they exploded and died on the spot. The Gu clan had only sent a few hundred people this time. They were all elites of the Gu clan. However, they didn't even have the chance to fight back before they were killed. It was really sad. In the distant space, several figures were watching. Madam, if you don't make a move, the Gu clan's people will definitely be killed. When that happens, it will be the Ouyang clan's turn, an old man said to the black-robed woman beside him. This group of people were the peerless experts of the Black Demon sect. The one leading them was the Black Demon's wife, Mei Sha. There were 4 saints beside her. One of them was actually a high-level saint like Ouyang Shao. Moreover, his body was emitting a strong aura of death. He was an old monster with 1 foot in the coffin. His name was Thousand Viper and he was a top 8th level poison master. 10,000 years ago, he was once a street rat that all the major forces wanted to kill. No one knew how the Black Demon sect pulled him into their camp. The person who spoke just now was a middle-level saint like Mei Sha. His name was Ming Lang. He was an evil expert that the Black Demon sect recruited after they took over the Black Demon sect. He was the senior brother of Zhang Kuang who was killed by Feng Qingyuan. The other 2 had the strength of a low-level saint. Sacred Master, let your poisonous snake deal with the dragon turtle. Don't worry about the others for now. Let's kill as many of their people as possible. When the time comes, we'll launch a large-scale attack. Perhaps it'll be even better if we can exterminate both sides. Mei Sha said with a cold expression. Haha, madam, good plan. Thank you, Saint Master. Ming Lang laughed. The Thousand Viper smiled sinisterly and summoned his protective spirit beast. It was a huge black snake with a triangular head. The snake's tongue was constantly swallowing. It carried a corrosive stench that made people have no choice but to stay far away. Baby, there's a feast ahead. Go and eat to your heart's content. Thousand Viper patted the body of the black snake and said. The black snake spat out a mouthful of poisonous breath. With a sway of its body, it flew toward the battlefield ahead. Before it reached the battlefield, it spat out a huge venomous snake. Nearly 100 people in front of it were immediately corroded to death by the poisonous gas. Everyone noticed this venomous snake that suddenly attacked. None of them knew whether it was friend or foe. They saw that no matter which side it was, it would devour and kill them with poison. It was an exceptionally terrifying sight. Many people chose a path to escape. Of course, the venomous snake's main target was still the dragon turtle. "Stinky worm, you dare to act fierce in front of me? I will tear your snakeskin apart, dig out your gallbladder and eat it." The dragon turtle revealed a wild expression and shouted. Chapter 942. The dragon turtle accidentally trespassed into the forbidden area in the dragon palace and was punished by Gui Qingxiang for thousands of years. This punishment was considered light. If it wasn't for the old dragon king, the dragon turtle would have been killed. The dragon turtle swallowed the source of an evil dragon. If it was just a dragon seed, it wouldn't be a big deal. Unfortunately, the power of the source was the purest evil and bloodthirsty power. It turned the originally gentle dragon turtle into a bloodthirsty spirit beast and killed many members of the dragon palace. That was why it was suppressed. After Ling Xiao and Luo Meng appeared, Gui Qingxiang thought of a way to free the dragon turtle. After he signed a master-servant contract with a human, he would be commanded by the human. No matter how powerful the evil source was, it wouldn't burst out freely because his consciousness was already controlled by the human. This meant that Luo Meng could completely command him. It didn't matter if he killed the enemy fiercely as long as he didn't hurt the people on her side. Now his evil and murderous nature wouldn't hurt anyone. If used well, he would be a powerful killing beast. However, the poisonous snake that was attacking was no ordinary spirit beast. It was a Tier 8 spirit beast and had the power to fight with the dragon turtle. The battle between two Tier 8 spirit beasts was too terrifying. Everyone who was fighting had to hide far away for fear of getting involved. Luo Meng could only order the dragon turtle to bring the poisonous snake to a higher place to kill it so that her people wouldn't get hurt. The dragon turtle brought the poisonous snake to the 9 heavens. The hundreds of Gu clan's elites were almost wiped out. For the time being, the battle between the Ouyang clan and the proud Smiling Palace returned to the previous situation. The Ouyang clan had the advantage in numbers, but this advantage was slowly shrinking. That was because the proud Smiling Palace had many brave and skillful martial experts. The mystic the Arch had a few more than the Ouyang clan. With the help of Xian Yao's 100 heavenly venerables, the proud Smiling Palace had turned the tables. While the Ouyang clan suffered heavy casualties, the proud Smiling Palace also lost a lot of manpower. This place was already filled with rivers of blood, screams and broken limbs. This was the cruel clash between the major forces. There was no mercy to speak of. In this place, one could only use all their trump cards to kill the enemy. The proud Smiling Palace had a lot of powerful warriors, but the Ouyang clan also had super experts. As the peak stage mystic the Arch of the Ouyang clan, Ouyang Zhan was known as the genius who had the highest chance of succeeding their old ancestors' position. Now that he was only 1,000 years old, it was already very valiant for him to reach this realm. Jiang Yi was fighting Zhu Xiu and Gung Hong, 2 high-level mystic thearchs, and was not at a disadvantage. In fact, he even had the upper hand. Jiang Yi was afraid that he would be able to win soon. In addition, there was Ouyang Xia, a fierce general. Even though he was only a middle-stage mystic emperor, he was able to fight evenly with Leng Zheng, a high-stage mystic emperor. There were also many Ouyang clan Empyrean experts who had killed many people from the proud Smiling Palace. Savage Leopard opened up a bloody path and brandished the 8 forms of Devil Blade towards Ouyang Xia. At the same time, he shouted to Leng Zheng, "You go deal with the others, leave him to me." Ouyang Xia had the ability to jump ranks to battle, but how could he, Savage Leopard, not have this ability? As his strength continued to rise, his soul and the body he occupied could be considered to have completely fused. He had reached his peak in all aspects. He wanted to use this battle as an opportunity to break through his bottleneck and return to the strength of a high-level mystic the Arch. On the battlefield, Ji Beixin, Dongfang Jing, and Wei Dyer were already stained with blood. They were all more or less injured. If Ling Xiao had not given them high-grade defensive armors, they would have been even more injured. Ji Beixin's white clothes had spots of blood. She was kind by nature and did not like to kill. However, she knew that this battle concerned the life and death of the proud Smiling Palace. She did not have any leeway to hold back. Her zither music was mixed with waves of corrosive innate wind baneful qi. It had the power to block 100 people. Dongfang Jing was the little princess of the Dongfang clan. She had also obtained the title of Imperial Killer during the Imperial Ranking Tournament. Now that she had reached the strength of a high-level Empyrean, her methods were even more extraordinary. She was brandishing a tier 8 snake whip that was specially made from the skin of a tier 8 snake. Wherever the snake whip went, there would be Ouyang clan Empyreans being split in half. However, there were many of them. When 3 to 5 of them surrounded her, she was in a dangerous situation. Wei Dyer had been baptized by the experience of being a mercenary in her early years. Her killing skills were not weak. However, in this group of people she was not strong enough. If it was not for Ji Beixin, she would have been killed. On the other side, Yi Yunfeng had increased his combat strength by 5 times. He was comparable to a peak stage Empyrean. He was fighting against the Empyreans of the other party. Wulin's poison scorpion had already broken through to the low-level mystic the Arch. No one could get close to his poison skills. He was fighting against a low-level mystic the Arch of the Ouyang clan. Although his combat strength was not as good as his opponent was very concerned about his poison skills. After a long battle, that Ouyang clan Empyrean would probably be poisoned to death. Solitary Eagle, Li Kuanghu, Leng Shi, and the 8 generals were all mid-level Empyreans. The powerful damage they were displaying now was definitely the key to this battle. They had experienced the killing of mercenaries and had many years of cultivation. The mystic skills and weapons they obtained were all the best. If they did not have a bit of ferocity, they would be letting down Ling Zhao's painstaking nurturing all these years. On the contrary, Lu Su, who had always been fighting above his cultivation level, seemed to be a little weak in this battle. In other words, he was not in the mood to continue fighting. He had been taking care of the people from the Flowing Sun sect. He was trying his best to reduce the losses of his own sect. He was constantly communicating with the people from his own sect. The Flowing Sun sect had only sent over 300 people. Now they had only lost over 50 people. They did not rush to the front line of the battle. Instead, they retreated further and further. It seemed like they were about to retreat. "Brother Su, what are you doing? Go and support the madams." Yi Yunfeng was the closest to Lu Su. He could not help but shout when he saw Lu Su's strange situation. "All right, no problem." Lu Su replied readily. Then he did not fly towards Ji Beixin, Dongfang Jing, or Wei Dyer. Instead, he flew towards Yi Yunfeng. Yi Yunfeng turned around and saw Lu Su. He said, "Brother Su, you don't have to worry about me. I can still hold on." He was also injured in many places. However, his battle strength was still sufficient. As long as he was not facing the Shen the Arch, there was nothing for him to be afraid of. "What are you talking about? We are like brothers. If I don't help you, who else should I help?" Lu Su said viciously. He suddenly attacked Yi Yunfeng. BFFF. Yi Yunfeng did not expect that Lu Su, who had always been on good terms with him, would attack him. He was caught off guard. Lu Su's spear pierced through his back. Yi Yunfeng's mind went blank. He stared at Lu Su with wide eyes. "You, why?" Lu Su laughed sinisterly. "Why? Just because I don't like you. I don't like Ling Xiao. Who asked you to follow the wrong master?" After saying that, he swung his spear and sent Yi Yunfeng tumbling to the ground. Fresh blood spurted out continuously. Yi Yunfeng fell from the sky. He was in danger. "Lu Su, you traitor. I'm going to kill you." A celestial venerable near Yi Yunfeng exclaimed. He used his most powerful move to slash at Lu Su. However, how could his strength be compared to Lu Su, who was a mid-stage Shen the Arch? He was defeated by Lu Su in one move. Everyone from the Flowing Sun sect, retreat. Lu Su did not stay any longer. He turned around and shouted at his own sect members. The people from the Flowing Sun sect did not continue fighting. They immediately retreated from the battlefield. Some people from the proud Smiling Palace reacted. They wanted to stop them, but it was too late. Lu Su did not leave immediately. Instead, he rode his spirit beast and headed towards Shen Yao's location. "Damn you, military advisor. You wanted my life when we first entered the palace. Now I will take your life first." Lu Su stared at Shen Yao and shouted. Back then he was willing to serve Ling Xiao because of his strength. He always wanted to kill Ling Xiao one day and replace him. However, when he entered the palace of the arrogant Smiling Palace and learned how powerful it was, he gave up on that idea. Almost everyone in the palace of the arrogant Smiling Palace was loyal to Ling Xiao. It was hard for him to get any help from them. Even Yi Yunfeng, who had always been close to him, had not wavered in the slightest even after he had hinted many times. Now that the Ouyang family was invading, it was his chance to leave the proud Smiling Palace. He could not let the Flowing Sun sect be destroyed along with the proud Smiling Palace. He had inherited the 9 sun-burning sky art. He thought that he could make a name for himself and make the Flowing Sun sect a powerful force. What he needed was only a matter of time. He was not willing to be mistreated by others. He had his own plan. However, as soon as he entered the proud smiling palace, Xian Yao ordered him to be executed. If Ling Xiao had not stopped him, he would have been sent to hell to meet the king of hell. At that time he began to hate Xian Yao. Especially when he saw Xian Yao's calm and composed appearance, he wanted to kill him immediately. Now that the opportunity was right in front of him, he must kill Xian Yao. In the future, even if Ling Xiao made a comeback, he would have one less strategist and it would be difficult for him to achieve great things. Xian Yao had been watching the battle. He had seen the scene of Yi Yunfeng being assassinated by Lu Su. He could not help but exclaim, "What a traitor! The palace master did not listen to me and has become a disaster." By the time he finished speaking, Lu Su had already arrived in front of him and was cursing at him. Xian Yao did not run away. He just stood there quietly and waited. The Empyreans beside him attacked at the same time. The 5 high-level Empyreans were all metal, wood, water, fire and earth attribute martial artists. They separated into 5 different directions. World force spread out at the same time, forming a small 5 elements array to meet Lu Su. "You want to stop me with such a small array? Today I swear I will kill you." Lu Su looked contemptuously at the formation formed by the 5 people and shouted loudly. He put away the long spear in his hand and put on a pair of saint-rank boxing gloves. Then he punched out with his 9 suns heaven-burning fist, and waves of colorful suns rushed out. The 5 high-level Empyreans shouted together, "5 elements shield." The 5 different world forces formed a huge round shield to block Lu Su's fist energy. Rumble, rumble, rumble. Chapter 943. As the sole disciple of the Xuanji sect, Xian Yao was knowledgeable about astronomy, geography, astrology, divination, feng shui and array formations. He could be said to be a charlatan that Ling Xiao called. He was an adept at combat, but it didn't mean that he could be taken advantage of. Apart from the 100-man array formation, he also had the 5 heavenly venerables minor 5 elements formation, which was used to protect himself. The 5 of them might only have the strength of high-level heavenly venerables, but the 5 elements mutually reinforced and restrained each other. The power that they emitted was enough to kill a low-tier mystic the Arch and could even resist the might of a mid-tier mystic the Arch. It was just that Lu Su wasn't an ordinary mid-tier mystic the Arch. He had the ability to transcend cultivation realms and was determined to kill Xian Yao. Rumble. The 5 elements shield formed by the 5 heavenly venerables cracked under Lu Su's 9 sun sky-burning fist. Fortunately, it didn't dissipate immediately. The 5 heavenly venerables' mouths were overflowing with blood as they barely managed to block this move. 5 elements soared. The 5 heavenly venerables gritted their teeth as 5 surges of energy surged again, forming a 5-colored giant sword that slashed at Lu Su. "Light of cocoon fire, break for me." Lu Su yelled out and clasped his hands together. The 2 suns came down together and smashed at the giant sword. Bang! The 5-colored giant sword might have the power of a mid-tier mystic the Arch, but it was still insufficient in front of Lu Su, who was a formidable mid-tier mystic the Arch. It was directly smashed into pieces. The 5 heavenly venerables were smashed in different directions as fresh blood spurted out. Lu Su didn't chase after the 5 heavenly venerables. He revealed a sinister smile and said, "Ha, dog-headed military advisor, this day next year will be your death anniversary." Lu Su's killing intent surged as he struck at Xian Yao. The giant sun emitted intense heat as though it was going to burn Xian Yao alive. Xian Yao wanted to retreat, but he was only a high-level heavenly venerate. How could his speed be compared to a mid-tier mystic the Arch? Just as the sun was about to drown Xian Yao, 2 shouts echoed. "Don't you dare to hurt the military advisor." As these 2 voices fell, a powerful force immediately blasted Lu Su's brilliant sun fire far away. Lu Su's eyes twitched. He didn't even look at the newcomer and immediately turned to run. He could sense that the newcomer was definitely not ordinary. Xian Yao dodged a bullet and immediately looked at the people who had come. His face was filled with joy. "Damn, I thought you 2 wouldn't come. Quick, quick, get someone to catch the traitor." He tried to assassinate Yunfeng. Surprisingly, it was Hua Xiaogui and Tang Guoda, and there were 3 old men by their side. 2 of the old men were mid-rank saints while the last was at the peak of the low-rank saint realm. It had to be said that their master had taken great care of them. He had used 3 saints at once. This was a special honor that no disciple had ever enjoyed before. What? Yunfeng was assassinated? Hua Xiaogui and Tang Guoda cried out in alarm. "Damn it, Elder Chen, I'll have to trouble you to capture that bastard." Xiao roared furiously. The low-rank saint didn't say anything and immediately flashed towards Lu Su. Advisor, where is boss? Tang Lingang asked Xian Yao. Xian Yao shook his head and said, he hasn't returned yet. The ladies are fighting in front. Let's save Yun Feng first. He was stabbed by a spear, so he might still be able to be saved. Elder Qian Tong, I'll have to trouble you. Tang Guoda turned to look at a robust old man and begged. The round-faced old man faintly said, my mission is to protect you two brats. There are quite a few people lying in ambush around here. If we move, they will definitely make a move. Wait for me to find these people first so that we don't know what's going on when we get ambushed. After saying that, he glanced in a few directions. His fingers trembled slightly and a few rays of light shot towards the distance. At the same time he shouted, friends who are watching the show, sacrifice yourself. This old man is the spiritual martial pavilion's Qian Tong. Elder Qian Tong's voice reverberated like a mourning bell in a grave. As soon as his voice fell, several people walked out from three directions. These three groups of people were the 5 saints of the Black Demon sect and the 3 saints of the Heaven-Slaying organization who had been lying in ambush. The last group of people was the Ghost sect. There were a total of 4 saints. The Black Demon sect's appearance was reasonable. They were the closest to the proud Smiling Palace and had been waiting for the two sides to suffer losses before making their move to pick up Ping Yi. As for the members of the Heaven-Slaying organization, they had yet to reveal themselves. That was because they were experts in concealment, waiting for their opponents to be distracted before dealing a fatal blow. However, this group of people had just arrived. Otherwise, they would definitely help the Ouyang clan to surround and kill Han Kai and the others. The 4 saints of Guizhongyu had arrived long ago. They were invited by the Gu clan to help. Like the Black Demon sect, they wanted to pick up Ping Yi. At the same time, they wanted to prevent the Feng clan and the Dongfang clan from coming to the rescue. A total of 12 saints had appeared, while the proud Smiling Palace only had 3 saints. This situation made the people of the proud Smiling Palace feel hopeless. Following the appearance of these saints, the people fighting below immediately retreated back to their respective camps. The Ouyang clan had more than 30,000 people. More than half of them were dead or injured. The proud Smiling Palace had more than 20,000 people. Now that the saints had appeared, there was no point in continuing to fight like this. They just had to wait for the saints of both sides to decide the victor, and then they would know who was the winner. Now that all the reinforcements of the Ouyang clan had arrived, the proud Smiling Palace was obviously at a disadvantage. However, the participation of the martial spirit court made them worry. Yi Yunfeng, who had been stabbed, was carried back by his companions. He was the brother of the palace master. Even if he was dead, they had to bring him back. At the same time, Lu Su, who had escaped, was caught. His whole body had been beaten by the saint. His eyes were full of resentment. He regretted killing Xian Yao. If he had escaped earlier, he would not have been caught. He was not reconciled. There was no medicine for regret in this world. The winner takes all and the loser takes all. The saints who were fighting tens of thousands of miles in the sky also split up and returned to their own camps. Han Kai was fine, but his face was extremely pale. He was panting and his clothes were torn. It was obvious that he was fighting 2 people at the same time. Mad Tooth, on the other hand, had many wounds. His body was covered with 10,000-year cold iron. His murderous aura did not relax and he was still shouting, I will kill you, you bastard. The 2 saints that Han Kai had invited were not dead, but they were seriously injured. Blood was flowing out of their wounds and their breathing was unstable. When they stopped, they quickly took out some medicinal pills to recover. On the Ouyang clan's side, Ouyang Shao and a low-level saint were fighting Han Kai to a draw. However, Ouyang Shao was confident that if the fight lasted a little longer, he would definitely be able to kill Han Kai. If not for the fact that Han Kai's cultivation level was higher than his, the fight would not have dragged on for so long. Ouyang Zhen was fighting Mad Tooth and he was also seriously injured. Mad Tooth's fighting style was too desperate. Every move he made hurt the enemy 800 times and himself 1,000 times, so he had to be careful. On the other hand, Gu Lei was fighting Han Kai's friend Mo Lin. He had the upper hand and was not injured. He was a Thunder Attribute cultivator, and his battle prowess was rarely matched within the same level. Mo Lin was a Wood Attribute cultivator, so how could he block his violent attacks? If he had more time, he would definitely be able to kill Mo Lin. The Gu clan's low-level saint, Gu Mo, was fighting with Han Kai's other friend. Both of them were seriously injured. The opposing spirit beasts were also fighting fiercely. Almost all of them were heavily injured and blood flowed out of their wounds. The only ones who had the upper hand were Han Kai's Fire Cloud Rock and Mad Toot's Four-Horned Demon Cow. Both of them were high-level spirit beasts, and their battle prowess was quite high. On the other hand, Ouyang Zhen's Golden Leopard and Gu Lei's Thunder Flood Dragon were powerful. The other spirit beasts were also fighting fiercely. All the saints and 8th grade spirit beasts had stopped fighting, but there were still some spirit beasts that were unwilling to give up. A pitch-black serpent hurriedly swooped down from the 9 heavens. Its body was covered in blood, and one part of its tail had been bitten off. It seemed like it was trying to escape from its opponent. A dragon turtle the size of a mountain descended from the sky, and its loud voice reverberated, "Stinky worm, don't run. Grandpa Turtle is going to peel off your face. Master, save me." The black serpent pleaded to its master, Myriad Viper. Myriad Viper frowned. He raised his hand and 2 black fists smashed towards the dragon turtle. A light screen appeared in front of the dragon turtle, and it directly blocked the 2 black fists. The turtle opened its mouth and several water columns transformed into thousands of sharp blades, which shot towards Myriad Viper. A saint artifact appeared in Myriad Viper's hand. With a loud roar, he shattered the water pillars one by one. However, he was still sent flying back tens of meters by the powerful rebounding force. Even his aura became slightly chaotic. What a powerful force! Myriad Viper exclaimed in his heart. He was already a high-level saint, but he didn't gain the upper hand in a head-on clash with the dragon turtle. Instead, he was at a disadvantage. It was evident how powerful the dragon turtle was. The dragon turtle didn't care about its opponent's numbers. It actually charged towards the dozen saints and 8th grade spirit beasts, and it seemed to have the spirit of fighting against a group of enemies. Luo Meiying had no choice but to order, "Dragon turtle, come back." Only then did the dragon turtle stop and reluctantly retreated. It was still saying, "Stinky worm, just you wait. Grandpa Turtle is going to swallow you alive." Everyone looked at the mighty dragon turtle and lamented in their hearts, "What a powerful spirit beast." Based on the current situation, no matter if it was a saint or a spirit beast, the most powerful one was definitely the dragon turtle. Even a high-level 8th grade venomous snake couldn't hurt it at all, and it was even bitten until it was severely injured. When they noticed that this dragon turtle was only a middle-stage mystic, the arch-female's protective spirit beast, they were even more astonished. Why did this woman have such a powerful spirit beast as her bodyguard? Both sides temporarily stopped fighting, but the Ouyang clan still had the upper hand. If the proud Smiling Palace didn't have strong reinforcements, it would most likely be a disaster. Chapter 944. The wind was howling and the smell of blood was everywhere. The competition between the old forces and the new forces had led to a bloody scene. For the time being, neither the Ouyang family nor the proud Smiling Palace had won. Both sides had suffered heavy casualties. Overall, the Ouyang family still had the majority of people, and their strength was still a bit stronger than the proud Smiling Palace. Not to mention the saints from the Black Demon sect, the Sha Tian organization, and the Ghost Dark sect who had come to help. The proud Smiling Palace also had the support of the 3 saints from the Martial Spirit Court, but it was not enough. On the surface, the destruction of the proud Smiling Palace was a foregone conclusion. Feng Xianyun panted and ordered, "Everyone take the medicine to heal your wounds first. Don't retreat from this battle." Feng Xianyun's heavenly venomous magic was an extremely powerful martial art. Although she rarely fought, her combat power was absolutely terrifying. Ordinary middle-stage Xin emperors might not be her match. She had taken over Ling Zhao's position and held on, because she didn't want to back down from this battle. She didn't want to ruin her husband's reputation. Even if she had to die fighting, she would defend until the end. She believed that her husband would definitely come back. More than half of the proud Smiling Palace's Xin emperor's strength had been killed, including Fang Qin, Guanchang, Yang Xianfeng, Lu Kun Yunfeng, who had the strength of a heavenly master, was pierced by Lu Su and almost died. Fortunately, someone brought him back in time. Xian Yao immediately gave him the spring of life to save his life. Fortunately, he's still breathing, otherwise he really would have died. Xian Yao sighed. Then he looked at the heavily injured Lu Su and said, "As expected, I didn't misjudge you. You're born to be a traitor. If it weren't for the Palace Lord's love for talent, I would have killed you. Men cripple him first. Once Yunfeng recovers, he can deal with it himself." "You are so cruel. Just kill me." Lu Su gritted his teeth and stared at Xian Yao. If his eyes could kill, Xian Yao would have died 10,000 times. The heavenly master who was guarding Lu Su immediately destroyed his cultivation, and Sunlight Emperor was removed from the central region. The people of the two forces were all healing and recovering, temporarily falling into a stalemate. All the saints stood in front of the two sides and conversed. The Ouyang clan had 3 great saints, the Gu clan had 2 great saints, the Black Demon sect had 5 great saints, the Shatian organization had 3 great saints, and the Ghost sect had 4 great saints. In total there were 17 great saints. Almost 1/3 of the central region's great saints were gathered here. They were all first-class peerless experts, and it had been many years since they last made a move. However, they did not stay together. Instead, they stood in different directions, which was enough to prove that the families were not united. On the proud Smiling Palace's side, Han Kai, his 2 friends and Mad Tooth made a total of 4 saints. Adding on the 3 saints from the martial spirit court, there were only 7 saints. Compared to the enemy there were 10 saints, and the enemy had 2 high-level saints. The gap was too big and it would be difficult for them to continue fighting. Saint Master Han, I haven't seen you for many years, but you're still as elegant as ever. Elder Qian Tong of the Martial Spirit Pavilion bowed slightly to Han Kai. Han Kai revealed a surprised look. Qian Tong, why are you here? And these 2 saints from the Martial Spirit Pavilion, could it be that Feng Zheng is around here? Han Kai did not expect people from the Martial Spirit Pavilion to suddenly come here, and immediately suspected that it was his old friend Feng Zheng. Of course, he did not think that Feng Zheng would send someone to help him. After all, he and Feng Zheng were from the same generation, and the 2 of them had many alchemy competitions between them, and neither of them was willing to admit defeat. However, after they reached the 8th rank, they had only competed once, and since then they had never seen each other again. Thinking about it, it had been thousands of years. Qian Tong replied, Haha, Elder Feng didn't come. It's just that his disciple and martial nephew are old friends with the palace master, so he sent us here to help. It seems that we won't be able to help much. Han Kai nodded slightly and did not say anything more. Now was not the time to be entangled in other things. So it is Qian Tong. Does your martial spirit pavilion want to stand on the side of the proud Smiling Palace? Ouyang Xiao frowned and looked at Qian Tong. There were not many saints in the Central Territory, and all of them had lived for more than 10,000 years. Although they were not familiar with each other, they knew each other's names. The Martial Spirit Pavilion represented the most powerful force in the Central Territory, and if they really stood on the side of the proud Smiling Palace, the Ouyang family would have to worry. Brother Xiao, why do you want to fight with the proud Smiling Palace? Can I be the peacemaker? Qian Tong avoided the question. That's right. This time they didn't represent the will of the Martial Spirit Pavilion. Their main purpose was to protect Hua Xiaogui and Tang Guogua. They didn't want to participate in the battle between the Ouyang clan and the proud Smiling Palace. The best way was to stop the 2 clans. This matter is irreversible, otherwise why would we use our whole family to take down the proud Smiling Palace? Qian Tong, you should step back. You know the situation now, you can't stop us. Ouyang Xiao said. Qian Tong's expression became ugly. Is there no room for negotiation? Even if the Ouyang family wins this time, you will lose more than you gain. Why do you have to do this? Ha, Qian Tong, 2 of my brothers died at the hands of that little bastard Ling Xiao. Tell me, how can I let them go? I swear I won't rest until I trample the proud Smiling Palace to the ground. Ouyang Jing roared. Come on, don't think we are afraid of you. The Ouyang family is the bastard. Otherwise, our palace master would not have killed them. Mad Tooth shouted angrily. He was the most loyal person to Ling Xiao, so he was very angry when he heard Ouyang Jin insult Ling Xiao. How dare you? It seems like you don't understand the situation you're in. Everyone, please help the Ouyang clan to kill the people of the proud Smiling Palace. The Ouyang clan will not mistreat you. Ouyang Jin said to the saints of the Black Demon sect, the Heaven Slaying Organization and the Ghost Dark sect. As his voice fell, the atmosphere became extremely tense. Right at this moment, a few powerful auras swept over from afar, and all the saints looked towards that direction. Ouyang Jin, how dare you? Have you asked me, Feng Qingyuan, if you want to destroy the proud Smiling Palace? As soon as a shout resounded, a whirlwind blew over, and then a pretty figure appeared before them. Swish, swish. 3 more whistles resounded as soon as the pretty figure descended, and then 3 figures descended by Feng Qingyuan's side. Feng Qingyuan's appearance was still the same, and she was dazzlingly beautiful. There were 3 old men by her side, 1 low-level saint and 2 half-saints, and they could be considered to be the resources and reserves of the Feng clan right now. After all, the Feng clan was ranked at the bottom amongst all the great powers. So what if your Feng family is here? Do you think you can compete with us with just the few of you? Get lost if you know what's good for you, or we'll annihilate all of you. Ouyang Zhen glanced at Feng Qingyuan and spoke indifferently. It was just 2 more saints, and it couldn't change the fact that the Ouyang family had the upper hand. At this moment, Feng Qingyuan also noticed the situation of the 2 sides. Even though the proud smiling palace had quite a bit of support, the Ouyang family was even stronger. Feng Qingyuan frowned slightly and said, "No matter what, you have to get through me if you want to destroy the proud smiling palace." As soon as she finished speaking, she summoned her protective spirit beast, White Feng Wan. The 3 members of the Feng family by her side summoned their spirit beasts as well. The beasts of the 2 half-saints were at the low rank of the 8th rank, and they were barely able to fight. Since that's the case, then what are we waiting for? Everyone, let's destroy them together. Ouyang Zhen shook his arm and shouted once more. However, when his voice fell, no one moved. Not even the people from his own family moved. Ouyang Xiao looked towards a direction and said indifferently, "Looks like the members of the Dongfang family are here as well." Sure enough, as soon as Ouyang Xiao's voice resounded, a few figures silently shuttled through space. In the camp of the proud smiling palace, Dongfang Jing couldn't help but exclaim excitedly, "Grandma!" The one who led the way was Grandma Dongfang. She held a dragon-shaped walking stick in her hand and a terrifying aura filled the air. "What a good Ouyang family, you actually dare to bully my Dongfang family's vassal. Do you think I don't exist?" Grandma Dongfang glared at the people of the Ouyang family. This Grandma Dongfang had actually reached the strength of a high-level saint. No wonder the entire Dongfang family listened to her. However, it was after Ling Xiao married Dongfang Jing that she broke through to this level of strength. Because Ling Xiao helped her find her husband, Dongfang Zhen, he untied the 1,000-year knot in her heart and released the power that had been suppressed for many years, allowing her to smoothly break through. Following her was a mid-level saint and 3 low-level saints, a total of 5 saints. It could be seen how much the Dongfang family valued Dongfang Jing and how much they cared about Ling Xiao. Of course, this could also be considered as Grandma Dongfang repaying Ling Xiao for bringing Dongfang Jin back. Now, the number of saints on the proud smiling palace's side had instantly increased to 14, and this did not include the half-saints. It was only 3 less than the Ouyang family's side. This time, the expressions of the people of the Ouyang family became gloomy. They also knew that the Dongfang family would definitely send people to help, but they did not expect that Grandma Dongfang would personally come and send so many saints at once. The situation had become even more strange and difficult to understand. The Ouyang family's side still seemed to have the upper hand, but these people all belonged to different forces. They might not go all out to fight with the Ouyang family to kill the saints on the proud smiling palace's side. This was what made the Ouyang family depressed. "Grandma Dongfang, this is all because of your junior. He killed 2 of my saint elders. This debt must be settled." Ouyang Xiao said. "So what if he killed them? What's there to settle? You must have forced him to do this because you wanted to bully him." Grandma Dongfang shouted rather unreasonably. "Easy for you to say. Are you going to let my 2 brothers die in vain?" Ouyang Zhen roared. "Say it, this old woman will accompany you to the end." Grandma Dongfang replied without giving in. "Grandma Dongfang, don't be angry. Why don't we see what Brother Ouyang wants? It's not good for anyone to make such a big fuss." At this moment, Qian Tong spoke again. Chapter 945. The situation had become delicate. The Ouyang clan was no longer as confident as before. With the current situation, apart from the 3 saints of the martial spirit court, the Feng clan and the Dongfang clan would definitely stand by the Laughing Palace's side. As for the Ouyang clan, only the Gu clan, the Black Demon sect, and the Shatian organization would be able to help them. The Ghost sect might not be able to help. Therefore, they had to consider whether or not they should fight to the death. "Don't squabble here. We, the Black Demon sect, will not leave without a fight." Mei Sha suddenly spoke while the Ouyang clan was hesitating. Not many people knew of her existence. Even among the people present, not many had seen her before. However, the fact that she could speak on behalf of the Black Demon sect showed that her position in the sect was not low. "Hee, then let's see who's stronger." Granny Dongfang looked at Mei Sha and sneered. "How about this, we each take a step back?" Ouyang Xiao hesitated for a moment before speaking. "That's right, Brother Xiao is a reasonable man. Name a compensation. If possible, there is no need to hurt the relationship between the 2 clans." Qian Tong said like a peacemaker. Hua Xiaogui, who was not far away, muttered in dissatisfaction, "What is Elder Qian Tong doing? Do you want the Laughing Palace to compensate them? Tang Guogua replied, the situation is stronger than the people and the boss isn't here. Let's see what they have to say first. Ouyang Xiao said, as long as you hand over that little bastard Ling Xiao and his family, hand over all the wealth of the Laughing Palace, and announce to the world that the Laughing Palace is disbanded, we will not hold anyone responsible. Of course you can take away the Dongfang clan and the Feng clan. As long as they do not offend us in the future we will forget about it. Ouyang Zhao's words were indeed clever. He was willing to let go of the Dongfang clan and the Feng clan, which meant that Dongfang Jing and Ji Beixing could leave with their clans and would not harm them. This was equivalent to giving face to the two clans and not meddling in the affairs of the Laughing Palace. That's impossible. Feng Qingyuan immediately refused. Ling Xiao was the only disciple of the demonic emperor, so as his mistress she would definitely protect her no matter what. Qian Tong also thought that Ouyang Zhao's proposal was too much. Although the Martial Spirit Pavilion didn't want to get involved, Hua Xiaogui and Tang Guogua would definitely stand on Ling Zhao's side. At that time they couldn't just stand by and watch. Qian Tong had to persuade Ouyang Xiao again, Brother Xiao, you're really making things difficult for us. It's better to let them compensate us with some Shen crystals or spirit treasures. There's no need to say anything more. If you don't agree to this condition, our Ouyang family swears to fight to the end. Ouyang Jing regained his composure. As long as the 5 saints of the Black Demon sect did not shrink back, they would have the confidence to fight. That's right, we must take Ling Zhao's life. Ouyang Xiao said in a deep voice. When the Palace of Arrogant Laughter's people were about to say something, several other auras rushed over from afar. The saints of both sides were nervous. They were guessing if it was the other side's people. If it was the other side's people, then the battle would change dramatically. You think you can take Ling Zhao's life just like that? Have you asked for my permission? A very arrogant voice responded. At the same time, a golden rod that looked like 1,000-meter-tall pillar smashed down from the sky toward Ouyang Xiao. The aura of the golden cudgel was extremely powerful, and it was incomparably huge. It was as if several mountains had smashed down. How dare you? Ouyang Xiao was already a high-level saint, one of the most powerful beings in the central region. No ordinary person would dare to use force on him. It was a great disrespect to him. Moreover, although this move was extremely powerful, it was child's play for a high-level saint like him. He didn't move. He flicked his finger and a little wind shot toward the golden rod. Clang. A crisp sound rang out, and the huge golden rod was instantly repelled and flew back. Your Highness, let me catch it. Another sound rang out from the direction where the golden rod had been bounced back. Then a skinny hand caught the golden rod that had been bounced back at high speed. At this moment, the crowd finally saw who exactly the person who had arrived was. The leader was a strong young man. He looked similar to a human, but he had golden fur all over his body. He wore a crown of feathers on his head and wore a golden holy robe. He looked like an ape and a domineering aura surrounded him. His eyes were filled with disdain for the world. He was Yuan Zhantian, whom they had not seen for a long time. And the one who caught the golden cudgel for him was an old monkey. He looked like a skinny old man and always had a cheeky smile on his face, which made him look very funny. Don't be fooled by his weak appearance. In fact, he was a monkey king who had reached the 8th level. Beside Yuan Zhantian were the 4 ape kings. Each of them had the waist of a bear and the back of a tiger. Their eyes were ferocious and their golden fur stood on end. They were all powerful low-level 8th-rank spirit beasts. Yuan Zhantian had already used his actions to prove that he was on their side. Where did this barbarian come from? How dare he meddle in our Ouyang clan's business? Ouyang Zhen looked at Yuan Zhantian with an ashen face. He could clearly feel that Yuan Zhantian was only a mid-level mystic emperor, but he dared to challenge the Ouyang clan. It must be because of the old monkey and the 4 ape kings beside him. However, he did not understand why such a team was helping the proud smiling palace. He was so angry that he wanted to drink blood. Yuan Zhantian took the golden rod from the old monkey and shrunk it in his hand. He pointed at the Ouyang clan and shouted, "Scram now and I can spare your lives. Ling Xiao is my mortal enemy. He can only be defeated by me, not by you." The moment he said this, everyone from the Ouyang clan and the proud smiling palace knew who he was. So it's Yuan Zhantian. Back then he fought with you in the War Chaos Abyss and lost to you by a single move. Who would have thought that he would actually bring people to help our proud smiling palace? Dongfang Jing looked at Yuan Zhantian and sighed. She had seen the battle between Ling Xiao and Yuan Zhantian with her own eyes. A just cause attracts help. It seems that the palace lord is really popular. The proud, smiling palace will definitely be able to turn misfortune into fortune. Xian Yao laughed heartily. With the current situation, they might not have 100% chance of winning, but at least they did not have to worry about being wiped out by the other party. No matter what, when the palace lord returns, we must get justice from the Ouyang clan. Cruel Leopard said unhappily. That's right, we must get revenge. Feng Xianyun agreed. So many people from the proud smiling palace had died today. If they did not get justice from the Ouyang clan, it would be the same as being bullied by them. They could not let this matter rest. Feng Xianyun knew Ling Zhao's character and knew that he would agree with them. Good, in that case there is no need to say more. No matter how many people come today, the Ouyang clan will fight to the end. Ouyang Zhen was about to go crazy. He thought that it would be easy to take down the proud smiling palace after stirring up a few forces to help, but now he found that it was a stone that was difficult to chew. However, there was no turning back now. They could only fight to the end. After he shouted, he held a holy sword in his hand and rushed towards Yuan Zhantian with Golden Leopard. Old bastard, your opponent is me. Mad Tooth and Four-Horned Demon Bull rushed towards Ouyang Zhen, vowing to fight to the death with Ouyang Zhen. Guys, let's do it. It's pointless to retreat now. As long as the proud smiling palace is still alive, we will always be targeted. Why don't we kill them now? Ouyang Xiao shouted. At the same time he attacked Han Kai again. What a big hat. If you want to destroy the proud smiling palace, then we will destroy the Ouyang clan first. Han Kai responded in a deep voice. Then he and Hui Yunpeng fought again. At the same time, Gu Lei shouted at the ghost sect. Brother Fu, what are you waiting for? The ghost sect was the most hesitant. Although they had a marriage alliance with the Gu clan, they did not want to do anything that did not benefit them. If they did not attack, they would offend both the Ouyang clan and the Gu clan at the same time. However, if they attacked, they would also offend others. This made them very conflicted. Let's attack. We just need to restrain the Feng clan. The leading old man of the ghost sect said after a moment of hesitation. He was very cunning. He actually chose the weakest Feng clan to attack. This way he could reduce their losses and help the Ouyang clan and the Gu clan. Sha Tian's 3 saints also attacked. One of them was a mid-level saint while the other 2 were low-level saints. It was obvious that Sha Tian's palace master was not among the 3 of them. The 3 of them intercepted the 4 ape king protectors of Yuan Zhantian. The 5 saints of the Black Demon sect faced the 4 saints of the Dongfang clan. In addition, Luo Ming also sent the dragon turtle to help the Dongfang clan. Otherwise they would be at a disadvantage. The 3 from the martial spirit court also joined the battle. However, they would not fight to the death. Like the 4 from the ghost sect, they only wanted to restrain the saints of the other side. In a battle between saints, 8th grade spirit beasts were killing each other. This part of the world began to tremble and the mountains began to shake. The 2 sides could only stay as far away as possible to avoid being involved. At this time, the Black Demon sect disciples who had been hiding suddenly came out. There were 10,000 of them and they attacked the people of the Laughing Palace. They were originally waiting for the Ouyang clan and the Laughing Palace to be mutually wounded before coming out to clean up the mess. Now that the situation was different, they could only help the Ouyang clan to kill the people of the Laughing Palace. Of course, the Ouyang clan would not let go of this opportunity when the people of the Black Demon sect suddenly appeared. They immediately sent all their people to cooperate with the Black Demon sect to kill the people of the Laughing Palace. I should have known that the army of the Black Demon sect was lying in ambush here. Xian Yao frowned and sighed. Even though he had expected it, he had no way to resolve it. After all, the people of the Laughing Palace were all here. There would not be any more reinforcements. Fortunately, a golden staff fell from the sky and smashed dozens of people of the Black Demon sect. Yuan Zhantian roared. Brandishing his golden rod, he began to kill in all directions, lending the proud smiling palace a hand. Chapter 946. Yuan Zhantian was like a god of war. Although he was only a middle-stage Xian the Arch, his combat power was no less than a high-stage Xian the Arch. His golden staff was a top-notch sacred weapon. His staff techniques were superb. Every strike of his staff would send more than 10 people flying, seriously injuring or killing them. His world power was even more frightening. He turned into thousands of figures, each holding a golden staff and killing in all directions. The Black Demon sect disciples fled as far as they could from the plague. Don't be so arrogant. I will fight you. A high-stage Xian the Arch from the Black Demon sect shouted. He held a black staff and charged at Yuan Zhantian. His world force turned into a swamp, as if it could swallow everything in its path. It was especially strange and indescribable. Although his world power was extraordinary and it could swallow many of Yuan Zhantian's illusions, it could not withstand Yuan Zhantian's crazy and terrifying attacks. The swamp world became a world of mud in the end. The high-stage Xian Thearka's world power could not withstand Yuan Zhantian's thousands of illusions. He gave up on resisting and used his black staff to attack Yuan Zhantian's real body. You dare to compete with me in staff techniques? You are courting death. Yuan Zhantian exuded a strong golden light. He shouted, and the golden staff in his hand turned into countless staff shadows that met the high-stage Xian Thearka's black staff. Clang. The weapons clashed, creating intense sparks. Although the high-stage Xian the Arch was at a high cultivation level, Yuan Zhantian's combat power was not any lower than his. The golden staff in his hand was of a much higher grade than the black staff. In a head-on collision, the black staff was broken. While the high-stage Xian the Arch was still in shock, the golden staff had already smashed into his face. Bang! That high-tiered mystic Thearka's head was smashed into mush, and fresh blood and brains were mixed together. It looked abnormally disgusting. Yuan Zhantian did not stop. He once again charged into the Black Demon sect and killed everyone. However, the Black Demon sect had many people. A small number of experts were sent to deal with Yuan Zhantian. They were able to delay him and even injure him. Fortunately, he had Old Monkey watching over him. He would not be in any danger. Old Monkey did not participate in the battle. He just watched the show from the side with a smile. Most of the people of the Black Demon sect and the people of the Ouyang clan had joined hands to kill the people of the proud Smiling Palace. The situation had become one-sided. Kill. Even if we die in battle today, we won't retreat. Once again, Feng Xianyun displayed her heroic spirit. With a loud shout, she waved both of her swords, and the sword beams kept flashing as she killed her enemies. The savage leopard also displayed his usual bloodthirsty nature. Like a demon, he constantly killed his enemies. His whole body was covered in blood and there were many wounds on his body. Ji Beixin played her zither, hypnotizing the enemies while the innate in-wind baleful qi corroded the enemy's life force. The people of the proud Smiling Palace were fighting with their lives on the line. They had no way out. They could only wait for the battle of the holy saints to come and help them. Luckily, the Smiling Palace was still alive. Hundreds of elite soldiers from the Dongfang family and the Feng family arrived. Among these people, there were dozens of mystic thearchs while the rest were heavenly venerates. They were the elites of the two clans. Although there were only about 1,000 of them, it was enough to influence the outcome of the battle. Sister Jing, Big Brother is here to help you. Dongfang Xiong raised his mace and charged towards the people of the Ouyang family. At the same time, he shouted in the direction of Dongfang Jing. Dongfang Jing revealed a happy smile and replied, "Thank you, Big Brother. Be careful, there are too many enemies." "Don't worry, Big Brother will help you escape," Dongfang Xiong shouted. At the same time, Ji Beixin was slashed onto the zither by a middle-stage Xian emperor. The zither was cut into two, and the saber energy was still slashing towards her forehead. Ji Beixin's heart turned cold. She knew that it would be difficult for her to dodge. She thought to herself, "Farewell, husband." Just as the saber energy was about to land on Ji Beixin's forehead, a gust of wind blew over and sent the saber flying to the side. An old man landed beside Ji Beixin and said, "Girl, cheer up. With us here you will be fine." This old man was the eldest of the 3 elders of the Feng clan. The other 2 elders were killing enemies elsewhere, sharing the pressure for the proud Smiling Palace. Ji Beixin nodded happily and said, "Thank you, great elder." At this time, she also saw Feng Wuying and Feng Yaxin fighting bravely and felt incomparably gratified. She hadn't been in the Feng clan for long, but now she could clearly feel the Feng clan's care for her. It was absolutely sincere. People always see the truth in times of trouble. This battle also affected the alliance between the proud Smiling Palace, the Dongfang clan and the Feng clan. The relationship between them would be consolidated for the next 10,000 years, watching over each other and taking care of each other. With the help of the Dongfang clan and the Feng clan, the pressure on the proud Smiling Palace and the others was relieved. However, it was still impossible for them to turn defeat into victory. After all, the Black Demon sect had 10,000 more people, and there was no lack of semi-sage experts among them. They were not easy to deal with. Now that Hua Xiaogui and Tang Luo were in the middle of the battlefield, they also wanted to use their own strength to kill the enemy. However, they were suddenly pulled out of the battlefield by Qian Tong of the Spirit Martial Pavilion. "Elder Qian Tong, what are you doing? Master sent you here to help us. How can you do this? Hurry up and help us kill the enemy." Hua Xiaogui shouted in dissatisfaction. Qian Tong restrained the two of them and explained, "The current situation does not allow us to do anything. I can only protect you too." As Qian Tong spoke, there was already a mid-level saint from the Ghost Darkness sect glaring at him. However, the mid-level saint saw that Qian Tong did not make a move, so he did not move either. In any case, the two of them were here to help, so there was no need to fight with their lives on the line. "Bastard, let us go. I will help the proud smiling palace even if I die." Hua Xiaogui shouted as she struggled. Tang Luo also said, "Yes, if we can't help the boss in this battle, how can we face the boss in the future?" Unfortunately, no matter what they said, Qian Tong remained indifferent. His purpose in coming here was to stand on the side of the proud smiling palace, but he would never kill the Ouyang family for the proud smiling palace. After all, the Spirit Martial Pavilion was not an ally of the proud smiling palace, and their friendship was not close enough to help them. At best, they could only satisfy the request of two junior disciples to resolve this conflict. However, now that things had deviated from the trajectory of their imagination, Qian Tong naturally did not want to get involved. High up in the sky, Han Kai's fire control skill had reached a high level of perfection. The fire cloud rock he was controlling was like a real entity, constantly attacking Ouyang Xiao. The rock's wings flapped for tens of thousands of kilometers, sending out raging flames that seemed to burn the sky and evaporate the sea. Ouyang Xiao was a man with half a foot in the coffin. His cultivation was also unfathomable. Countless waves surged forward and formed a vast ocean around him. The wind was strong and the waves were strong. Countless waves struck the flaming cloud rock. Space Force continued to collapse as they fought. "Ouyang Xiao, today this old master will send you to hell one step earlier." Han Kai shouted as he formed a series of seals with his hands, condensing and increasing his strength. He then flipped his palms and condensed a huge fiery palm print that seemed to absorb all the power in this world and smashed towards Ouyang Xiao. Ouyang Xiao's face became solemn. He could feel the terrifying power of this move, and he knew that Han Kai was going all out. "You are not qualified." Ouyang Xiao roared, holding the holy sword in his hand. He poured all his strength into the sword, and a water dragon roared out from the sword, its momentum shaking the surroundings. Rumble, rumble, rumble. The two energies continuously entangled and bombarded each other, causing the surrounding air to be compressed and the space to become chaotic. The power of the giant palm print was not completely consumed, and the power of the water dragon also broke through the power of the giant palm print. The two remaining forces blasted towards Han Kai and Ouyang Xiao. Puff puff. Han Kai and Ouyang Xiao both used all their strength, and it was difficult for them to dodge each other's attacks. They were both sent flying far away, coughing up blood, and were seriously injured. On the other side, Mad Tooth and Ouyang Zhen were also engaged in a life-and-death battle. Mad Tooth waved his 10 millennia cold steel, which was like the tentacles of a cockroach, trying to strangle Ouyang Zhen. Ouyang Zhen, on the other hand, used all kinds of high-level sword skills to knock away Mad Tooth's 10 millennia cold steel. At the same time, he released countless sword chi to attack Mad Tooth's vital parts. Mad Tooth's entire body was lacerated by the sword aura, and blood was trickling out of his wounds. Ouyang Zhen wasn't any better off. His aged face had been whipped by the 10 millennia cold steel, and a ghastly scar was left on his face. "You mad dog, I will chop off your head today." Ouyang Zhen's strength was stronger than Mad Tooth's, but he was not as desperate as Mad Tooth. He was furious. After he shouted, the long sword in his hand spun rapidly, and his body also spun along with it. His whole body became one with the long sword, and he turned into a sword chi stabbing towards Mad Tooth's chest. His speed was as fast as lightning, and the sword chi kept surging around. Before the attack arrived, it had already created a sharp wind, which could make people feel cold. "Bastard, I want to drink your blood as a sacrifice for the warriors of the proud smiling palace." Mad Tooth shouted, and an evil demon appeared behind him. It was covered in a thick black mist, and had a strong bloodthirsty and corrosive nature. Mad Tooth's 10 millennia cold steel intertwined into a thick chain. All of his power was concentrated on the chain, and he swung it towards Ouyang Zhen. Clang, clang. Ouyang Zhen used all of his power. His holy sword hacked on Mad Tooth's 10 millennia cold steel, and the 10 millennia cold steel was cut into pieces. The tip of the sword pierced through Mad Tooth's chest. "Even if I die, I will drag someone down with me." Mad Tooth acted like he was possessed. His red eyes were full of bloodthirst. He held Ouyang Zhen with both of his hands, lowered his head and bit towards Ouyang Zhen's neck. Ah! Ouyang Zhen screamed, and his long sword twisted in Mad Tooth's chest. Mad Tooth's upper body was torn apart, and his blood splashed everywhere. Mad Tooth died just like that. However, Ouyang Zhen didn't have a good time either. His neck was broken by Mad Tooth's teeth, and blood kept oozing out. Ouyang Zhen hurriedly covered his neck with his hands, and took out some hemostasis spirit grass and medicinal pellets. He swallowed them and barely stopped the bleeding. Chapter 947. Motherf *Ker, you're courting death by fighting me? Ouyang Zhen panted. If he had been any slower, his neck would have been bitten off by Mad Tooth. He did not expect Mad Tooth to be so crazy. Although he had killed Mad Tooth, he could not participate in the battle anymore. All his strength had been used up and there were many wounds on his body. The wound on his neck could not be moved. If it burst open again he would not be able to survive. After all, the throat was the most fatal part. Fortunately, before Mad Tooth died, his protective spirit beast, the four-horned demon cow, had just destroyed Ouyang Zhen's leopard. Otherwise it would have been a waste. On the other side, the saints of the Black Demon sect and the Dongfang clan were also fighting fiercely. Although the Black Demon sect had one more saint, the Dongfang clan had the most powerful dragon turtle. It could fight against the Thousand Vipers Black Snake Spirit Beast, a middle-level saint, and the saint's protective spirit beast. The dragon turtle's strongest point was its defense. It was almost immune to attacks that were weaker than it. This was equivalent to being in an invincible state. Coupled with its powerful and ferocious attacks, it was able to gain the upper hand even when fighting 1 against 3. If it was given a little more time, the black snake would definitely be swallowed alive. The middle-level saint and his 8th-level spirit beast would not be able to escape death either. With the dragon tortoise as a distraction, Granny Dongfeng and her spiritual beasts had a much easier time dealing with the myriad venomous serpent, who had been a high-level saint for many years. Otherwise, the myriad venomous serpent's poisonous techniques would have been extremely difficult to deal with. As for Black Demon's wife, Mei Sha, her killing methods were extremely shocking. The mid-level saint of the Dongfang clan was forced to retreat again and again. He was surrounded by danger again and again. The middle-level saint could not fight back at all, which made him feel extremely uncomfortable. This was a situation that he had not encountered for many years. He also realized that the woman in front of him definitely had the strength of a peak middle-level saint. It would not be long before she would have the opportunity to step into a higher level. Feng Qingyuan of the Feng clan could be said to be unparalleled in terms of speed. However, the Ghost Darkness sect had sent 2 people to tangle with her. One was a mid-level saint, and the other was a low-level saint. They only focused on defense and did not fight to the death with her. This made it difficult for her to defeat them, let alone help the others. The more she fought, the angrier she became. Fu Zhen, if you don't move aside, don't blame me for being impolite. Feng Qingyuan frowned and shouted. Fu Zhen was the leader of the Guiyu sect. He had the strength of a mid-level saint and had entered this realm earlier than Feng Qingyuan. His strength was much denser than Feng Qingyuan's. Fairy Feng, you don't have to do this. Your Feng family has become enemies with several big powers for the sake of the proud smiling palace. I'm afraid you won't have a good time in the future, Fu Zhen replied. They had already chosen to stand on the Ouyang clan side, so naturally, they wouldn't let the Feng clan help others. Then all of you can go to hell. Feng Qingyuan shouted out fiercely, the holy sword in her hand danced. With her as the center, she instantly swept up a ball of wind blades that formed a huge energy. The blades twisted in all directions. The energy was divided into countless wind blades that slashed towards Fu Zhen and the other low-level saint. At the same time, her figure surged like a ghost and swept towards the low-level saint. Her long sword went straight for the low-level saint's eyebrows. The low-level saint was already having a hard time fending off Feng Qingyuan's wind blades. If it wasn't for Fu Zhen bearing most of the pressure, he would have been killed. Now that Feng Qingyuan suddenly attacked him, he was terrified. He wanted to dodge, but found that Feng Qingyuan's long sword followed him like a shadow, and it was impossible for him to get rid of it. Don't you dare hurt my junior brother. Fu Zhen dispersed Feng Qingyuan's wind blades. He shouted loudly and the round hammer in his hand rapidly smashed towards Feng Qingyuan. If Feng Qingyuan really wanted to assassinate the low-level saint, she would also have to take Fu Zhen's heavy blow. This could be considered as a strategy of besieging Wei to rescue Zhao Feng. He originally thought that Feng Qingyuan wouldn't take this risk. After all, even if he couldn't kill Feng Qingyuan with this move, he would at least seriously injure her. Unfortunately, he was wrong this time. Feng Qingyuan actually ignored everything and stabbed the long sword between her junior brother's eyebrows without hesitation. The low-level saint let out a shrill cry. His head was penetrated, his sea of consciousness was directly destroyed, and his soul was scattered. All his vitality was cut off, and no elixirs or miraculous medicines could save him. At the same time, Feng Qingyuan's back was smashed by Fu Jin's heavy round hammer. She spat out a mouthful of blood, and her entire body was sent flying like a broken kite. Damned bitch, you forced me to turn against you. You actually killed my junior brother. I'll definitely cut you into 1,000 pieces. Fu Jin shouted madly and called back her round hammer. After that, she smashed it madly towards Feng Qingyuan. Countless shadows of the hammer were accompanied by thunderbolts, and the surrounding space collapsed into pieces. Although Feng Qingyuan had suffered internal injuries, it wasn't as serious as she had imagined. This was because she was wearing a high-level saint armor given to her by the evil emperor, and it had blocked most of the strength of the attack. This was also the important thing that she relied on to take the risk to assassinate the low-level saint. Feng Qingyuan shouted delicately. Her body floated like a light breeze and she dodged most of Fu Jin's attack. She swung her long sword to block the rest of the attack, but she was still forced to retreat. In terms of strength, she was much weaker than Fu Jin, and it was obvious that she was at a disadvantage in a head-on confrontation. I've already warned you, you asked for it. Feng Qingyuan responded and retreated 1,000 meters. Once again she organized an attack and fought with Fu Jin with speed. Fu Jin was also angry. Previously they had only wanted to delay the people from the Feng family, but they didn't expect that the Feng family wasn't here to fish in troubled waters, but to help the proud smiling palace wholeheartedly. If he had known earlier, he would have killed Feng Qingyuan with his junior brother with all his strength. Now it was too late. He could only kill Feng Qingyuan to avenge his junior brother. On the other hand, Gu Lei from the Gu family was beating Mo Lin half to death with ease. Although he was only at the peak of the mid-level saint, his combat strength was comparable to that of an ordinary high-level saint. Countless thunder and lightning bolts made people feel that it was difficult to resist. His Thunder Flood Dragon was also extremely powerful, and Mo Lin's spirit beast was also bitten to death. Surrender to the Gu family and we'll spare your life. Gu Lei held a long dagger axe in his hand and looked at the seriously injured Mo Lin indifferently. There were limited saints in the central region, and every one of them was a peerless expert with the ability to dominate a region. Gu Lei had a good idea. His family didn't have many saints and he was thinking about whether he could subdue this person for his own use. Haha, you're not qualified to make me surrender. Mo Lin laughed bitterly, and then glanced in Han Kai's direction. He said in his heart, Saint Master Han, I'm sorry. Then, several beads that looked like heavenly lightning beads appeared in his hand, and he threw them at Gu Lei. Gu Lei thought that they were real heavenly lightning beads and he didn't dare to be careless. He quickly changed his position and at the same time he waved his hand and a force swept away the beads. However, he realized that the beads didn't explode, and he knew that he had been tricked. When Gu Lei looked at Mo Lin again, he was nowhere to be seen. You actually dared to trick me. Do you think you can escape? Gu Lei was furious. He jumped onto the back of the Thunder Flood Dragon and chased in the direction that Mo Lin had escaped. As for the three saints under Sha Tian's command, they fought against the 4 Ape Kings, and the battle was also quite fierce. Although the 4 Ape Kings were only at the low level of the 8th order, they were extremely strong. Every punch was enough to split mountains and rivers, and their physical defense was extremely abnormal. Although the 3 Jade Killers had lost one person, one of them was a mid-level saint, and they had the help of 3 8th order spirit beasts, so they weren't at a disadvantage. They were good at assassination, and their movements were very unpredictable. They often changed to different tricky angles to assassinate the 4 Ape Kings. However, even if they stabbed the Ape Kings 3 times, a single punch from the Ape King would be enough to make them suffer. It was impossible for them to determine the victor in a short period of time. The 2 saints from the Martial Spirit Council were just casually dealing with them. They did not really fight and no one really dared to fight them seriously. After all, the power of the Martial Spirit Council was enough to intimidate many people. Although they were on the side of the proud smiling palace, everyone could see that they did not really want to get involved. This was also the reason why the proud smiling palace did not have the upper hand. The battle between the saints was extremely fierce. It was impossible to determine the victor in a short period of time. Below them, the melee had reached its climax. The proud smiling palace's 20,000 people had been reduced to a few thousand. The Ouyang clan still had about 10,000 people, and the Black Demon sect had 7 to 8,000 people. Many of them had been killed by the Dongfang clan, the Feng clan and Yuan Zhantian. The Dongfang clan and the Feng clan had both suffered losses. This battle was extremely fierce. More and more people died and the ground was dyed red with blood. As the leader of the proud smiling palace, Feng Xianyun had killed countless people. Now she was besieged by 2 Black Demon sect's mid-level Xian emperors. She had many wounds on her body, and her aura was becoming more and more unstable. Luo Meiying was also in a difficult situation. Her combat experience was much worse than the others. If not for her spirit-level world power, she would have died a long time ago. As for Ji Beixin, the 3 elders of the Feng clan were taking care of her from time to time. Her life was not in danger yet. Dongfang Jing was also protected by the Dongfang clan's experts, so she could guard Xian Yao and Yi Yunfeng with peace of mind. On the other hand, Wei Daier's situation was getting more and more dangerous. She was protected by her brother Leng Shi and the 8 generals. However, they were only heavenly masters and it was difficult for them to fight against Xian emperors. A low-level Xian emperor from the Ouyang clan was called Ouyang Bin. He was famous for being lecherous. Even on the battlefield, he did not forget to pay attention to Feng Xianyun, Ji Beixin, Dongfang Jing, Luo Meiying, and Wei Daier. He saw that Wei Daier had the least number of experts by her side, and he, the mystic the Arch, was able to deal with Leng Shi without any resistance. He then approached Wei Daier and laughed, "Beauty, let's see where you can run to this time. Be obedient and listen to me, and I can spare your life." At the same time he reached out to grab Wei Daier's full chest. Just as his hand was about to come into contact with Wei Daier's chest, a strong gust of wind swept over and a strong hand grabbed onto his hand in advance. Chapter 948. On the battlefield it was either you die or I die. Ouyang Bin did not forget to flirt with a beauty in the midst of a chaotic battle. His thoughts were not something that an ordinary person could compare with. However, just as he was about to touch Wei Daier's full and bouncy chest, his hand was pinched by another hand. Ouyang Bin did not panic. Without thinking, he raised the long sword in his other hand and quickly slashed at the hand that grabbed him. However, before his sword could slash, the opponent used force and directly tore his arm off. Ouyang Bin let out a heart-wrenching scream. That sound was like a pig being slaughtered, and it made people's hair stand on end. A mystic, the arch-martial expert's bones and flesh were already extremely tough. Ordinary people could not even think of tearing them apart. However, it looked like the person just pulled lightly and Ouyang Bin's arm was shifted. Blood kept spurting out from his wound. "Do you think you can touch my woman?" A cold voice rang faintly in Ouyang Bin's ears. This voice sounded like it came from the 9 levels of hell, and it made people who heard it feel uncomfortable as if they had fallen into an ice cellar. The cold murderous intent was terrifying. Ouyang Bin could not care so much and immediately retreated. He knew that the person who came was definitely a first-class martial expert. However, could he still escape? Just as his body moved, the person kicked fiercely and directly at Ouyang Bin's genitals. Bang! Ouyang Bin only felt pain in his nether regions. His 2 balls were directly kicked and exploded. Moreover, the power of that kick even attacked his entire body, directly causing his dantian to explode and his internal organs to rupture. He died on the spot. It was already obvious who the person was. That's right, he was the palace lord of the proud smiling palace, Ling Xiao. After a long and arduous journey, he finally rushed back from the myriad flower sect to the territory of the proud smiling palace. However, just as he was about to return to Wine Cloud City, he found out that the main forces of the proud smiling palace had all rushed to the territory of the 3 village gang to prepare for battle. Therefore he changed his route and rushed here at the last minute. When he arrived here, he found that the people of the proud smiling palace were already at the edge of danger. His heart was burning with anger. The first thing he did was to search for the whereabouts of his woman and brother. Only then did he realize that Wei Daier was about to be molested. Ouyang Bin could be considered unlucky. The first person he encountered was Ling Xiao, who was filled with rage. After he died, his balls would be broken and he would become a eunuch. "Xiao, you're finally back." Wei Daier looked at the dignified man in front of her and her beautiful eyes could not help but overflow with tears. She was too tired from the past 2 days of killing. It had been too hard for her. She thought that Ling Xiao wouldn't show up until she died. Fortunately he came back now and her heart was at ease. Ling Xiao bent down and wiped away her tears. He said softly, "I'm back. Leave everything to me." Looking at the injuries all over Wei Dyer's body, Ling Xiao only felt pain in his heart. His woman, whom he loved dearly, was actually bullied by others. Today he swore that he would start a massacre. When Wei Dyer was about to say something, she saw someone slashing towards Ling Xiao. She immediately exclaimed, "Xiao, be careful behind you." However, Ling Xiao seemed to have no reaction at all. He let the sneak attacker slash at his back. The attacker was a high-level celestial master. He thought that he could cut the man and the woman in front of him into two. However, when his saber slashed at their backs, a powerful shockwave shook the saber out of his hands. His hands started to bleed. He was shocked. He knew that the person in front of him was definitely very scary. He immediately wanted to retreat. However, Ling Xiao had already turned around and swept a roundhouse kick at his face. Bang! The powerful whip kick directly smashed the high-level celestial master's head. Ling Xiao did not even look at the dead man. He pulled Wei Dyer up and gave her a healing elixir. Then he turned around and found that Lung Shi was being besieged. The situation was very critical. He transformed into a gust of wind and countless footsteps swept across the surrounding Ouyang clan members, causing them to explode into pieces. The power of the wind god's kick was undoubtedly displayed at this moment. When Lung Shi saw who it was, he could not help but exclaim, "Palace Master! You don't have to say anything. I know. You and Wei Dyer should take care of yourselves first," Ling Xiao said as he patted Lung Shi's shoulder. Then Ling Xiao flew towards the 8 generals and wiped out the people around them. He did not have time to save the others one by one. Instead, he summoned Xiao Jin and Muscle Man, "Kill them all." Then he flew up into the sky like a hawk and shouted, "I'm back. Everyone from the proud smiling palace, gather together and wait for me to bring justice to you." Ling Xiao's voice was loud and mighty. Although there were many attacks, everyone could still hear him clearly. Many people raised their heads and looked at the man with a majestic aura. Their eyes were filled with worship. The palace master is finally back. He did not retreat. Everyone gather together and wait for the palace master's orders. That's right. With the palace master here, the proud smiling palace will definitely win. Damn it. Ouyang family, Black Demon sect, you bastards will die. The remaining people of the proud smiling palace were all excited. They had long since respected Ling Xiao. In their hearts, Ling Xiao was an omnipotent god of war. With him, the proud smiling palace would never lose. The people of the proud smiling palace began to retreat. The Dongfang family and the Feng family also cooperated to cover for them. Thousands of people fought and retreated at the same time, and the battle began to change. When Feng Xianyun, Ji Beixin, Luo Meiying and Dongfang Jing saw Ling Xiao, they all cried tears of joy. They had been holding on for too long. They were not worried that Ling Xiao would not dare to come back, but they were afraid that they would die before they could see Ling Xiao. Now they did not have to worry about that anymore. Xian Yao also smiled and said, "Finally he's back. I knew the heavens would not let the proud smiling palace die." Yuan Zhantian also caught a glimpse of Ling Xiao and realized that Ling Xiao's aura was even stronger than his. He muttered to himself, "How does this guy cultivate? He's advancing faster than me." Ling Xiao did not waste any more words. He held the golden dragon spear and began to kill. Wherever he went, there would always be people dying under his golden dragon spear. Now that he had reached the strength of a high-level mystic emperor, he could fight against a low-level saint if he went all out. Moreover, his body was so strong that he was immune to many attacks. He did not care about defense at all and only cared about killing to his heart's content. "Let me take your head." Ouyang Zhan rushed out from the crowd and attacked Ling Xiao. As the future successor of the Ouyang family, Ouyang Zhan's battle power was quite extraordinary. His strength had reached the peak of the Mystic Emperor realm and he had killed many generals of the proud smiling palace, including the mid-level Mystic Emperor Fang Qin and the low-level Mystic Emperor Lu Kun. He knew that Ling Xiao was the culprit behind the deaths of their 2 ancestors, and he couldn't wait to kill Ling Xiao right now. Although he did not know how Ling Xiao had killed his 2 ancestors, he did not think that Ling Xiao had done it with his own strength. He must have used some kind of trick to kill them. Ouyang Zhen did not explain the situation to the younger generation, which led to Ouyang Zhan's assumption. It also doomed him to be like an egg hitting a stone. Even if Ouyang Zhan had the strength of a half-step saint, it was still not enough in Ling Xiao's eyes. Ling Xiao was full of anger and his killing intent was at its strongest. He held the golden dragon spear and clashed with Ouyang Zhan without any fancy moves. Ouyang Zhan's low-level saint weapon shattered with one touch, and a golden dragon pierced through his chest, shattering his internal organs. Ouyang Zhan did not expect that he would not be able to last one round with his strength. Ling Xiao picked up Ouyang Zhan's body expressionlessly and shouted, "Today none of you are allowed to escape from the proud smiling palace." Bang! As his voice fell, his golden dragon spear vibrated and shattered Ouyang Zhan's body. Ling Xiao's actions undoubtedly inspired the fighting spirit of everyone in the proud smiling palace. It also shocked the hearts of the people of the Ouyang clan and the Black Demon sect. However, it was not so easy to scare off so many people. A half-step saint of the Black Demon sect swept toward Ling Xiao like a ghost, and a pair of ghostly claws went to grab Ling Xiao's neck. Ling Xiao did not even look back as he continued forward, as if he did not know that someone was sneaking up on him. "Hee Ling Xiao, your head is mine," the half-step saint of the Black Demon sect said with a sinister smile. Just as the ghostly claws were about to grab Ling Xiao's neck, a huge fist came from the side. The half-step saint did not even have time to react before his head was smashed to smithereens. "You want to touch my boss? Have you asked for my permission?" A strong and handsome man said disdainfully. "Don't waste time here. Kill to your heart's content." Ling Xiao turned around and shouted at the muscular man. "Yes, boss." The muscular man replied, and a pair of tiger-striped wings immediately spread out from his back. He transformed into a birdman and began to attack the people of the Ouyang clan and the Black Demon sect. Every punch carried a vast power. Humans and spirit beasts alike would be smashed into minced meat under the power of this punch. His tiger-striped wings were like the sharpest weapons, strangling the people on both sides to his heart's content. He was an 8th-level low-level mutant spirit beast. His combat power was not something an ordinary person could withstand. Xiao Jin was also very skillful. Spirit beasts that were at the same level or higher than him were no match for him. His third eye had a strange ability that could confuse his opponents and make them pause, giving him enough time to bite his opponents. Ling Xiao completely let go of his hands and feet. Wherever the golden dragon spear went, there would be howls of agony. If he met a difficult opponent, he would use his psyche power to kill him. 2 of the half-step saints were attacked by his psyche power, and their minds were damaged. Then Ling Xiao killed them. Ling Xiao's return had undoubtedly changed the situation of the battlefield. Ouyang Zhenfei descended from the sky, holding Mad Tooth's head in his hand. He looked at Ling Xiao and shouted, "Ling Xiao, you little bastard! You finally showed up. I swear I will kill you today. I will destroy the Laughing Palace and avenge my brother." Chapter 949. Ouyang Zhen had a short period of time to recuperate. The wound on his neck had already healed with the help of high-grade spirit herbs and elixirs. Although his injuries had not fully recovered, he would have no problem dealing with anyone below the saint level. Following his shout, all the saints in the 9 heavens knew that the Smiling Palace Lord, Ling Xiao, had appeared. The saints from both sides split up once again, returning to their respective camps. Ling Xiao was the fuse of this battle, and he would also be the wind vane of this battle. Ling Xiao raised his head to look at Ouyang Zhen. When he saw the head in Ouyang Zhen's hand, a monstrous rage instantly erupted. Mad Tooth had actually been killed by Ouyang Zhen. "Bastard!" Ling Xiao roared in fear and flew towards Ouyang Zhen. At this time, Grandma Dongfang descended to Ling Xiao's side and said, "Xiao, don't be rash." In another direction, Savage Leopard also saw Mad Tooth's head in Ouyang Zhen's hand, and a wave of grief and indignation involuntarily rose in his heart. "I'll kill you, you old bastard." Savage Leopard cursed, and his eyes were red with anger. He wielded the blood-devouring devil blade and charged towards Ouyang Zhen. He and Mad Tooth were like brothers. Now that Mad Tooth had been killed, it would be strange if he didn't go crazy. Savage Leopard's energy was concentrated to the extreme, and countless spirit energy surged towards him. He actually wanted to forcefully break through to the highest stage of the mystic the Arch Realm and kill Ouyang Zhen. "A grain of rice dares to shine," Ouyang Zhen said with disdain. Just as Savage Leopard was halfway to Ling Xiao, the heavily injured Han Kai swept over and raised his hand to knock Savage Leopard unconscious. He then retreated to Ling Xiao's side. "Senior brother, how are you?" Ling Xiao looked at Han Kai, who was pale and covered in wounds. Han Kai shook his head and said with difficulty, "I won't die yet." Following that, he took out the spring of life and immediately drank it. Drinking too much spring water of life wouldn't have the effect of extending one's lifespan, but the effect of recovering one's chi was still very obvious. To saints it was the best life-saving item. After all, healing pills below the 8th grade wouldn't have much effect on them. In fact, Han Kai's injuries weren't as simple as they seemed on the surface. His internal organs had been severely damaged, and although the spring of life could restore a lot of his vitality, his lifespan would likely be reduced again. He didn't have much time left to live, and if he couldn't break through or obtain other top-notch holy artifacts to prolong his life, he would probably die soon. Han Kai's other low-level saint friend also returned. One of his arms was almost crippled, and his aura was extremely chaotic. Clearly he had suffered a great loss just now. They belonged to the category of independent cultivators, and although they had reached the saint level, they were definitely inferior to the saints who were nurtured by the large factions with many high-level resources. Ling Xiao didn't recognize this person, but he could tell that he was fighting for the proud smiling palace. Without a word, he handed a drop of life spring water to the low-level saint. The low-level saint looked at Han Kai, and when he saw Han Kai nod, he took the drop and drank it. Suddenly he felt a pure vitality rapidly nourishing his limbs, bones and organs. A comfortable feeling arose spontaneously, and his arm, which was about to be chopped off, began to respond. He believed that it wouldn't take long for him to recover, and this made him extremely excited. Among the many saints, besides Mad Tooth, the Black Demon sect had also been killed by the Dragon Turtle, which had killed a high-level 8th grade Black Snake, as well as the middle-level saint and his protective spirit beast. In addition, Han Kai's friend Mo Lin had also been killed by Gu Lei, and Feng Qingyuan had killed a low-level saint from the Ghost Darkness sect. In this battle, a total of 3 middle-level saints and 1 low-level saint had fallen, and the rest were more or less injured. It was quite a tragic battle. Fu Zhen wanted to get rid of Feng Qingyuan, but he couldn't keep up with Feng Qingyuan's speed. However, he was preparing to meet up with his other 2 junior brothers to deal with Feng Qingyuan and the other low-level saint. Now, beside Ling Xiao were Han Kai and his friend, the 4 saints of the Dongfang clan, and the 2 saints of the Feng clan. Yuan Zhantian's old monkey and the 4 ape kings stood on the other side, and the 3 elders of the martial spirit court had also retreated. On the Ouyang clan side, Ouyang Xiao was half dead, and Ouyang Zhen was also seriously injured. The other low-level saint was not dead either, and could be considered to have maintained a relatively complete formation. The saints of the Black Demon sect, the Gu clan, the Ghost Darkness sect and Sha Tian's organization did not retreat. Since the battle had already begun, and the 3 from the martial spirit court were only helping out, the proud smiling palace's side was obviously weaker than the Ouyang clan's side. This battle had to decide the winner and the loser. Ling Xiao, you little bastard, you still know to show up. Today I must avenge my 2 brothers. Ouyang Zhen said through gritted teeth. Then he shouted to the surrounding saints, everyone, let's kill him together. This little bastard has a legendary divine weapon. He killed my 2 brothers with that divine weapon. As soon as he said this, all the saints were envious. They couldn't understand how the Ouyang clan's 2 saints were suddenly killed by a junior like Ling Xiao. Even if he had great abilities, it was impossible for him to suddenly increase his strength to a high-level saint to kill them. They even wondered if it was the return of the evil emperor that caused him to do such a crazy thing. However, after thinking about it carefully, they felt that it was impossible. If it was the evil emperor, the Ouyang clan would not dare to take revenge with such great fanfare. It was even more likely that the evil emperor could wipe out their clan with just one hand. After all, he was a legend who had gone to the Qin domain. This was also one of the reasons why they decided to get involved in this mess. Now that they heard Ouyang Zhen say that Ling Xiao actually had a divine weapon, they finally understood why Ling Xiao, the mystic emperor, could kill Ouyang Xing and Ouyang Hua. No matter what he has, Brother Lei, you must first help get rid of that bitch, Feng Qingyuan. Fu Zhen was not in the mood to think about the divine weapon at the moment. He had to avenge his dead junior brother. As he spoke, Fu Zhen's heavy hammer was already smashing towards Feng Qingyuan. At the same time, the 2 saints behind him also attacked her and the other saint from the Feng clan. Ji Lei hesitated for a moment and nodded to his companion. The 2 of them also helped Fu Zhen to kill Feng Qingyuan. After all, the Ghost Nether sect was only able to help because he had personally invited them. It would be unreasonable for him to not help now. Grandma, help my mistress to hold them off first. Once I settle my grudge with the Ouyang clan, I will come and help you. Ling Xiao said to Grandma Dongfang hurriedly. Grandma Dongfang nodded slightly and immediately ordered her people to help Feng Qingyuan. She stayed by Ling Xiao's side, not leaving his side at all. Luo Meng also arranged for the dragon turtle to stay by Ling Xiao's side in case of any accidents. On the other hand, Ling Xiao arranged for Xiao Jin and Muscle to stay by his women's side to protect their safety. You all want my divine weapon, right? Then come and snatch it. Ling Xiao let out an angry roar and fully activated his 35 times battle strength. His entire body transformed into the body of a dragon. A peerless true dragon roared for thousands of miles, shocking the surroundings. Grandma Dongfang, who was beside Ling Xiao, looked slightly surprised. It was obvious that she was shocked by Ling Xiao's transformation. The saints present also revealed looks of surprise. Ouyang Jing panicked and said to the saints around him, "Quick! Get rid of him, don't let him take out the divine weapon." At the same time, a high-grade spiritual weapon appeared in his hand and he threw it towards Ling Xiao. The spiritual weapon pierced towards Ling Xiao's forehead in an attempt to stop Ling Xiao's next move. Unfortunately, Grandma Dongfang's palm had deflected the spiritual weapon. Attack! Mei Xiao was very decisive and immediately ordered her people to attack Ling Xiao. The people from Sha Tian's organization also moved out at the same time, not planning to give Ling Xiao any chance. At this moment, a sky full of flying flowers suddenly scattered down from the sky. The bright red dots were like drifting snow, looking extremely beautiful and fresh. When these flying flowers scattered, everyone was stunned. Someone immediately cried out, "Flowers float for thousands of miles, it's the Wanhua sect." Indeed, as soon as this voice was heard, 3 figures flew over from afar. They were the Wanhua sect's Hua Baihe, Granny Bai, and another middle-aged woman. They were 2 mid-level saints and 1 low-level saint. Granny Bai was a peak mid-level saint and infinitely close to a high-level saint. They shouldn't be too late. Hua Baihe said indifferently. Everyone did not know who the Wanhua sect was helping, and they were a little confused as to what they were here for. However, the Ouyang family and the Wanhua sect were both Southern Abyss forces, so they were more or less familiar with each other. Ouyang Jing asked, "Flower Fairy, are you here to help the Ouyang family?" He thought that the Southern Abyss forces should be on the same side, so there was no reason that the Wanhua sect's saint would not appear here to help them. We are here today to help Saint Master Ling. This old life of mine is only alive because he saved me," Hua Baihe said with a melodious voice. As soon as she said this, the expressions of the 3 from the Ouyang family changed. Ouyang Jing asked unwillingly, "Which one is Saint Master Ling?" "She's right, it should be me," Ling Xiao replied faintly. At this moment, a broken drum had appeared in his hand. He raised his hand in an instant and slapped the drum's surface. Ouyang Jing's pupils shrank. "Quick, stop him, that's a divine weapon." After saying this, Ouyang Jing actually turned around and hurriedly left. Unfortunately, Ling Xiao had already started beating the drum heavily. Dong dong. A desolate aura assaulted the sky, and a ferocious giant holding a giant drum instantly appeared in front of everyone. He held the drumstick in his hand and beat the drum. The sound was like the morning bell of a tomb, distant and profound. It was also like the sound of a bugle drum in an ancient battlefield, urging the momentum of thousands of soldiers and horses to kill the world. Ouyang Jing was already thousands of meters away, but the sound of the drum was everywhere, and an inexplicable force seemed to explode in his body. He tried his best to suppress it, trying to dissolve this force. Unfortunately, it was useless. After all, he was seriously injured before and his strength was not at its peak. Otherwise he could still hold on for a while, but now he did not have the ability to do so. Bang! Ouyang Jing's body instantly exploded as if it had been ignited, and countless amounts of blood splattered all over the sky. Chapter 950. Many saints opened their mouths wide when they saw this scene. Their eyes widened in disbelief. Just the sound of a drum had caused a mid-level saint to explode and die. What kind of concept was that? Everyone was certain that it was definitely a divine weapon. After all, this was a drum that was struck by a high-level mystic emperor. If they were the ones using this bronze drum, how powerful would it be? Needless to say, the power would naturally be terrifying. "Damn bastard, I'll kill you!" Ouyang Xiao roared as if he had gone mad. The sword in his hand made a clanging sound and countless spiritual energy surged towards him. An incomparably oppressive force made people feel suffocated. This was the prelude to the most powerful killer move of a high-level saint. It was obvious that Ouyang Xiao intended to kill Ling Xiao with his life. "Xiao, step back. I'll deal with him," Granny Dongfang said with an extremely serious expression. Ouyang Xiao had advanced to the high-level mystic emperor level thousands of years earlier than her, so she was not confident that she could withstand Ouyang Zhao's desperate move. Han Kai, who was beside her, also entered a state of alert. Like Ouyang Zhao, he was seriously injured. Although he had recovered with the spring of life, his condition could not be restored immediately. Moreover, Ouyang Zhao was going all out now. Unless he went all out like him, he would not be able to withstand this move. Ling Xiao did not say anything and once again struck the sky-suppressing drum with all his strength. Dong. This time Ling Xiao's target was Ouyang Zhao. He had to kill him before this old fellow made his move. Ouyang Zhao's internal body was immediately affected by the sound of the drum, and his blood began to churn. However, he was a high-level saint after all. All his meridians and internal organs had been strengthened to an unimaginable level. It was not impossible for him to withstand a single blow. Bastard, die. Nirvana wave. Ouyang Zhao gritted his teeth and shouted. His sacred sword began to dance. All of a sudden, Ouyang Zhao was surrounded by a vast body of water. But this body of water seemed to be tossed into the air and smashed towards Ling Xiao. Countless waves transformed into a myriad of blades of water, and they were like waves of natural calamity that struck, causing this expanse of the heavens and the earth to be stirred up to the point of changing color and becoming extremely chaotic. All of this power was concentrated in one place and blasted in the direction of Ling Xiao. Granny Dongfang and Han Kai attacked at the same time. Both of them were high-grade saints, so it was not a problem for them to block the attack together. At this moment, the 1,000 poisonous snake of the Black Demon sect took advantage of this opportunity to strike Ling Xiao while he was down. He shot out clouds of poisonous fog from his palms, and the poisonous fog rushed towards Ling Xiao like a giant python. Wherever this venomous python went, the surrounding air would be corroded and burnt black, giving off a foul stench. Ling Xiao's fleshly body was already comparable to a saint artifact, reaching the realm of being impervious to all poisons. In addition, he had the old Dragon King's dragon scales for defense. He believed that even the 1,000 Vipers' powerful move would not be able to do anything to him. However, the others didn't know about his situation. Lily and Granny Bai attacked at the same time, intending to blast the poisonous mist away so that it wouldn't hurt Ling Xiao. However, their strength was far inferior to the myriad poisonous snakes. Even if they worked together, they wouldn't be able to completely blast away the two venomous pythons. In the end, the remaining power of the two venomous pythons blasted into Ling Xiao's body. Boom. Husband, boss. Ling Xiao's woman and brothers cried out in shock at the sight of this scene. The power of that attack was so terrifying that even a city would be completely destroyed. They didn't think that Ling Xiao could really withstand it. However, when the power dissipated, Ling Xiao was only sent flying 1,000 meters away. His body was still in mid-air, and the sky suppression drum in his hand was still in his grasp. If Ling Xiao couldn't withstand the attack, the dragon scales that the old Dragon King had bestowed upon him would immediately activate to defend and protect Ling Xiao. At the same time, the demonic heavenly fire pearl in Ling Xiao's sea of consciousness burned away the invading poisonous gas. How is this possible? He's only a high-level mystic emperor. How could he withstand my attack? The myriad poisonous snake cried out in disbelief. The other saints also revealed looks of extreme shock. Ling Xiao had given them too many surprises. Not only did he have a divine weapon, but he also had a defense that could withstand a high-level saint's attack. This could only mean that Ling Xiao had other trump cards that he could rely on. Hurry up and kill him. Don't let this drag on. Mei Xiao ordered. Even if the Ouyang clan hadn't instigated the war against the proud Smiling Palace, the Black Demon sect would sooner or later have a showdown with the proud Smiling Palace. The saints started fighting again, all of their energy exploding out. The people from the Black Demon sect and Sha Tian's organization were all heading towards Ling Xiao. Their goal was no longer just to assassinate Ling Xiao. They wanted to snatch the divine drum from him. Meiying, what are you waiting for? Hurry up and let the dragon turtle attack. Feng Xianyun snapped out of her trance and shouted at Luo Meiying. Just now, Luo Meiying had let the dragon turtle guard Ling Xiao's side. However, when Ouyang Xiao and the myriad poisonous snake attacked, she forgot to let the dragon turtle attack. That was why Ling Xiao had fallen into a trap. Luo Meiying hurriedly came to her senses and hurriedly let the dragon turtle block the saints who wanted to kill Ling Xiao. The dragon turtle roared like a demon that had been resurrected. Its mountain-like body instantly blocked the path of the 1,000 poisonous snake and the other two great saints of the Black Demon sect. Countless waves surged unceasingly, blocking their path. They did not want to be entangled with the dragon turtle. Instead, they ordered their spirit beasts to deal with the dragon turtle while they went around to kill Ling Xiao. Come on, do you really think that I am a pushover? None of you can escape today. Ling Xiao said faintly. Once again he concentrated his spiritual energy on his palms and hit the divine drum. Dong. The Sha Tian's jade killer who had arrived the fastest was hit by Ling Xiao's drum. In an instant he let out a blood-curdling scream and his body started to crack. Countless amounts of fresh blood seeped out from his skin. It was a terrifying sight. When Ling Xiao hit the drum for the second time he was blasted into meat paste just like Ouyang Zhen. At this time the other two jade killers had already stabbed towards Ling Xiao from different directions. One stabbed towards Ling Xiao's back while the other stabbed towards Ling Xiao's arm in an attempt to knock the divine drum out of his hand. When Ling Xiao unleashed his full strength, he could compete with a low-level saint. However, when faced with a pincer attack he could only dodge one of the attacks. Ling Xiao bent his body and quickly kept the divine drum, taking the blow from the low-level saint on his back. If an ordinary person was stabbed by a low-level saint, they would definitely die from a piercing blow. However, Ling Xiao's physical body was extremely strong and was covered in layers of dragon scales. The low-level saint's sword was unable to pierce through Ling Xiao's body and only sent him flying far away. Even so, the two low-level saints did not hesitate. Their speed continued to change and they wanted to take the opportunity to kill Ling Xiao. However, their old rivals, the four ape kings, had received Yuan Zhantian's order and attacked them again. The strongest mid-level saint of the heaven-slaying organization had already fallen. The other two low-level saints and their two heavily injured spiritual beasts were simply unable to withstand the attacks of four ape kings that were infinitely close to the mid-level of the 8th level. Ling Xiao had a chance to catch his breath. He immediately took out a pill and swallowed it. However, a terrifying energy suddenly blasted towards him. He could not defend himself in time and was once again sent flying thousands of meters away. The pill in his hand was also destroyed. Damn it, how ruthless! Ling Xiao cursed in his heart. If not for the dragon scales given to him by the old Dragon King, he would have died many times over. Ling Xiao steadied himself and saw that it was the Black Demon Sect's Mei Sha who attacked him. He did not know that she was the Black Demon Sect's wife. All he knew was that she was his enemy. The Mei Sha's speed was as fast as the wind. It was not inferior to the average wind attribute martial artist. Once again she chased after him. Hua Baiha and Granny Bai chased after him. However, they were blocked by the Mei Sha's 8th level high-level spirit beasts. They could not help Ling Xiao immediately. The Mei Sha's attacks were extremely ruthless. Each of her attacks contained the power to destroy the heavens and the earth. She wanted to turn Ling Xiao into dust in a short time. Ling Xiao did not even have the ability to defend himself. He was bombarded by the storm of attacks until he was dizzy and disoriented. You're the one who forced this empress to use my trump card. Ling Xiao endured the countless attacks and cursed. Suddenly, the spatial ring in his hand underwent a huge change. Ling Xiao could not retaliate against the Mei Sha's attacks. The speed that he was so proud of was completely useless. Helpless, he could only do something that he had never done before. The spatial ring turned into a medicine cauldron. Moreover, this medicine cauldron instantly grew in size, from less than a meter tall to the size of a house. Moreover, it did not stop growing. In just a few blinks of an eye, it had become like a 100-meter-tall mountain floating in front of Ling Xiao. A thick halo of light continuously radiated from it, blocking all of the Mei Sha's attacks and giving Ling Xiao a chance to catch his breath. The Mei Sha looked at the medicine cauldron in front of her, her beautiful eyes filled with astonishment. She thought to herself, could this be the legendary divine cauldron? Ling Xiao once again took out the pill and the heaven-suppressing drum from the medicine cauldron. After quickly swallowing the pill, he struck the drum without hesitation. Not good. Everyone retreat. Succubus cried out. Without thinking, she immediately began to flee. By the time the sound of Ling Xiao's drum fell, the Mei Sha was already 10,000 meters away. She had not suffered much damage. Ling Xiao did not have the strength to chase after her. In fact, he had just taken the pill and had only recovered 60% of his strength. It was impossible for him to catch up to the Mei Sha, who was a mid-level saint, nor could he kill her. With the Mei Sha fleeing, the other members of the Black Demon Sect did not continue to fight. They immediately broke away from their respective opponents and retreated. Didn't you want the divine weapon? Come, this queen has 2 divine weapons. Let's see which one you want. Ling Xiao's crazed gaze fell on the 2 jade assassins of Sha Tian's organization. With a shout, he smashed the medicine cauldron with all his might. The medicine cauldron smashed down like a mountain, its power boundless and abnormally tyrannical. Just as the medicine cauldron was about to reach the two jade assassins, the four ape kings quickly dodged. The two jade assassins turned around and blocked the medicine cauldron. Bang bang. Chapter 951. The obsidian cauldron was not an offensive artifact, but its offensive power was naturally extraordinary. The cauldron pressed down like a dozen mountains, and the two Shatian saints hurriedly tried to block it. However, it was extremely heavy. Even with their strength as saints, they could not move it. They were smashed back and vomited blood. After all, the cauldron only listened to Ling Zhao's command. It would not be easy for others to withstand the mountain-sized cauldron. Moreover, Ling Zhao already had the strength of an ordinary saint, so the power of his full force was naturally quite terrifying. Without thinking, the two of them immediately fled with their injuries, not daring to stay a moment longer. Ling Zhao did not have the strength to chase after them. He quickly turned the cauldron back into a space ring and put it on his finger. He panted heavily, having expended a lot of energy. At this time, Granny Dongfang and Han Kai had already killed Ouyang Xiao. The two high-level saints could not take him down, so they really did not know what to say. As for the other saint from the Ouyang clan, he had already escaped. On the other side, Feng Qingyuan and the other low-level saint from her clan were being surrounded by 3 people from the Ghost Darkness sect and 2 people from the Gu clan. Fortunately, the saint from the Dong clan joined in, which helped Feng Qingyuan and the other person to share some of the pressure, and they were not killed. Meiying, let the dragon turtle help master's wife. Ling Zhao shouted to Luo Meiying below. Luo Meiying immediately sent a message to the dragon turtle, asking it to go and deal with the saints from the Ghost sect and the Gu clan. Ling Zhao took the opportunity to take a pill and shouted to his people, the Ouyang clan's old fogies are all dead, and the Black Demon sect's old fogies have also escaped. Kill them all. Ling Zhao's words undoubtedly aroused the fighting spirit and confidence of everyone in the proud smiling palace. The Ouyang clan and the Black Demon sect who did not know what was going on were all panicking and afraid. Our ancestor is dead, what should we do? Our ancestor has been defeated, what else can we use to fight them? Even the peerless masters of the Black Demon sect have escaped, what are we left for? Everyone run as many as you can. That's right, hurry up and escape. We'll take revenge in the future. Even if I die in battle, I, Ouyang Qiu, will never lose face for the Ouyang clan. Stay here and fight to the death. Most of the Ouyang family fled in disorder, but there were also many people with strong minds who stayed behind to fight. The people of the Black Demon sect had lost their backbone. So they didn't continue to fight. Instead, they retreated at full speed like a receding tide. Although the proud smiling palace had lost more than half of their men, their morale had been boosted. With the help of Muscle, a low-leveled level 8 spiritual beast, they were able to defeat the Ouyang clan. More than half of the remaining 10,000 people from the Ouyang clan had escaped, while the rest were all killed. High up in the sky, Ling Zhao once again swallowed a pill to recover his qi. He shifted his gaze to the people from the Ghost Darkness sect and the Gu clan. Fu Zhen, Gu Lei, and the others had already sensed that the situation was not good, and they were already afraid. Brother Fu, it's not a good time to fight. The old guys from the Ouyang clan are either dead or have escaped. The Black Demon sect has also retreated. We have to retreat or we'll be surrounded by them. Gu Lei called out to Fu Zhen. Fu Zhen gritted his teeth and looked at Feng Qingyuan. He scolded, "Bitch, I'll remember how you killed my junior brother today. I'll make the Feng clan pay with blood in the future." He then turned to his fellow disciples and said, "Let's go." The people from the two clans immediately chose to retreat. The dragon turtle forced 2 low-leveled level 8 spiritual beasts to stay and bit them to death. Ling Zhao rushed over and shouted, "How dare you return the favor to my master's wife? How can I not teach you a lesson?" The sky-suppressing drum in Ling Zhao's arms once again thumped heavily. Dong. A low-leveled saint from the Ghost Darkness sect became Ling Zhao's target this time. His body was shaken and turned into a pool of blood. Damn bastard, the Ghost Darkness sect will remember this. Fu Zhen's eyes were red with anger as he roared. They had originally wanted to fish in troubled waters to pick up Ping Yi, but now they had lost 2 saints. This was a huge loss and they did not get Ping Yi at all. It was really maddening. Ling Zhao hugged the drum and panted. He did not have the energy to chase after them. Every time he swallowed an elixir, he could only recover enough energy to beat the drum once. The sky-suppressing drum consumed too much energy. It was not something that ordinary people could use. Only people like Ling Xiao who had enough elixirs could afford to use it. The 4 saints from the Ghost Darkness sect and the Gu clan escaped, and the others did not chase after them. No one would take the risk to fight with the other party if they were not completely sure that they could kill the other party. The battle finally ended. The proud smiling palace won, but it was a Pyrrhic victory. A total of more than 20,000 people were mobilized. Less than 5,000 survived and these people were all injured. It was obvious how tragic the battle was. The Ouyang clan had sent more than 30,000 people, but only a few thousand escaped. Out of the 3 saints they had lost 2 saints. It could be said that their foundation had been shaken, and their strength had declined rapidly. They were afraid that they would become the weakest of the major forces. The Black Demon sect had also lost a middle-level saint and 2 8th-level spirit beasts. They had also lost 3,000 to 4,000 warriors below the saint level. The hundreds of elites of the Gu clan had all been killed. It was estimated that there would be a shortage of people in the near future. Master's wife, are you all right? Ling Xiao asked Feng Qingyuan. Those who came to help the proud smiling palace in the face of life and death were firm friendships that had withstood the test of time. This also showed that Feng Qingyuan's concern for his disciple was definitely not fake. Feng Qingyuan was injured, but it was not fatal. She shook her head and said, "I won't die yet." Then she stared at Ling Xiao and said, "Brat, how did you provoke the Ouyang clan to make them so angry? You're really the same as your master, a fearless person." Although Feng Qingyuan had reprimanded Ling Xiao, she did not have any intention of blaming him. In this world, the weak were prey to the weak. He believed that Ling Xiao would definitely not find trouble with the Ouyang clan for no reason. There must be something unknown that had happened. However, regardless of whether Ling Xiao was right or wrong as his master's wife, she would still choose to stand on Ling Xiao's side. Ling Xiao replied, "Disciple is not someone who wants to cause trouble, but some people always think that disciple is easy to bully. I can only give them a long memory, but some people don't seem to shed tears until they see the coffin. No matter what, you're too rash. You must remember that you're not just representing yourself, but the entire palace. If it wasn't for these few people lending a hand today, I'm afraid the consequences would be unimaginable." Feng Qingyuan warned as a senior. "Alright, now is not the time to talk about these things. I believe that after Xiao has experienced this, he will know his limits next time," Grandma Dongfang said from the side. Just as Ling Xiao was about to say something, he heard a wail. "Mad Tooth, my brother, I don't believe that you will die. I don't believe that you bastards of the Ouyang clan, I will definitely slaughter all of you." This was the voice of the savage leopard. He had already woken up from his coma. He could not accept the fact that his brother had fallen and kept roaring. Ling Xiao let out a heavy sigh. He flew to the side of the savage leopard and shouted, "Calm down." The savage leopard looked at Ling Xiao and pleaded, "Mistress, you must have a way to save Mad Tooth, right? You must think of a way to save him." For a man of steel to become so sad, it was enough to show how deep the friendship between the two of them was over the years. Ling Xiao patted the savage leopard's shoulder and said, "Don't be agitated. Back then, you were only at the peak of the Emperor stage and you were able to survive. Not to mention that Mad Tooth is already a middle stage saint. As long as his soul is still there, I can let him borrow his body to live again." Ling Xiao's words were more or less comforting to the savage leopard. Although one's soul could leave their body after reaching the saint realm, not everyone could protect their soul from dissipating and live on. However, as long as his soul broke free from his body before he died, there was a chance for him to revive. The savage leopard suddenly came to his senses and hurriedly said, "That's right, Mad Tooth won't die so easily. He must still have a soul. As long as we find his soul, we will have a chance to live." "Alright, you go down first. I'll take a good look," Ling Xiao advised. "Then I'll have to trouble young master." The savage leopard nodded and immediately landed below the people from the proud smiling palace, allowing Ling Xiao to quietly sense. The other saints descended from the sky as well, consumed medicinal pills and started to heal their injuries. Ling Xiao took a deep breath and sat down cross-legged high up in the sky. In terms of spiritual force, no one present was more profound and vigorous than him. His strength had continuously increased, and his spiritual sea had been greatly expanded. He could completely absorb a lot of spiritual liquid. In addition to being able to control other people's souls, Ling Xiao's soul-controlling art could also awaken many remnant souls. He could absorb the power of these remnant souls and cultivate them into spiritual liquid, which could strengthen his own soul and receive the memories of the remnant souls. This was also a different kind of profoundness of the soul-controlling art. Right now there had just been a large-scale massacre in this world, and tens of thousands of people had died. There were definitely many souls left in this world. These remnant souls were the greatest nourishment for Ling Xiao's spiritual force. Ling Xiao could gather them all and absorb them, and he could also distinguish which wisp of remnant soul belonged to Mad Tooth. The premise was that Mad Tooth's soul had not been completely destroyed by Ouyang Zhen. The soul-controlling art began to activate, and the many impure remnant souls that had not dissipated were continuously absorbed. Ling Xiao could sense their fear, panic, despair, and a series of other negative emotions. Although there was a lot of remnant soul power, Ling Xiao did not absorb them because their power was too weak. For the current him, they were not of much use and would only increase the impurities in his sea of consciousness. Ling Xiao only collected remnant souls that could reach the Mystic Emperor level and above and absorbed them. Suddenly he caught a half-sank remnant soul. This remnant soul was much stronger than the others, and it was in its weakest state. It attached itself to the original corpse, wanting to recover some strength and find a suitable body to be reborn in. Ling Xiao did not stand on ceremony at all. He directly pulled it over and quickly refined it. Chapter 952. Now that Ling Xiao's knowledge sea had expanded to an unimaginable extent, ordinary remnant souls were no match for him. However, this kind of half-saint remnant soul could greatly increase his spiritual power. However, Ling Xiao was not in the mood to enjoy the feeling of being filled to the brim. He immediately continued to absorb the remnant soul's energy. After a series of twists and turns, Ling Xiao was unable to find the existence of Mad Tooth's remnant soul. This made Ling Xiao a little anxious. Could it be that Mad Tooth's soul was also destroyed? Ling Xiao wondered. Not every cultivator could retain their remnant soul's energy after death. Some cultivators' souls were severely damaged before they died, so it was very likely that they had no remnant soul left. Ling Xiao suppressed his impatience and continued to spread out his mental power. Ling Xiao's spiritual power was like a large net, crisscrossing and dense like silk. Finally he found a place where soul power fluctuations were intense. The remnant soul gradually condensed into a human figure. Although it was extremely weak, it was the strongest remnant soul Ling Xiao had sensed. So this old guy is still alive. Ling Xiao discovered that this remnant soul was not Mad Tooth, but Ouyang Xiao, who had been killed by Granny Dongfang and Han Kai. As soon as Ouyang Xiao's remnant soul condensed, it flew in a certain direction, trying to leave this place. Ling Xiao could not let it escape. Once it recovered its soul power, it would definitely be able to resurrect and grow again. It might even seek revenge on the proud smiling palace in the future. Now that it was at its weakest, Yang Kai had to absorb and refine it immediately. Now that Ling Xiao's soul had cultivated to the astral projection stage, he could also fight outside of his body, which was not much weaker than his real body. To deal with such a powerful remnant soul, it was difficult for Ling Xiao to absorb it all at once. He had to personally capture it with his own soul. Ling Xiao was not worried about being devoured by Ouyang Zhao's remnant soul. After all, it was currently at its weakest. Ling Xiao did not spend too much effort to capture it. Ling Xiao, this old man is already like this, can't you let me go? Ouyang Zhao said in panic. It really didn't expect that its remnant soul would be caught by others. It was even more afraid of Ling Xiao. Once its remnant soul was injured, it would lose its last hope. If you don't remove the roots, it will grow again. When you came to destroy the proud smiling palace, why didn't you think about letting us go? What's the use of begging now? Ling Xiao said disdainfully. He immediately pulled Ouyang Zhao's remnant soul into his sea of consciousness. No matter how hard Ouyang Zhao's remnant soul struggled, it could not change the fact that it was being refined. Ling Xiao didn't have time to digest Ouyang Zhao's memories. He started searching again. Finally, he found Mad Tooth's remnant soul at the broken chain of a 10,000-year cold iron. It was also very weak, even weaker than Ouyang Zhao's remnant soul. Mad Tooth, this palace is here to help you. Ling Zhao's soul communicated with Mad Tooth's remnant soul. Palace? Palace Master. Mad Tooth failed to protect the palace. Palace Master, please punish me. Mad Tooth said weakly. Don't say anything. First, stay in my sea of consciousness. I will find a suitable body for you as soon as possible. When the time comes, you will be able to conquer the world with us. Ling Xiao comforted her. Immediately after, Ling Xiao brought Mad Tooth's remnant soul into his sea of consciousness and nurtured it. Ling Xiao was not worried that Mad Tooth would harm him. After all, he had the evil demon Heavenly Fire bead in his sea of consciousness. Moreover, he trusted Mad Tooth's loyalty. When Savage Leopard saw Ling Xiao descending, he immediately flew over and asked, "Palace Master, how is it?" His eyes were filled with expectation. He was afraid to hear the unacceptable truth. "Found it. Find him a perfect body. Anyway, his previous body has already aged. When the time comes, it won't be so awkward for you to call him brother." Ling Xiao joked. Savage Leopard was overjoyed and immediately knelt to Ling Xiao. "Thank you, Palace Master. If it was anyone else, it would be difficult to find these scattered souls." Fortunately, Ling Xiao had the ability to do so. Now, Savage Leopard was truly loyal to Ling Xiao. He wouldn't have the slightest bit of betrayal. Ling Xiao returned to his woman's side and saw Yi Yunfeng. Yi Yunfeng's face was pale and his chest was covered in blood. His aura was very weak. Who did this? Ling Xiao's anger rose again. Yi Yunfeng was his little brother, but he was injured like this. It really made him angry. Xian Yao pointed to Lu Su, who was like a dead dog, and said, "It's this betrayal." Ling Xiao looked at Lu Su and saw that he had no aura. Obviously, his dantian was destroyed. What the hell is going on? Ling Xiao asked with a sullen face. Xian Yao told Ling Xiao what happened before. Lu Su looked up at Ling Xiao and smiled. "It's a pity that I didn't kill you and Yi Yunfeng. Otherwise, I would have two of them to accompany me in death. Ah. I have treated you well. It's fine if you betrayed me, but why did you harm Yunfeng? He usually treats you like a brother." Ling Xiao looked at Lu Su coldly and asked. I, Lu Su, have inherited the 9 sun burning heaven divine art. In the future, I will walk a bright path and create an unparalleled foundation. I am not someone who will lower myself to others. The moment you accepted my flowing sun sect, I swore that one day I will replace you. Lu Su said unyieldingly. Is that so? Then don't dream like that in your next life. Ling Xiao grabbed Lu Su's head with one hand and a ball of fire came out, burning Lu Su to ashes. This is what happens to traitors. Ling Xiao looked at the people around him and said. He knew that he had treated the people around him well, but now there was a traitor who almost killed his own brother. He had to show his might to deter the others. Everyone from the proud smiling palace knelt down in front of Ling Xiao and said, "We swear to follow the palace lord. We will never betray the palace lord." Ling Xiao didn't say anything else and immediately ordered everyone to return to the proud smiling palace. Then he walked over to Hua Xiaogui and Tang Guigua, who were walking over. "Boss." The two of them cried out with guilt on their faces. They felt guilty for not being able to help the proud smiling palace. If they had the ability, they would have tortured Qian Tong 1,000 times. Ling Xiao glanced at them and then looked at the 3 saints who were standing not too far away. He just patted their shoulders and said, "I know what you're thinking. Let's go back to my place and have a drink before we talk." This was not the place to talk. There were many wounded people here and they had to be escorted back to the palace to heal. Hua Xiaogui and Tang Guigua nodded and followed Ling Xiao back to the proud smiling palace. Ling Xiao didn't blame them, which made them feel even more upset. The Ouyang family had come from far away to destroy the proud smiling palace. Although the proud smiling palace had suffered great losses, most of their people had died in the 3 village gangs' territory. Many people from different forces had come to the battlefield to see what had happened. They were shocked. All that was left were the bodies of the Ouyang family and the Black Demon sect. There were also the bodies of countless spirit beasts. Not a single person from the proud smiling palace had died. The ground was covered with corpses and blood. It was a disgusting scene. So many people have died. It's no wonder that this is a competition between great forces. The Ouyang family is finished this time. The proud smiling palace was able to resist their entire clan's attack, and even the Black Demon sect's Sha Yu was forced to retreat. After this battle, the proud smiling palace will surpass the Black Demon sect and become the most powerful force after the martial spirit pavilion. They might not be any weaker than the medicine sect. After this battle, the proud smiling palace will not let this matter go. I am afraid the Ouyang family will be removed from the central region. Damn it. All the interspatial rings and spirit weapons have been taken away. There are only some scraps left. The proud smiling palace is so cruel. The Ouyang family's attack on the proud smiling palace had failed. Instead, they had been defeated. The news spread like a plague to every corner of the central region. The reputation of the proud smiling palace was pushed to the peak in this battle. Some people said that the palace of the proud smiling palace was defeated because of the help of the Dongfang clan and the Feng clan. Some people said that the palace of the proud smiling palace had a divine weapon that could kill a saint with one move. That was the main reason why they defeated the Ouyang clan. Some people said that Ling Xiao became a saint alchemist and recruited many saints from the Wanhua clan to help him. In short, all the rumors were true. It was as if they had been there. However, the news that Ling Xiao had a divine weapon had been confirmed by the survivors of the battle. For a time, all the major forces had different thoughts. When the people of the Black Demon sect returned to their sect, they immediately sent out an order to guard against the proud smiling palace. Mei Xia, who was in the Black Demon sect, was in a bad mood. This was the first time she had led people into battle. She had thought that victory was in her grasp, but she had been defeated. She was very unwilling. A divine artifact. If we can take it, it will definitely help our demon sect slaughter everything in its path. Mei Xia murmured with an extremely unwilling expression. She was thinking about how to get the divine weapon from Ling Xiao. It seems that I can only summon my husband back as soon as possible. Mei Xia made a decision after some hesitation. In the headquarters of the Killing Heaven organization, Killing Heaven, who was wearing a sinister mask, was listening to the report of the results of the operation from his two subordinates who had returned with injuries. His mask revealed two frightening rays of light. It was extremely intimidating. Palace Master, please punish us. We are useless. The two low-level saints knelt on one knee and said. Sha Tian waved his hand and said, Get up. I can't blame you. I didn't expect that kid to be able to cause so much trouble. He even killed a few saints from the Ouyang family. It seems that I have underestimated him. Palace Master, that brat's physical body is very strange. He was clearly stabbed by me, but he's completely fine. I suspect that he doesn't just have two divine items. He might even have a defensive divine item, said a low-level saint. After hearing this, Sha Tian narrowed his eyes and thought to himself, could it be that the demonic emperor got these from the heavenly region for this kid? Chapter 953. The proud smiling palace had defeated the Ouyang clan, but they didn't feel happy at all. Whether it was inside the proud smiling palace or outside the Wind Cloud City, everyone was wearing white clothes and white headscarves. It was a sad atmosphere of a funeral. More than 20,000 people had been sent out, but nearly 20,000 had died. Only 4,000 people had returned alive. This was an absolutely tragic victory. There was nothing to be happy about. Ling Xiao took the lead and held a grand funeral in the palace, offering sacrifices to all the dead. The MC held the ceremony in a grand manner. Ling Xiao even personally bowed to those who had died, to show his respect and mourning for their heroic sacrifice for the temple. Ling Xiao also told Xin Yao to make arrangements for the relatives of the dead elders and deacons, so that they would not have to worry about food and clothing for the rest of their lives. Those who wanted to cultivate could directly become outer court disciples of the palace, and those who had Tianbin could become inner court disciples. This was also a way to comfort the family members who had sacrificed themselves. At the same time, it was also a way to win people's hearts. Otherwise, who would work for the proud smiling palace in the future? The funeral lasted for 3 days and 3 nights before it ended. Everyone had to wear mourning clothes for 3 months, and at that time, Ling Xiao would personally go and destroy the Ouyang clan. At the same time, he made his identity as a saint alchemist known to the world. Anyone who wanted to join the proud smiling palace could come and join, provided that they were loyal enough. So many people had died this time, so they had to recruit strong cultivators as soon as possible. Only then could they withstand the pressure from other forces. In addition, Ling Xiao had already asked Cruel Leopard to take people to the Flowing Sun sect and other forces that had announced that they had escaped from the proud smiling palace. They would all be slaughtered to show their loyalty. This was the result of choosing to betray the proud smiling palace. There would be no mercy. Inside the proud smiling palace, Ling Xiao was wearing a white robe and holding a pot of good wine. He was drinking with Hua Xiaogui and Tang Guogui in front of him. They hadn't seen each other for more than 10 years. The three of them didn't know where to start, so they just drank alone. In the end, Hua Xiaogui unhappily drank a mouthful of wine and said to Ling Xiao, "Boss, I quit. I want to stay by your side and live and die with you." "What do you mean by life and death? Are you trying to curse the boss to die earlier?" Ling Xiao said indifferently. For some reason he felt that there was a gap between him and the two of them after only 10 years. However, with Hua Xiaogui's words, this barrier instantly diluted a lot. At least Hua Xiaogui's temperament was still the same. Hua Xiaogui awkwardly said, "Boss, that's not what I meant. I just want to stay and create hegemony with you. I don't want to go back to the spiritual martial pavilion." Tang Gu also opened his mouth and said, Let us stay and help you." Ling Xiao drank a mouthful of wine and shook his head. When the fraud asked you to go to the spiritual martial pavilion, he knew that you would have a bright future and would definitely walk a path that belongs to you. I'm already very grateful that you came over this time. At least in your hearts, I am your boss. It's not that the boss doesn't want you to stay, but it's not the time yet. You are currently in the learning stage, so it's better to stay in the spiritual martial pavilion. But these old fellows are too infuriating. They can't even help with a little. If they are willing to help, they can definitely make those people pay a big price. Hua Xiaogui was quite unwilling. "What do you think, Gugu?" Ling Xiao did not answer but looked at Tang Gugu and asked. Psychologically, Tang Gugu was more mature and steady than Hua Xiaogui. Tang Gugu hesitated for a moment and said, "They have their concerns. If they really want to interfere, then it won't just be their problem but the matter of the martial pavilion. It will involve many things." Ling Xiao nodded his head and sighed, "That's right. You must have just entered the spiritual martial pavilion. If you can become the indispensable Saint Master of the spiritual martial pavilion in the future, then what happened that day would not have happened. So it's better to rely on yourself than others." This was also the conclusion of Ling Xiao's many years of life experience. With the departure of the prodigal boy and the dragon lady, Ling Xiao seriously lacked helpers. Without their help, it would be much more difficult to survive. If not for the dragon scale and the sky-suppressing drum given by the old dragon king, he would have long been destroyed by the saint. Don't expect anyone to come and save him in times of danger. That was why he said those words out of his feelings. He also wanted Hua Xiaogui and Tang Gugu to stay, but this would instead hinder their progress. Ling Xiao was very selfish in many things, but he was very open-minded in this aspect. At that time, he'd brought them to the central territory precisely because he wanted all of them to grow, and he hadn't been concerned with his own strength and caused them to be unable to develop better. "But, if something big happens again and we can't help boss, it will make us feel bad," Hua Xiaogui said. "I know what you're thinking, so you need to get stronger as soon as possible. When you reach a higher level, even the people in the pavilion won't be able to control you. At that time you'll be free to do whatever you want," Ling Xiao replied. Then he added, "No matter where you are, as long as you remember me as your boss, you're my brothers. If you need my help, I won't hesitate to help." Boss is right. I must become a 7th tier, no 8th tier weapon refiner as soon as possible. At that time, all the resources in the pavilion will be controlled by us, Tang Gugu replied confidently. "I just want to stay by boss's side. Moreover, boss is now an 8th tier alchemist. He will definitely teach me better than my old master," Hua Xiaogui said angrily. "Don't say anything else. Let's not go home until we are drunk." Ling Xiao didn't want to talk anymore, so he picked up the wine pot and clinked glasses with Ling Xiao. "Yes, let's not go home until we are drunk. We must return to the martial pavilion tomorrow. I don't know when we will see each other again. I hope that we brothers can become famous in the central region." Tang Gugu raised the wine pot and clinked glasses with Ling Xiao. Hua Xiaogui sighed lightly and didn't say anything else. He raised his head and drank to his heart's content. He had made up his mind that he must catch up to boss's footsteps as soon as possible so that he could help boss in the future. The three of them didn't know how long they had been drinking, but in the end they all collapsed. After waking up, the two of them had to leave. Before leaving, Hua Xiaogui still wanted to bring Wu Xixue to the spiritual martial pavilion. But this time she was stopped by Ling Xiao. "Boss, why?" Hua Xiaogui asked, puzzled. Wu Xixue also looked nervously at Ling Xiao. She didn't understand why he wanted to stop her. Hadn't he brought her to the central region so that she could be with Hua Xiaogui? Ling Xiao shook his head and said to Hua Xiaogui, "Now that you are a true disciple of the Saint Master, your status is completely different. I'm afraid that your marriage is no longer up to you. Moreover, Xiao Shue's strength is still too weak. If she goes back with you, I'm afraid that she won't be welcomed. Have you thought about this?" The bigger the power, the more popular it was for marriage, or it was for the prospects of development. Hua Xiaogui already had the strength of a low-level heavenly venerable, and she was also a 6th-grade alchemist. This identity was enough to show disdain for many of her peers. Wu Xixue's strength was only at the mid-level king stage. In the central region, she could only be considered as an ordinary martial artist. Wanting to let her enter the eyes of those old fellows in the spiritual martial pavilion was simply a fantasy. Hua Xiaogui glanced at Wu Xixue and replied, "Boss, you don't have to worry about this. My old master probably won't care about this." Ling Xiao said, "Little turtle, your thinking is still a bit too naive. Maybe he will let Xiao Shui stay in the spiritual martial pavilion, but he will definitely not let you two be together. He might even harm Xiao Shui because of this." Wu Xixue was a smart girl. She instantly understood what Ling Xiao meant and her face turned pale. Could it be that her fate with Hua Xiaogui ended here? "Boss, what do you think we should do? I can't give up on Xiao Shui," Hua Xiaogui said. At the same time, he mustered up his courage and held Wu Xixue's hand to comfort her. "Yes, I knew that you were a person who valued relationships and righteousness. Otherwise, I wouldn't have brought Xiao Shui to the central region." Ling Xiao was very pleased to hear Hua Xiaogui's words. He paused for a moment before continuing, "Xiao Shui indeed can't go to the spiritual martial pavilion with you right now, but that doesn't mean that you can't marry her in the future. From today onwards, I have decided to accept Xiao Shui as my sworn sister. I will do my best to help her improve her strength as soon as possible. In less than 10 years, when you come to marry her, the spiritual martial pavilion shouldn't have anything to say. After all, your boss is also an overlord, and my sworn sister's identity is naturally different. Moreover, I am also a saint alchemist. Even if I meet your master, I will have the opportunity to be on equal footing with him." Will this really work? Before Hua Xiaogui could speak, Wu Xixue first exclaimed. In the northwest, her cultivation of tenbin was considered not bad. However, after coming to the central region, she realized that she was like a frog at the bottom of a well. Her tenbin and strength were not worth mentioning at all. If it wasn't for the help of Ling Zhao's elixirs, she wouldn't have been able to advance from a high-level spirit master to a mid-level king in 3 years. When she saw Hua Xiaogui again, she really felt inferior in her heart. Thinking back, she had despised Hua Xiaogui in the past. Now it was she who was not worthy of her. "This is not impossible. As long as you can endure the hardships, even if I can't help you reach the mystic the arch stage in 10 years, I can still help you increase your strength to that of a heavenly venerable," Ling Xiao vowed. With his current status as a saint alchemist and the inherited memories of the alchemist god, he had countless elixirs that could increase one's strength. Among the 8th grade elixirs, there were even more heaven-defying elixirs that could increase one's strength by 2 or 3 levels. However, this only had such an effect on those martial artists with lower strength. Of course, every type of 8th grade spirit herb was not that easy to find. Other than in various dangerous forbidden lands, it was impossible to find it in other places. Fortunately, Wu Xixue had a water attribute physique, and Ling Xiao did not lack 8th grade spirit herbs. Therefore, he was not worried that he could not increase Wu Xixue's strength. "With boss's guarantee, I can naturally rest assured. However, I still have to wait for 10 years. Hua Xiaogui never doubted Ling Zhao's words. Wu Xixue also revealed a look of joy. To a cultivator, 10 years was not considered too long. They should be able to wait. Chapter 954. Hua Xiaogui and Tang Ge left. Although they had some small achievements compared to Ling Xiao, it was not the time for them to be proud. The reason why Ling Xiao did not allow them to come to the proud Smiling Palace was because the Martial Spirit Pavilion was the #1 pavilion in the world. Compared to it, the proud Smiling Palace was much weaker. Letting them stay there to cultivate and study was the safest and most appropriate choice. If they were outstanding enough, 100 or 1,000 years later, the Martial Spirit Pavilion might be under their control. Just like their 2 masters, once they became Saint Masters, they would be able to stand on equal footing with the old Pavilion Master and become the 3 pillars of the proud Smiling Palace. Ling Xiao hoped that they could grow to that point. In the future, the central region would belong to the 3 of them. Of course, that was only a long-term goal. It was a plan for the proud Smiling Palace to have a strong and powerful helper. Ling Zhao's real goal was not the central region. Only the heaven region was a place he would set foot in the future. Ling Xiao announced that he would accept Wu Xixue as his sworn sister. Wu Xixue's status in the palace also rose rapidly. At the same time, Ling Xiao used some rare spirit treasures to refine Wu Xixue's body, improving her tenbin cultivation by a lot. This would help her cultivation speed in the future. After doing all this, Ling Xiao finally took the time to thank the saints of the Dongfang clan, Feng clan, and Wanhua clan who had come to help. He also promised to help them refine the 8th grade pill, Saint Ascension pill. However, they had to prepare the beast cores and spirit herbs themselves. Otherwise there was nothing he could do. After hearing Ling Xiao announce the reward, the saint's eyes flashed with excitement. The saint pill was a pill that could increase the chances of a peak Xin emperor or half-saint becoming a saint. It was a heaven-defying pill among the 8th grade saint pills. It was not something that anyone could refine. The chances of failure were quite high. Even people like Han Kai and Feng Zheng, who had been saint masters for a long time, did not dare to refine this pill easily. If they failed, the loss would be considerable. However, Ling Xiao was not worried about this situation. It was not that there was no chance of failure, but that the chances of failure were quite low. He was very confident in himself. For this reason, he specially refined a batch of wind attribute saint pills. While refining the pills, a gust of wind blew in the proud smiling palace. Like the eye of the storm, everything in the surroundings was turned upside down. Some of the surrounding earth kings and heavenly venerables were swept up by the gust of wind, unable to control their bodies. Fortunately, the gust of wind had no lethality. Otherwise, they would have been cut into pieces by the wind blades. Fortunately, the gust of wind did not have any lethality, or they would have been killed by the wind blades. Ling Xiao had just reached level 8, so he could only refine one elixir at a time. A cauldron of spirit herbs still lost a lot of medicinal properties. If he had become a saint, he might be able to refine more than one elixir at a time. Now that the Feng clan and the Ghost Nether sect were at odds, adding another saint to the Feng clan would increase their strength by another level. If he had already become a saint, it would not have been a problem for him to condense more than one pill at a time. Now that the Feng clan and the Ghost Nether sect were at odds, adding another saint to the Feng clan would increase their strength by another level. If the Ghost Nether sect really came to attack, they would have the power to fight back. As Ling Xiao refined this saint pill, the saints of the Dongfang family, Feng clan, and Wanhua sect all shone with extraordinary splendor. Every time a saint appeared, the power of a power would increase by a lot. Furthermore, saints were the cornerstone of the various powers to ensure their prosperity. Good, it seems like my Xiao Jing's eyes are really good. He actually found a good saint master for our Dongfang family, hee. Grandma Dongfang laughed heartily. Back then she had almost rejected Ling Xiao, but fortunately she did not make that wrong decision in the end. Feng Qingyun, who was at the side, was grinning from ear to ear as he received the pill from Ling Xiao and laughed. Hee, of course. Otherwise, how could he enter Big Brother Evil Emperor's eyes? This was great. With this saint pill, it wouldn't be a problem for their family's half-saint to directly enter the saint realm. Now, there was no need to worry about the Ghost Nether sect attacking. Hua Baihe glanced at Granny Bai and admired her senior sister's foresight. When Ling Xiao rushed back to the proud Smile Palace from the Wanhua sect, she was still hesitating whether she should help him or not. Later on, it was her senior sister who insisted that she should go and help, and now she was able to form a relationship with Ling Xiao. However, she also sighed in her heart. It was a pity that the two girls from her sect were unable to move Ling Xiao's heart. However, Ling Xiao had already promised to refine a saint pellet for them, which made them feel a lot more at ease. A few days ago, she was still worried that there would be no juniors to take over their position. Now that there was a saint pill, this problem could be solved. Ling Xiao looked at Hua Baihe and said, Senior Hua, the Ouyang family is in the southern abyss, and now that my Laughing Palace has lost a large number of people, Ling Xiao has a presumptuous request. I hope that your Wanhua sect can help me destroy the Ouyang family, and after that I will definitely refine 5 saint pills for you as a reward. What do you think? Of course, our Laughing Palace will be the vanguard, and you will only be responsible for waving the flag and cheering from the side. This? Hua Baihe was a little hesitant. Their Wanhua sect had always rarely fought with others. Although the Ouyang family's strength had been greatly reduced, it was not as if they had no way of resisting. Ling Xiao's request undoubtedly made things difficult for her. If they did not agree, then they would not be able to obtain the 5 saint pills. At this time, Granny Bai replied for Hua Baihe, This is no problem, our Wanhua sect is willing to help Saint Master Ling. Hua Baihe glanced at Granny Bai and finally nodded, Alright, our Wanhua sect has never fought with others. Now that Saint Master Ling has made this request, we will be the bad guys for once, and hope that we can become good allies with the Laughing Palace. Of course, Ling Xiao, already consider you two as friends. Seniors, you can go back and prepare, I will be there soon. This time, I will definitely make the Ouyang family completely disappear from the southern abyss. Ling Xiao showed a look of determination. Hua Baihe also replied straightforwardly, Alright, I am waiting for Saint Master Ling's 5 Saint pills. Write me a list first, I will go back and prepare the materials. Ling Xiao nodded and immediately told Hua Baihe about the various spirit herbs he needed. After Hua Baihe and Granny Bai forcibly memorized the spirit herbs, they hurriedly left the Laughing Palace and returned to the Wanhua sect. Shower, are you really planning to destroy the Ouyang family? Feng Qingyuan asked worriedly. Ling Xiao nodded and said, this matter will definitely be done. Granny Dongfang immediately agreed with Ling Xiao and said, that's right, they're bullying us. If we don't get rid of them completely, they'll be a disaster in 100 or 1,000 years. Granny will accompany you. Granny Dongfang agreed immediately. Thank you, Grandma, but they are already tigers with their teeth pulled out, there is no need to trouble you. If it is convenient for you, you can stay with me for a few more days. It won't be too late to go back after I return in triumph, Ling Xiao replied. Grandma Dongfang was already old and cunning, she immediately understood what Ling Xiao meant when she heard his words. She didn't expose him and nodded, alright, I haven't talked to Xiao Jing in a long time. I will stay here for a while so that I won't be at peace when I return. Ling Xiao smiled. Just as he was about to say something to thank her, Bai Yushi hurriedly ran over, Young Master. Young Master, Sister Yun, she. Ling Xiao looked at the flustered Bai Yusin and asked, what's wrong with Yuner? Yun? Sister Yun, she's having a stomachache and is starting to bleed. She's going to give birth now. Bai Yushi gasped for breath. Feng Xianyun and Kai Shiyue had already been pregnant for 3 months before Ling Xiao went to the southern abyss. It was only 8 months now, and they hadn't even been pregnant for 10 months yet. A few days ago she led the army to fight against the Ouyang family's people, killing in all directions, and she was also seriously injured. At that time she felt that her stomach was uncomfortable, but she had been suppressing it with pills and the spring of life. Now that she had returned to the palace to recuperate, she finally couldn't stand the pain in her lower abdomen and showed signs of giving birth. How could I forget about this? Quick! Get someone to prepare to deliver the babies. We can't let anything happen to them. Ling Xiao exclaimed with a shudder. It had to be said that Ling Xiao was really not a competent husband. When he was on the battlefield, he didn't even have time to pay attention to his pregnant wife. Now that he came back, he was busy with the funeral, and then he said goodbye to Hua Xiaogui and Tang Guogua, and then he was busy greeting these saints and refining pills. Until now, if Bai Yushi hadn't come to tell him, he probably wouldn't have known that Feng Xianyun was going to give birth. Someone has already delivered the baby, but Sister Yun might be in danger. She has been holding it back. If she hadn't suddenly fainted from the pain, we wouldn't have known that she was so serious, Bai Yushi said anxiously. What, no? Absolutely can't let anything happen to Yuner. See who else in the palace knows how to deliver a baby. We must protect her, even if we don't want the baby, we must protect Yuner. Ling Xiao was shocked and said, Shower, don't be anxious. Let Grandma go in and take a look. Everything will be fine. First, prepare some high-grade recovery spirit herbs or holy items, Grandma Dongfang said from the side. Alright, Grandma, you must look after Yuner. Don't let anything happen to her. Ling Xiao agreed repeatedly. Then he took out a large pile of high-grade spirit items. Among them were the Spring of Life, the juice of the 10,000-year tree, the Class 8 low-grade blood coral, the Class 8 mid-grade life grass. Everyone present was shocked when they saw these. No one had expected Ling Xiao to be so rich. These were all spirit items that were hard to find even with tens of thousands of crystals. Fortunately, they were all people who had seen the world. They knew that the situation was urgent, so no one went to exchange these spirit items with Ling Xiao. Grandma Dongfang took Ling Xiao's spirit items and rushed to where Feng Xianyun was with Bai Yushi. Ling Xiao also hurriedly followed behind. Even if there was a huge problem, he had to wait until Feng Xianyun and the child were safe. You stinking brat, causing trouble everywhere. Even Yuner has to go to battle for her husband. If anything happens to her, I don't want you as a son anymore. Meng Shiyun angrily scolded when she saw Ling Xiao. Mother, stop scolding me. Go in and take care of Yuner. Ling Xiao didn't dare to retort and immediately pushed his mother into the room. Chapter 955. When Feng Xianyun gave birth to Feng Lingtian, Ling Xiao wasn't there at all. He didn't experience the excitement of becoming a father. Now that Feng Xianyun gave birth to a second child, Ling Xiao finally understood what it felt like to be a father. He was worried and excited. He was worried that something had happened to Feng Xianyun or the child. He was excited because he was preparing to have a second child. He had been fantasizing about whether it would be a son or a daughter. He already had a son from the little demon king, so he hoped that it would be a daughter. Wah! A baby's cry was heard and Ling Zhao's body stopped. His face was full of joy as he said, "It's born, it's born." He wanted to rush in to see the situation, but he was stopped by Kai Shiyue. After a while, Meng Xiyun happily walked out of the room with a child in her arms. Ling Xiao immediately went forward and asked, "Mother, is it a daughter?" Meng Xiyun glared at him and said, "Do you not like sons that much?" Meng Xiyun unhappily said, "Of course not." Ling Xiao waved his hand. "You stinking brat, I really don't know why your luck is so good. You even said it's a daughter." Meng Xiyun snappily said. Ling Xiao moved closer to Meng Xiyun and looked at the bright and pure eyes of the adorable baby. He felt a sense of connection with his flesh and blood. He proudly shouted in his heart, "Ha, she's my daughter. By the way, is Yun all right?" Ling Xiao suddenly remembered Feng Xianyun and quickly called out to her. He then immediately ran into the house. Sensing that Feng Xianyun's aura was still there, Ling Xiao felt relieved. As long as she was still breathing, it wouldn't be a problem for her to survive with his spirit items. Granny Dongfang said to Ling Xiao, "Although this child survived, her lifespan might have been affected. It's good that she survived. The lost lifespan can be replenished." Ling Xiao tenderly caressed Feng Xianyun's beautiful hair. Ling Xiao had a daughter ahead of time. This was a joyous event that diluted the sad atmosphere in the proud smiling palace. In the end, Ling Xiao named his daughter Ling Ying, hoping that she would grow up safely and happily. Ever since he got Ling Ying, Ling Xiao couldn't stop smiling. He had always hoped to have a daughter. Now that his wish was fulfilled, his mood was naturally very good. Feng Ling Tian, this little demon king, also liked his sister very much. It was just that he was still a child and his temperament did not change. He would often bring some small poisonous things over to scare little Ling, causing him to cry and make a ruckus. Every time something like this happened, Ling Xiao would call him over to instruct him in martial arts, and he would get beaten up in the process. "Dad, can you be a bit more biased? When little sister grows up, I will definitely pull her into my camp to deal with you," Feng Ling Tian said unwillingly every time. Ling Xiao was immersed in the joyous atmosphere. Half a month had passed. Ling was intoxicated. Xiao was happy to Ling. Half a month passed unknowingly as Ling Xiao was immersed in the joyous atmosphere. After half a month of rest, those who were injured in the battle had recovered. At the same time, the news that Ling Xiao had become a saint medicine master had spread. Coupled with the fact that the proud smiling palace had defeated the Ouyang clan, many martial artists came and expressed their willingness to join the proud smiling palace. After the test of the profound glory array, there were hundreds of people who stayed. But these people were just a cup of water on a burning cart of firewood. This time Ling Xiao brought these people with him. He also made it clear to them in advance that it was impossible to gain a foothold in the proud smiling palace without going through the baptism of war. Many of these people were scared again. In the end, 1/3 of them were eliminated in advance. In the end, there were only 300 people left. Among them there was only one Emperor Xian. After all, time was too tight. There were not many people who came to join. Ling Xiao was ready to go. This time he would not bring many people, only 1,000 people. The rest of the people would stay in the proud smiling palace. These 1,000 people were basically heavenly venerables. Emperor Xian only had 10 people. As for saints, there was not a single one. It seemed that it was not enough to deal with the Ouyang clan who had been defeated. After all, the Ouyang clan's foundation was still there. It would not be a problem to gather another 10,000 soldiers. Moreover, there was a saint in the formation. This was not easy. Others advised Ling Xiao not to be impulsive. It would not be too late to destroy the Ouyang clan after he had recuperated. However, Ling Xiao was still stubborn and did not listen to anyone's advice. Everyone was helpless and could only let Ling Xiao go. After all, they knew that Ling Xiao was different from the past. Even a saint would have to suffer under him. Maybe these 1,000 people could return in triumph. Ling Xiao took the lead. Zhu Xiu, Gung Hong, Qi Gang, Leng Zheng, Cruel Leopard, and the others followed. The battle not long ago had caused too many losses. It was already quite good that Ling Xiao could gather 1,000 soldiers. Moreover, the Black Demon sect was eyeing them covetously. Therefore he had to leave some people to guard the clan. Moreover, this time Ling Xiao had already made plans. With the Wanhua sect's cooperation, it would not be a problem to take down the Ouyang clan. The news that the proud Smiling Palace was going to attack the Ouyang clan with 1,000 people had already spread. There was a reason why Ling Xiao did this. He wanted those who wanted to kill him to gather at the Ouyang clan's side. He planned to catch them all in one fell swoop. Because the news that he had a divine weapon had already spread throughout the central region, he believed that many people would dare to take the risk to pick up Ping Yi. The Ouyang clan had already suffered heavy losses. They were afraid that the proud Smiling Palace and other forces would come for revenge. Many people from the Ouyang clan thought of escaping. However, when they heard that the proud Smiling Palace had only brought a few people and no other forces to help them, they calmed down. The Southern Ocean was the Ouyang clan's territory. There were many subordinate forces under them. If they mobilized people from them, they could gather around 20,000 people without a problem. With such a force, how could they be afraid of the proud Smiling Palace's 1,000 people? Therefore, the Ouyang clan was waiting for the proud Smiling Palace's people to come. They even threatened to make sure that the proud Smiling Palace would not return. The Black Demon sect naturally received the news that Ling Xiao was going to attack the Ouyang clan. Mei Xia was hesitating whether she should attack the proud Smiling Palace at this time and destroy it in one fell swoop. One viper immediately reminded her, "Madam, the Dongfang clan's old woman is still in the proud Smiling Palace. An Kai is not dead either. I'm afraid that we won't be able to obtain any benefits if we go there rashly." "What? The Dongfang clan's old woman is still in the proud Smiling Palace?" Mei Xia asked in surprise. "I can't be wrong. She only sent some people back. I think she's staying behind to make that little bastard Ling Xiao feel at ease." One viper replied. It seems that the old woman is still determined to protect that little bastard." Mei Xia snorted coldly. She then looked at one viper and said, "If I let you attack that little bastard Ling Xiao this time, can you kill him? He might only have the cultivation of a high-stage mystic the Arch, but this kid is very strange. He was obviously hit by my attack, but nothing happened to him. I suspect that he might have other treasures. Unless we can blow up his head with a single strike, it might be possible." The myriad viper replied. One viper clearly remembered that he had clearly attacked Ling Xiao that day. However, Ling Xiao was completely fine. Furthermore, there were no signs of him being poisoned. This made him even more confused. It should be known that no saint of the same level as him would dare to touch his poison. One viper could not help but suspect that Ling Xiao had some sort of spiritual item that could counter his poison. "And no matter what, even if we can't kill him, we have to capture him alive," Mei Xia said. "Capture him alive? He has that divine drum. I'm afraid it won't be easy," one viper said timidly. That day he had personally witnessed Ouyang Zheng being turned into a pool of blood by the sound of the drum. How could he capture him alive so easily? "As long as we don't give him the time to beat the drum, it will be fine," Mei Xia said. She then took out a black rope that was glowing faintly and threw it at one viper. One viper caught the black rope and could not help but exclaim, "This is the demon binding rope." That's right. It's a mid-tier 8th-tier demon binding rope. Even a high-tier 8th-tier spirit beast would find it hard to break free. I believe that it won't be a problem to capture him alive. I don't believe that we can't kill him then," Mei Xia said. "Kiki madam, don't worry. With this demon binding rope, no matter how powerful Ling Xiao is, he won't be able to escape from my palm." One viper smiled confidently. "All right, then go on your way. You must complete the task." "Yes, this old man will go now." Aside from the Black Demon sect, the Ghost sect and Sha Tian organization had also made their moves. There were also a few other forces that had sent people to invite them. They were all aiming for Ling Xiao's divine weapon. After all, no one in the central region possessed a divine weapon. It was a divine item that only existed in the heaven region. On the Myriad Flower sect's side, Hua Baihe had already received news that Ling Xiao had brought people to invite them. What? He only brought 1,000 people and he wants to take care of the Ouyang clan? What is he trying to do? Does he really want all of our Myriad Flower sect to fight against the Ouyang clan? Hua Baihe said angrily. She then looked at Granny Bai. "Senior sister, I think we should forget about it. If he wants our entire sect to cooperate with him to eradicate the Ouyang clan, we'll suffer heavy losses. It's not worth it." Granny Bai squinted her eyes in silence for a while before saying, "I don't think he's that kind of person. He's bringing 1,000 people with great fanfare just to fool us. He definitely has a backup plan. But I think he's too arrogant. Does he really think that he can destroy the Ouyang clan with just the power of a divine weapon? Hua Baihe said in disbelief. No matter what, we have to put on a show here. It's impossible to help him with the entire sect's strength. It's necessary to bring 5,000 elites. Otherwise, he'll think that we're not sincere. Granny Bai said. Alright, I really hope that he can surprise us this time. Hua Baihe agreed. It was absolutely necessary to mobilize 5,000 elites for the sake of the 5 saint pills. After all, Ling Zhao's identity as a saint medicine master was there. Unless the Myriad Flower sect really didn't want to get involved in this matter and didn't want the saint pills. Chapter 956. After a long journey, Ling Zhao's 1,000 men arrived at the Ouyang clan's territory. Ling Xiao did not attack the Ouyang clan's subsidiary forces. He did not have time to waste with them. The subsidiary forces of the Ouyang clan were extremely afraid. Although Ling Xiao only had 1,000 men, all of them were heavenly venerables and above. There were also 10 mystic thearchs. It would not be difficult for him to destroy them. Ling Xiao and the others did not stop and headed straight for the Ouyang clan's territory. At the same time, he contacted the Myriad Flower sect and asked them to gather and attack the Ouyang clan. They would not give the Ouyang clan a chance to turn the tables. Within a few days, Ling Zhao's 1,000 men arrived outside the Ouyang clan's city. They did not go in directly. Ling Xiao was confident that he could kill 10,000 men, but he did not have the confidence to block the attack of 10,000 men. Therefore, he had to wait for the Myriad Flower sect to arrive before making a move. However, the Ouyang clan were not fools. When Ling Xiao and the others approached, they had already received the news. That low-level saint, Ouyang Chao, led 10,000 men to attack. 10,000 men and 10,000 steeds. The scene was magnificent and magnificent. Ouyang Chao pointed his spear at Ling Xiao and said, Ling Xiao, is it not enough for you to kill a few of our Ouyang clan saint elders? You actually dare to attack us? Everyone attack together and kill them all. Following Ouyang Chao's order, the Ouyang clan's men all shouted in unison. Everyone attacked at the same time. All sorts of colorful elemental attacks rushed into the sky. There were fire, hail, earth, stone. Without thinking, Ling Xiao said to the people behind him, Everyone scatter and retreat. The proud smiling palace's men did not hesitate and immediately retreated. Ling Xiao directly flew up into the sky and sat on the fierce man who had changed back to his true form. He flew towards the Ouyang clan's men and at the same time, the heaven-suppressing drum appeared in his hand. Ouyang Chao had long been paying attention to Ling Xiao. The moment he saw Ling Xiao take out the heaven-suppressing drum, his expression immediately changed. Quick! Immediately use the 1,000-year ice silkworm net to trap him. Ouyang Chao shouted to the people beside him. Knowing that Ling Xiao had a divine artifact, they still dared to fight. They were already prepared. After all, Ling Xiao's divine drum could only attack one person, and could not produce a large area of destructive power, so Ouyang Chao had already thought of a countermeasure. As Ouyang Chao spoke, 2 half-step sages suddenly rushed out from his side. Both pulled a large net from the left and right and enveloped it towards Ling Xiao. This 10,000-year ice silkworm net was a low-tier 8 sacred artifact. It was the best treasure for capturing a rank 8 spirit beast. Once the spirit beast was wrapped up by the net, it would be hard for it to struggle. If Ling Xiao insisted on beating the heaven-suppressing drum with all his strength, he would only be caught. Ling Xiao did not dare to be arrogant. He immediately put away the heaven-suppressing drum. His figure began to move, fleeing to the left and right with the lion-tiger beast. At the same time, the golden dragon spear appeared in his hand. 48 figures rushed towards the 2 half-step sages at the same time. As long as he killed them and kept the ice silkworm net, he would no longer be a threat. Although the strength of the 2 half-step sages was very strong, Ling Xiao was not any weaker than them if he went all out. The figures made it difficult for them to distinguish which was the real one. Ouyang Chao wanted to help, but the lion-tiger beast had already pounced towards him. Rumble. In order to resist Ling Xiao's strong attack, the 2 half-step sages had to temporarily split up to fight. I have to finish this quickly. Ling Xiao had brought few people with him. He could not afford to waste time. He had to finish the battle as soon as possible. He blasted his spiritual force towards one of them. The invisible golden dragon spear courageously pierced towards the sea of consciousness of one of the half-step sages. Saints could sense the fluctuation of space and thus block Ling Xiao's spiritual force attack. However, half-step sages could only touch the edge of the power of space. They could not really use the power of space. The half-step sages could only sense the danger, but they did not know where the danger came from. They could not resist at all and were blasted into the sea of consciousness. He screamed and his figure began to sway. He was about to fall from the sky. Ling Xiao did not give him any chance to survive. He rushed towards him at full speed. The golden dragon spear directly pierced through his chest. Even though he was wearing a half-step sage defensive armor, it was equivalent to having no defense in front of the demigod-level golden dragon spear. When the other half-step sage saw that his companion was suddenly killed, he was scared out of his wits. He threw the ice silkworm net in his hand towards Ling Xiao, hoping to trap Ling Xiao. He was just staking it all on one throw. He fled towards the crowd. With Ling Xiao's speed, how could he be caught so easily? He easily dodged the attack and blasted a punch towards the half-step sage who was fleeing. This punch was like a purple sun, bringing with it raging flames as it pressed downwards. The half-step sage sensed the danger. He turned around and slashed with the long sword in his hand. The sword radiance of extraordinary power cut the sun into countless pieces. Countless purple flames splashed down from the sky towards the people of the Ouyang family. Some of the weaker ones did not have the time to circulate their dark force. They were immediately set on fire after being touched by the flames. Many people screamed in pain as they were burned. They tried their best to expel and extinguish the flames. However, they found that it was impossible to extinguish the flames. They were soon burnt to a crisp. Not even ashes were left. The surrounding people were shocked. They quickly moved away. No one dared to touch the flames. Quick! Everyone attack him together. We must not let him attack. The half-step sage ordered in a panic. The people of the Ouyang family once again attacked Ling Xiao. The terrifying energy caused the entire world to shake. The colorful energy looked extremely dazzling. The superimposed energy was no joke. Even a saint would not dare to block it. Although Ling Xiao was confident he could block it, he did not want to fight recklessly for the time being. He had to kill the other party's saint. Then the Ouyang family would not be a threat. Ouyang Chao and the lion tiger beast were high up in the sky. Ouyang Chao did not dare to fight in front of his clansmen. Ouyang Chao's protective spirit beast had already been killed by Han Kai's fire cloud rock in the last battle. Therefore he had not tamed a protective spirit beast yet. Fighting the lion tiger beast alone would not give him much of an advantage. Just as Ling Xiao was about to kill Ouyang Chao, he suddenly changed his mind. Perhaps it would be more worthwhile to control Ouyang Chao than to kill him. Ling Xiao held the golden dragon spear and began to surround Ouyang Chao with the lion tiger beast. When Ouyang Chao saw that Ling Xiao did not take out the drum, he felt relieved. Otherwise he would have died. However, he wasn't in a good situation either. The lion tiger beast was strong enough that he couldn't overtake it. Now Ling Xiao's fighting ability was incomparably strong, making it hard for him to fight back. He really didn't know how to turn defeat into victory. Unless he abandoned all his clansmen and ran away, how could he survive? Ling Xiao did not interfere too much with their battle. He only dealt a heavy blow to Ouyang Chao at the most critical moment. Ouyang Chao's saint weapon had been destroyed by Ling Xiao's golden dragon spear. His battle strength was clearly weaker. Ling Xiao, can you stop? Our Ouyang clan is willing to surrender. As long as you state a condition, we are willing to bury the hatchet. Isn't that better? Ouyang Chao said helplessly. That's simple. As long as your Ouyang clan is willing to surrender to my proud smiling palace. Ling Xiao sneered. His hands continued to attack. The lion tiger beast's tiger-striped wing divine ability binding firmly bound Ouyang Chao. Ling Xiao took this opportunity to give him a fatal blow. At the most critical moment, Ouyang Chao used his own strength to break free. Although he dodged Ling Xiao's attack, the lion tiger beast's claws heavily slapped down on him. Ah! He let out a blood-curdling scream and fell to the ground. Ling Xiao and the lion tiger beast followed him like a shadow. Ling Xiao took the opportunity to attack Ouyang Chao with a high-level spirit charm. Ouyang Chao was in a state of panic. His willpower was definitely at its weakest. On one hand, he had to worry about being devoured by the lion tiger beast. On the other hand, he had to worry about Ling Xiao killing him. He did not expect Ling Xiao to suddenly use his spiritual power to attack his sea of consciousness. When Ling Xiao used the spirit charm, his soul tried to resist. However, the lion tiger beast's tail ruthlessly slapped his body, sending him flying far away. Ling Xiao chased after Ouyang Chao while quickly using the high-level spirit charm into his sea of consciousness. Sure enough, Ouyang Chao was unable to defend himself at the same time. Ling Xiao's high-level spirit charm forcefully imprinted a mark on him. Just as the lion-tiger beast was about to attack Ouyang Chao again, Ling Xiao said, "All right, he's one of us now." Ling Xiao's expression was slightly pale. His spiritual power seemed to be somewhat exhausted. It was quite strenuous to control a peerless expert that was of a higher level than him in battle. Ouyang Chao stabilized his body. His expression was confused at first, but it eventually returned to its original state. However, there were many wounds on his body, making him look slightly miserable. He flashed to Ling Xiao's side and bowed slightly. "Greetings, master." Ling Xiao laughed heartily. "Good, very good. Take some pills to recover first." Controlling Ouyang Chao, it would not be difficult to destroy the Ouyang family. At this time, the Ouyang family was chasing after the 1,000 people that Ling Xiao had brought with him. Fortunately, the myriad flower sects people arrived in time. Hua Baiha and Grandma Bai also personally led the team. The Ouyang family's people were so scared that they immediately ran back into the city. "Saint Master Ling, we're not too late, right?" Hua Baiha flew over and said. "Haha, you're not too late, you're just in time." Ling Xiao laughed. "Ouyang Chao, you should surrender. You have no chance of winning." Hua Baiha looked at Ouyang Chao in front of Ling Xiao in astonishment. She still did not know that Ouyang Chao was already under Ling Xiao's control. You're tuning in to the Han Li's Wuxia Chronicles YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.